I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. Talking the best of me could have just set me free. Games that you play are just sickening. Now I'm beside myself, no one your fucking hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me. Say it's okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone I can't get back on my feet. I fall right into you. In the air, an angel cries, oh, I awake your ruse. And all of my senses, my heart screams the truth. And I can't help it, I walk straight to you. If love is my weakness, I'll crawl straight to you. No, I can't help it, my heart leads to you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Regional Qualifier here from Boise, Idaho at the Boise Esports Arena, presented by the Idaho Army National Guard. I'm your host, Paulie Hype, and before we get into today's Day 2 Finals action, let's remember that all the teams competing this weekend will compete for a bid into the CECC Grand Final, which will take place at the Esports Stadium, Arlington, that first weekend in May 4th to 6th, which I am so excited for. We are going to kick off this morning with some Overwatch 2. It's going to be featuring UNLV and UC San Diego, which I'm so excited for. This is going to be an amazing matchup to start this morning. All the teams competing in Valorant, Overwatch, Rocket League, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate will compete for that bid to CECC Arlington. I cannot wait. But we are getting started this morning. It's early here in Boise, a little bit later on the East Coast, but we have some amazing college esports to bring to you, and I'm so excited for it. On the desk today, we have Septilence and Nerdy Bird, and before we can get over to them, we gotta start the morning with 10 seconds of hype. You already know how it goes. Overwatch team, we are here early, and we're gonna be bringing the hype all day long. The more the day goes on, the more hype that will be brought. Woo, 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 yeah, yes. We're here. It's going to be a great day up in Boise. But for now, let's go over to some Overwatch 2 action and see how the day starts for competition. Septilence, Nerdy Bird, over to you both.
Welcome everyone to the CECC West Regional Qualifier at Boise State Esports Arena. Yesterday we witnessed 32 teams that represent the best in the West compete for their spots in the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, and we've narrowed it down to 4 in the terms of Overwatch. Our opening match today is going to be against UCSD Gold taking on UNLV. Again, I am Nerdy Bird. This is Septilence, and Sep, I gotta bring it up because we talked about it. We hyped it up, not as much as Pauly did. I don't think we have enough caffeine.
I don't think we can do that. Yeah.
But if you were to, pick, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer, what was the biggest upset yesterday?
You know, Nerdy, I came into this with a very large expectation. One of the first things I said on broadcast was my boys in Hawaii. I was super excited to see them. I was stoked they were out here, and unfortunately, they go 0-2 in pools, and they aren't able to make it further into the bracket, and it stinks. You know, they come in with a lot of hurdles to jump. They have to play on a lower ping. The monitors are different hertz. They have to bring a different performance. They're playing on LAN for the first time in a long time outside of, LANs in Hawaii where they're playing the same teams over and over. This is their first real kind of experience, and they don't have the greatest weekend, unfortunately, but they had a great time socially, emotionally, personally. Maybe not competitively, but hey, that's not all this is about at the end of the day. So while it's an upset, I'm glad they had a good time, and I'm glad they were able to make it out, but I'm definitely sad to see them go.
There's always the last chance qualifiers for them, which if we thought that our groups here were stacked and we kind of had the Titans and Goliaths here, you're going against the Olympians.
Yeah, so Last Chance is personally my favorite event because, like you said, when we're in these events, there's the best schools of the region. LCQ is not region locked.
No.
So it is the best schools of every region going head-to-head, toe-to-toe. And speaking of best schools in this region, let's take a look at those Final Four. Nerdy brought it up already. UCSD Gold versus UNLV Crusaders. That's the game we're jumping into in just a moment. But the other semifinal, University of Utah against the hometown heroes themselves, Boise State. Still going strong. They've made it to the top 4. Only one more game to try and hit that grand final slot.
And interesting note about the BSU University of Utah game, that was actually the opener for the Mountain West tournament here. So Boise State already has taken them on. University of Utah took a map off of them, but now that they're on, equal playing fields, I'm interested to see how that turns out. We'll get the final results because that's happening off stage, but nonetheless, good luck to both those squads. My friend is, a helper with that team, so I have my heart is torn. I don't want to just root on one.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful day here in Boise. I've never been to Idaho before. There was new snow on the mountains. It was beautiful, and it's the calm before the storm right now, Nerdy, because like Paulie said, it's early. We've been waiting. The players are chomping at the bit to get into this matchup, and while it is at 10 o'clock in the morning, a time that most of us aren't playing video games, at a tournament like this, they've only got one chance to prove themselves on stream. This is the last time we will see one of these teams this weekend.
Yes. So let's see how they turn out. And speaking of last time we'll see these teams, we are going to start out with the UCSD Gold Squad. We've got Frosted, Zinnia, Paco, Hinged, and mine. And Paco, well, not Paco, Hinged. I know last night you had to play quite a few games with Shiki while dealing with some scuffed computers. Hopefully today goes a little bit better. I was observing over Bagel's shoulder during that. So best of luck to you today, Hinged.
And Hinged, a Septilen's favorite headshot. That's one of my favorites. I love it. He put some energy into it. He put some spice into it, and it really helps him stand out. We're going to look at the players. That same 5 lineup you just saw headshots of a moment ago. Now live and ready on stage. They are right behind Nerdy in that moment. I'm in front of UNLV, and they're ready. Both these teams, I talked just a bit before they kind of went live. We got a little bit of information about them, the comps they're looking to run, and UNLV, they're a team pretty traditionally known for maybe not sticking to what you may know as a meta, right? We're looking at Qwerty Tumor. We're looking at Lumi, Hertz, Kern Master, and Hado Go. This is a very strong team, one that I think has consistently flown under the radar, but they've got great leadership, they've got a great building program, and they're feeling super strong going into this weekend. They've made it all the way to semifinals. This is the team that knocked Hawaii out of the bracket. This is the team that knocked Hawaii out of this weekend. They beat them in a 3-1 fashion, and they are looking to take down their opponents now in the very same way.
I'm just intrigued by the fact that one team's flexing because they instantly figured out
Yep.
where their face cam is, and the other one, we've got 3 people pointing at 3 different cameras. There's like
They'll
12
find
in
it.
this
They got
arena.
time. They got
So
time.
hopefully by the next one, they'll figure it out.
Yeah, these teams, I mean, they are very excited. I really, yesterday we had a great moment between, I think it was UCLA and maybe UNLV, where it goes all the way to map 5, and they are going all the way to stage 3 of map 5, and it was all the way in the player pit. I grabbed a random cameraman, my friend Earl, and I was like, Earl, we got to record this, dude. We have to get in there because the passion was so insane. I'm sure you guys have been hearing this all weekend. It's been so loud in here. These players are putting it all on the line. We have seen blood, sweat, and tears going into this entire weekend, and these are 2 incredibly passionate teams up there. This is going to be a heartbreak for one of them.
Yeah, and speaking of heartbreak, we did break the hearts of the UNLV squad just a tiny bit because we're shaking things up. We're not starting on Busan. And the first kind of knee-jerk reaction to we're not starting on Busan, we might go Ilios. They got well, not Ilios. We were going Lijiang. They got super-duper excited, and then we're like, hold up, wait a minute. You can't be this excited about a map. Let's go verify. And my next guess was like, we're probably going Ilios, and we spoke to the coordinators. Yes, we are beginning on Ilios, and it was kind of like a mutual. That's not that bad. At least it's not Oasis.
Both players said, okay, it's Ilios. We'll do all right on Ilios. Nobody said, oh, awesome, it's Ilios. So I think there's a very real level playing ground between these players right now. I don't know if y'all can hear the UNLV chant happening on stream right now. These players are stoked. They are ready. We are jumping into my personal favorite Ilios stage, Ilios Lighthouse.
And it looks like one squad's going to be rolling out on the Winston Overwatch. Winston, of course. I've seen way too many TikTok memes about Winston.
Is this a pause?
Yeah, I think we might have an awkward little screen freeze, so we're just going to pull it right back out.
Hey.
Yes, we're having a quick tech pause. It's technology. Things always like to go wrong.
Also, good that it happens that early, right?
Yeah.
Because tech pauses get really difficult when you're halfway through a game or when you're in the final fight. I know at the last event we had, or maybe the last virtual event we had a player disconnect in the final fight of the final map on the winning team. Then the other team goes on to win that fight, goes all the way to third point Blizzard World, and then we go to a 4th map, and it all goes back to that player disconnecting. And it's unfortunate that we don't disconnect them. That's just kind of how, like you said, technology works. Live entertainment's always going to have tech issues, and I'm glad that happens early. We got it out of the way, and we can just sit here and hope it doesn't happen again.
I mean, in my years of casting, I've dealt with blackouts at the other school's arena. There's been a fire. People got trapped in elevators, so they had to go help people. The most interesting one was the gas leak incident. We're at an arena, and they're like, yeah, there was flashing lights, loud noises, and we're like, we're sprinting, and I was like, yo, chill, take your time. That's probably shaking you up a bit.
Absolutely. I recently had an event where a player, their dorm, the fire alarm went off. And they come back like 20-ish minutes later, and then a player who lives in an apartment building, his fire alarm goes off on the same team. So we get super delayed with a huge issue. We're not going to have any more delays here, folks. UNLV Crusaders versus UCSD Gold. I cannot stress enough that this is their moment to make it to grand finals. This is the first and last time we will see one of these teams. And now as Ilios we're going to have to wait and see who comes out stronger in fight number 1.
God, and once again, the Winston v. Winston. I'm very interested to see how this shakes out. One instantaneously looking to lock down inside cage. The other one just dwindling outside of it. Frosted here is already going to start encroaching on that front space of the UNLV's backline. Dives in, soft engage, forces the key to go back into the cage. Now they're going to look to surround and conquer and just poke down some people as there's a counter dive happening. But the back off from UCSD Gold was called, and it's working in their favor.
It's absolutely working. UCSD Gold playing the meta in the way they know it's okay if we give up point for a moment because we'll cap it back even faster. Heidogo has gone down, and UNLV losing both supports now have to get out. They have to disengage as fast as possible. UCSD Gold winning first fight. Not as close as it may have seemed, but with that huge stagger onto Lumi, it becomes a heck of a lot more in favor of UCSD. 440 tries to reset, gets moved out by Hinged, and now UNLV on the back foot.
One of the things that you don't typically see discussed a whole lot is the idea of, yes, the point is there, but it's always win the fight first, then win the point. If they cap it, they get 2% while you're working on cleaning up the crew. That's totally fine. However, point had just unlocked, so now we are at 12% in favor of UCSD Gold, and we have an Eeper swap on the side of the UNLV Crusaders.
I think this is a genius play. Reaper going to make it really difficult to play Winston, but as Current Master gets taken out of the fight once again by that Sojourn Railgun, even nerfed. That thing is terrifying to walk into the face of, and it looks like Current learns that the hard way. way. UNLV now down by 2. Let's make it 3. UCSD feeling very strong about their chances of winning fight number 2, becoming halfway done with Ilios well. Now on the bright side, this is only stage 1 of map 1. UNLV losing this is nothing. I know this team. I know their mental fortification is something they've been working on all year. They're going to have to look at this as a GG go next, but maybe they can turn things around before it becomes a 100-0.
I'm still looking on this Reaper swap because we have not seen this comp. This was kind of like the original Overwatch 2 intro composition when things kind of got a little bit less rusty, so to speak. And so swapping that Reaper, it's just kind of counter picks into counter picks. The question is, can Paco sustain and get enough poke damage without having Hertz turn on them in this next engage? Because now Reaper plays in their Winston's back pocket as we have Kitsune Rush enter the fight.
The 1-1 trade. Kern finds their first elimination onto Hinge, taking that Lucio out of the fray, negates the Kitsune Rush. They're going to have to answer it with Mines and Kitsune clashes. Both teams get that cooldown reduction and movement increase. Frosted deep into the back line, 100 HP, 63, and standing as 2 members of UNLV go down. A terrible moment for the side of the Crusaders, but they are feeling strong. They had a chance. It doesn't work out well, but they saw the opportunity of success. This is essentially a mirror matchup, all things considered, Nerdy. And right now, maybe UNLV wants to get a little crazy with it. Maybe they want to change things up and fall back to comfort.
There was a tragedy moment with Winston was in mid-primal, and we had Lumi pop Death Blossom. They just got booped a little bit too far away to do any sort of damage and get some extra sustain, and were poked down in the process of their ult. As we lose Kern Master for UNLV early, and support going down is a rough situation to be in. There goes Heydogo.
All right, I mean, I've got to say it early on here. We're looking for analysis. I'm going to bring it to the table. I think the Winston v. Winston isn't working in favor of the Crusaders. I've seen Cordy on some other tanks, and full disclosure, does a little better than the Winston just brought out there. I want to see Cordy go back to those defaults, go back to being that team leader they know and leading the Crusaders into stage number 3. It's a 1-0 in favor of UCSD Gold, but it's early. They're getting warmed up, they're getting ready, and the Crusaders have plenty of time to strike back. They cannot let that get to them.
And here we have a replay of the DPS coming in for UCSD Gold, just peppering damage from different angles, taking smart angles. Even if you have a core dive unit, when you're running with a Sojourn, spam is still the name of the game, and they can get people down. This is that moment where that Reaper popped ult, the Winston's still a bubble on cooldown. Counting cards is super important, and it looks like we're going to be going on to your favorite sub-map of the rotation, Lighthouse. Interested to see if UNLV decides to swap over to more of like a Brawly style comp here over the Winston. And it looks like they're not going to.
They said, we're bringing the Winston in, son. We are going to try to make this mirror matchup work once again, and UNLV in a tough spot, but they're going to try to make things a little bit different. They want to tell a different story, and with Lumi locking into Sojourn, this is a complete and total mirror matchup. It is no longer a 5v5, but 5 individual 1v1s, because while you're outplaying the enemy team, you need to be specifically outplaying the person on the very same hero you bring to the table. Zinnia gets boxed out onto the high ground, goes down early, and the Crusaders have the lead for the first time in a long time. The point just now opening up a 5-4 advantage state is exactly what this team wants to find to get a level of success. If this Winston goes down, it could have been theirs, but as Lumi bites the bullet, Mine falls next. The Crusaders find that first point cap and keep the dream alive. Goodbye, Frosted. Crusaders winning fight number 1.
Now it's just wait and play cleanup. I don't see any swaps just yet coming out from UCSD Gold. Zinnia definitely feeling like they can take on Lumi in this next engage. I think Lumi just had the better positioning, and the target focus from their team came in clutch. They are going to be coming back a little bit late as they did die, but now everyone is here for the Crusaders. The question is, will they be able to lead the charge into the front line of the UCSD Gold Tridents?
Crusaders half-point control still, and as we see Hertz battling Paco on the 1v1 line, we go down to the mini, they have forced recall back onto the points, and Paco on their lonesome finds Cordy, gets the stick, and finds Kern Master! The 180 pulse bomb goes crazy! It's going to turn into a 3-piece series. That Sojourn's got nowhere to run. The slide offline, and Heydogo goes down as well. A huge play off the back of Paco leads this team into their first point cap of Ilios Lighthouse. UNLV 45% on the board.
Going into this next fight, we're going to have Pulse Bomb coming also close to Overclock, B, Kitsune Rush, Primal, all in the favor of UNLV, whereas UCSD is only going to have those support ults, and Zinnia somehow managed to get a heck of a lot of spam. 40 Tumor is going to engage on the point and try to force out some rotation, possibly get it halfway, 3/4 of the way. They almost flip it back in the favor of UNLV before anyone from the side of UCSD gets a foothold on it.
Kitsune Rush from Heydogo. Hertz isn't able to find a pulse bomb elimination, but Heydogo cleans up Frosted. Paco missing out of the fight now, and UNLV already flipping it back, hardly 20% for UCSD Gold, and if Zinnia stays alive, they could turn this around with the power Sojourn brings out, but Winston jumps in, and that monkey doesn't often let you leave, so that is another fight win for UNLV, kissing 60%. Oh no! Heydogo saying, Heydogo, no! They go down early, that Kitsune now offline, Suzu gone as well, and that's the go button for UCSD. We see Lumi fall offline, and the Crusaders, they're getting a lot of free percentage, but this is another fight they've got to flip over to gold.
We did.
The Primal?
Yeah, Kernmaster dropped beat, so
The beat?
They had control for a little longer, and they're trying to maintain it, making sure they can get this in the last fight territory, and they have. They just need to flip it one more time, but now there's no ults on the line for the Crusaders. And look at the ult lineup coming in for gold. The economy is not in their favor. This is 2008 all over again for UNLV.
Oh no, UNLV in a tough spot right now. They're going to have to win this one high and dry, taking out both a Kitsune and a Pulse Bomb. Paco 100% elimination rate so far, and that stands strong. Removes Hurts from the fight. Hurts is going to have to swap into somebody maybe a little bit faster or triple blink out of spawn to get into this fight. San Diego doing another great play, letting the point get a little shaken up, right? They know if they win the fight, it hardly matters. Lumi finds an equalizer. They've got to find just one more for Kernmaster to be made up for. That poor Lucio getting taken down seemingly every single fight. The Crusaders can't cap it. UCSD Gold wins the fight, and as they hit 60% dirty, there's just maybe 2 more fights for the Crusaders to cap that point back.
It's really tragic when you lose a support first. Tanker support going down means you got to reset, and we have a support getting dangerously low. 2 of them, Kernmaster and Mine, both under 20%, and then we lose Lumi for the side of the UNLV Crusaders. That's your big damage dealer, and Frosted is now on the hunt in that Primal Rage, almost finds Heidogo. Does manage to squish them finally with the help of Paco. Kernmaster falls off the map, and Hertz goes down.
I think they're going for a tactical reset. I'm not sure they have enough time. They're going to have a Pulse Bomb. They're going to have an overclock, but they're walking into a beat. No overclock Pulse Bomb of their own. UCSD still has the economy up by 1, and with only 6 seconds left to touch, this is going to be very difficult as UNLV needs to just run it down. They need to spam it in, and they need to touch that point as fast as possible. 2, down to 1, and the Pulse Bomb going to be able to find the Winton. Cordy gone, Kern gone, and already it's a 2v5. Hurts spends the Pulse Bomb. A desperate attempt at success, but San Diego Gold has this point on lock. They're going to be able to win Oasis, not Oasis, Ilios, in a 2-0 fashion. UCSD Gold walking away with game number 1.
All right, so following suit with yesterday, it is now going to be the option for UNLV to pick the map of their choice. But first, let's see the play of the game. I have a hunch it's going to be a Tracer Pulse Bomb. No, it's Zinnia on the Sojourn. Let's see what the POTG is. And it's going
this.
Ooh, the ult lockdown. Yeah, that's tragic. It happens to everyone.
And then here goes the Lucio. Yep, that is an amazing play from Zinnia. We rejoined them in just that moment, watching Cordy fall into the well, and that is exactly the action San Diego needs to bring to the table. I'm looking at players going into this next map, Nerdy, and I think if this DPS line is not shut down on the side of San Diego, they can body any map handed to them.
I had no arguments here for me on that one. I mean, DPS sure as heck can't win you a game, but they can lose you one if they're. And same thing with supports. Ultimately, I feel like it's up to the tanks really to set the comp, set the tempo and everything. But then beyond that, making sure you're doing your job and staying alive is the job of the DPS and the supports. And the supports, it's your job to keep the tank alive. DPS, it's your job to follow up on what the tank is calling. And if you aren't making the right calls as a tank, you're going to mess things up. And those DPS, I mean, we watched Zinnia on the last couple 10% there for the last point. Kind of just chill outside, no pressure, half health, and just pummeling in damage.
Yeah, and the DPS on the side of San Diego are not DP stressed enough. They are definitely feeling comfortable, confident. There's some San Diego fans in the crowd here to root for their team who are looking pretty darn good right now. As a reminder, folks, this is a semifinal best of 5. So map number 1 has been won in favor of San Diego. There are minimum 2 more maps. We've actually gotten confirmation which one is coming up next. Nerdy, we talked about this map yesterday. Never got to see it, but Dorado, map number 2.
Okay, so this is where some creativity can get involved. High ground control is the name of the game with Dorado, and a lot of teams kind of dodge it a little bit just because sometimes it's impossible to break that defensive wall that some teams can set up on the high ground. However, there is that red and yellow building right out front. Now, with UCSD not being able to pick the map, they get to pick side. Odds are, if they're feeling confident, they're going to go attack first and then defense second. Now, UNLV is going to be forced into either defending and you want to play for time in that instance. You could, if you're confident around your counter dive and like disengaging and engaging on your sine waves properly, you know, go back to a Winston comp. Or if you really, really want to get trolly. I'm not saying it's actually trolly.
I think we should.
But if you want to go to the days of old, we can pull out a Reaper, we can get a May, we can get a Reinhardt, we can get a Bap, we can get a Lucio, and you can all hold inside red building.
Yep. It's the Havana hold, right? We talked so much about this yesterday. It's a composition, a team strategy that was made popular on the map Havana, where when you're playing defense, you go all the way to their spawn door. You walk right up and you fight as long as your lungs will let you breathe in that combat, in that engagement. And if you lose, great, you burned 30 seconds. If you win, great, you burned at least a minute. You're feeling super strong on this opportunity. And hey, I see you, I hear you, let Zinnia cook, and we are absolutely going to. I don't know if he can cook anymore. This guy's a beast right now. I was getting ready to talk talk about the DPS line, and Nerdy, going into this, I don't think San Diego's changing a thing.
No.
I think we're getting the exact same team composition. I don't think it matters offense, defense. They are bringing out the exact same team comp. It's on the side of UNLV. I want something different. UNLV has one of the most successful wrecking ball players I've ever seen leading the helm for them. Their organization captain, their organization president, Slam Taro, one of the best wrecking balls I've ever seen, a good friend of mine. I know that he's been able to teach them how to do it. This is a good ball map. This is a good Winston map. This is a good Diva map. I need something different from the Crusaders. Things have been close, but close is not gonna cut it. You need to win these fights.
Well, hopefully the Crusaders can come out on top of this one to carry us into more maps for our semifinal series. And a quick reminder to those of you watching, the Idaho Army National Guard is a proud supporter of the CECC West Regional Qualifier. The Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs, offering $20,000 in bonuses and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming.
Don't worry. I'll keep
I don't want to look too much at the offensive side because they've got plenty of time to swap, but it's our defense I want to keep an eye on.
It looks the same.
Not seeing a lot of surprises there. I think we're absolutely correct, and that does give me the inkling that San Diego is on defense. We're going to find out in just a moment here, but I've got a hunch that San Diego may be our defensive squad. The UNLV Crusaders getting ready to come into the fray. We hear UNLV trying to keep their energy up, trying to keep their mental awakened. It's a doom fist from Qwerty. This is the character Qwerty is known for, to the point where people have genuinely said, check this guy's PC, because he hits the craziest shots I have ever seen on the Doom, with it being on the tank line. Qwerty leads the charge early. That Winston goes low, but he doesn't go low enough. Returns to the fight, gets healed up, and already the cart around the first corner. No Havana hold here. Crusaders bringing out a good comp one I'm a huge fan of seeing.
I mean, I gotta give credit to my old nemesis of KD, who is, known for being a tyrant on the Doomfist, and then bequeathing that mantle over towards Qwerty Tumor. Hertz is gonna find Frosted after they also took down Lumi. So we got to trade to the DPS, but fast response in favor of the UNLV Crusaders, and they are running into the back line, leading the charge. They forced the swift step from the Kiriko. That does tell them someone's close by, but they didn't know where they went.
Yep, this is good. This is strong. This is UNLV getting comfortable. They're feeling good, and as the Diva comes out, Qwerty's stoked to see that. Diva, not a particularly strong counter against Doomfist if he has cooldowns online. Now, of course, if you bait out his cooldowns and then dive him, like we're seeing here from Frosted, that's a bit of a different story. The double hit scan coming out from the side of UCSD might make it difficult to play the Doom. Tracer has no damage fall off. Sojourn can hit you from a football field away, but it's Qwerty who takes down Hinge to recall force. Crusaders staying strong. Mine is gone. No supports for San Diego. This should be a first point cap for UNLV, especially as Zinnia is sent back. Nope, running away a little more. Hold on. Now sent back to that spawn room. Kern takes down Paco, and this team comp, it's unconventional. It's weird, but it's UNLV, baby, and they're capping that first point.
This feels like classic UNLV, even back to the days of Overwatch 1, where they just had just a very off-brand composition, like Kirkland's signature, so to speak.
Yep.
And they made it work, and it was better than the current meta, at least as far as their team synergy went. However, Genji, has been thrown in the dungeon. So Lumi, I'm interested to see what type of blade action we'll get from you as you're in that 70 percentile by the time this next fight is going to start.
Just in case.
We see the Sombra online from Zinnia, and I want to keep a super close eye on that. Sombra, not the counter she used to be to Doomfist, but still a very, very strong one. The hack comes out. They have to drop out of the low ground. It's only a second, but it's a very impactful one. Kitsune answered out by Rally from Kern Master. Oh, he hits it! The sleep dart into the... Oh, no, the self-destruct now used. It finds Qwerty! Oh, my goodness! Talk about unfortunate. Paco gives their life for the Pulse Bomb, as another hack comes through onto Lumi. They just barely make it back out into the fray. San Diego feeling super strong, and UNLV Crusaders, they get stalled out for just a moment. Luckily enough, 4-minute stand on the clock. And Nerdy, I'll say it myself, this can be a hard point to break.
Yeah, the high ground control, especially Frosted on that Diva. You soft engage, you disengage. Cooldown for your boosters is a little rough sometimes, but you mentioned it earlier. Zinnia on the Sombra, not so much a Doomfist counter, but you say, I'm going to take away your cooldowns for a couple of seconds, and then you just look at everybody else on the field. You don't focus the big person, you focus the squishies. And that is exactly what they're looking to do. Zinnia now 20% off of that EMP. Don't even need to combo it with anything as Frosted goes and plays a touch the spawn door challenge.
At sub 100 HP, by the way, goes in for a 3-piece at sub 100 HP. Incredible. Wins it, lives to tell the tale, and going into this next engagement, UNLV popped a lot of ultimates just to survive. They weren't able to thrive, and they're going into this with just a few in their arsenal. San Diego has a couple of their own, and we see Lumi into the back line, forces the beat. Can't find an elimination, but looking for the DMAC now. Wants to burn as much HP as possible. Look at the tracking on that. Unbelievably impressive, but unfortunately just not enough. That is going to be Lumi falling to Frosted once again. The Diva swap worth its weight in absolute gold right now.
we have Cordy Toomer does have that Meteor Strike online. They saw the Sombra come out of Invis, but they whip on the punch. Now they're going to just try and get this D.Va D-Mag because D.Va is keeping that team alive, absorbing a lot of the healing that's coming out from Heydogo onto Cordy Toomer. The EMP is dropped. It's going to get 3 of them. Lumi goes down. Kernmaster goes down. There's an extra hack onto Cordy Toomer. And Doofus probably should be able to make it out alive, but there's still going to be a reset for the side of UNLV.
Yeah, not going to lie, a slightly questionable EMP, but when you're playing Sombra, when you're getting good value, getting value out of EMPs is the name of the game. You need to be farming one every other fight, or honestly, you should be on a different character, because Sombra gets her value out of the hacks, out of the EMPs. She is one of the strongest non-ultimate abilities in the game, and that is that hack. Oh, wait, can we jump back over to Paco for a moment? There it is, takes down Hertz, comes from the heavens, and we see Kernmaster go down as well. Mine gets the elimination. Heydogo will fall, and Paco tearing up the back line. This Tracer going absolutely insane. When I talked to Paco this morning, he just gave me an energy of calm, cool, and collected. I'm here to win, and that's my day. And holy cow, is this player living up to that expectation?
I wish I could be that calm when I'm playing Overwatch. We have Zinnia take out Lumi, and I want to touch back on that Sombra. People underestimate the power of Sombra. After she got the buff in the last patch, she is a menace. Your job isn't to confirm kills, it's to make the life of everyone else on the other team a living heck. You have to be annoying. You're that gnat that someone can't swap out of the sky, and that is exactly what the Sombras are looking to do. We have Hertz also swap onto the Sombra, looking to hack on D.Va. It does come out, but D.Va might be able to escape with the help of that Doom Punch. Meteor Strike's going to land on the supports, but they spread out. That Lucio speed boost coming in clutch. Now they're just going to bully Frosted in the D.Va Mag.
We went from 4 minutes down to 1, and the cart has not moved an inch since the initial fight win after tapping first point. Frosted on the high ground gets a great dive onto Cordy Toomer, who has to punch out of the engagement. Zinnia goes down, tries to cook, but lets it burn, and now it's a 5v4 advantage in favor of the UNLV Crusaders for the first time in a long time. What can they do with it? They have a spawn disadvantage. They don't have a lot of healing on the high ground, and they've got to find just one more before this player returns, or it's disaster. The bomb goes up, and no one goes down. Another ultimate missing for San Diego, but they've got 43 seconds remaining, and as Cordy goes down, that's their green light to try and win this final fight.
Yeah, bomb was definitely just a wee bit too high, overshot. Now we've got Frosted looking to take down the Lucios, and just going to force the back line for the Crusaders off. Cordy Toomer now swapping back over to that Winston. That bubble Tesla cannon can prevent a lot of, Sombra hack opportunities, but you actually have to have your team playing as a unit to deny those opportunities for the Sombra. Whereas Hertz has to deal with the spam that can come out from Frost to prevent the opportunity for hacks. We have Kitsune Rush.
That's an EMP.
Blade, EMP, all get dropped. Zinnia goes down. Frosted D-Max. We have Mine used their ult as well as Hinge. Pulse also, I think, was used by Paco. And it looks like this is going to be a stagger onto point for both sides.
It was a great EMP. It helped cancel out a lot of ultimates there, including a beat from Kern. The Kitsune wasn't able to be used, and even the Blade was essentially null and void. A huge fight from the UNLV Crusaders, but the win condition has absolutely been set. The D.Va goes crazy, and Frosted's feeling good about their chances here on Dorado. I've got to say, they've made it to second, and that's absolutely a winnable game for the Crusaders. They can't let this get to them. They have to keep their mental strong, and they have to play their game to find success here today. Because they played their game. They brought out a comp, a weird one, and they bodied those first couple of fights. They let it get to them. They slipped a little bit with the swamps, but they have signs of life. The Crusaders can turn this around. San Diego's a tough team to beat. This is a very strong team. The Crusaders got to play their absolute A game.
I'm really just hoping that we see swaps come out faster. I mean, soon as UCSD lost that first point, we saw Zinnia, give up their life a little bit late, staggering themselves, but came back on the Sombra, recognizing the strength that would bring into the UNLV comp. And the UNLV side was trying to fit, that square peg into a round hole for way too long after that Sombra was pulled out, as opposed to swapping over.
Yeah, and Septilin's hot take of the day, I'm sure I'm going to have many more, but if a D.Va is brought up from San Diego, Cordy, hit that Zarya, dude. Zarya, unbelievably strong. She doesn't have the high ground rotations, but she can just melt a D.Va in literal seconds, like genuine seconds. You take that mech offline, and San Diego has to backpedal. You cannot engage on a map like Dorado without a tank. If you pick the tank, if you play the rock, paper, scissors to cancel out the D.Va, your success, I think, increases like 30-40%.
Sometimes with the D.Va's Zarya matchup, though, it really comes down to the confidence of the D.Va
player.
Very
true.
Because I know D.Vas that will take on myself.
I was going to say, you are a D.Va player.
Yeah, I'm a D.Va player, and I have always, when I'm in the ladder, like, swap out the D.Va, they have Zarya. I'm like, no, it's fine, just don't pop the bubbles. And they're like, what? I'm like, just wait for them to pop on their own. It's fine, just don't do damage to them. No charge. My mech is always alive because I'm going to have, like, an Ana or a Baptiste firing at me, and then I eat the grab. It's just as simple as that.
Nerdy always eats the grabs, never misses. That's a fact. That's a Septilin's fun fact of the day. One time I scrimmed Nerdy, and we lost 3-0. Okay, anyway, more about the players playing. UNLV Crusaders up against UC San Diego Gold. We've got the Winston v. Winston. It looks like it's almost a mirror matchup once again. Paco sticking to the Tracer. We're definitely seeing a pattern there. Very comfortable, has proven to be good at it, so we really can't critique it by any means. And it's Lumi back on the Genji. A little less value there. Hasn't been able to make the blades work. The beats from Hinged have always been perfect, if I'm being honest. So the Genji has not been able to find the lineup. Nerdy, how would you feel about seeing a Mei right now?
I would love to see a Mei. I mean, I'm all for her. I have a vested hatred in Maze for a reason. But, I mean, we also have Zinnia mirroring the Genji. And we do lose Hertz from the UNLV side, and Zinnia also goes down. I think maybe, you know, a Mei, or even, as weird as it sounds, you could pull out a Symmetra that actually allows you to have high ground control by just using TPs with how low that cooldown is. And the first fight's going to go in favor of UCSD. We have no swaps really to speak of coming out, though we might see Lumi swap. They're still coming out of spawn. They're in the Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
They are sticking with that Genji pick. Zinnia as well, they're pretty matched up as far as the ultimate charge goes with Paco. That's the one we gotta watch.
I like the spawn advantage isn't the worst on this map. You can go in, you can try to stall. It's about burning time. It's delaying the inevitable, but you've burned time off the clock, and it looks like, oh, even an elimination isn't gonna be enough, unfortunately. The damage just isn't there, and while Winston can hit several targets, he has one of the lowest damage outputs in the game on a single one. Zinnia feeling good after that one, and San Diego have 5 minutes to make it just shy of that third point. 30 seconds more than UNLV had when they capped.
Zinnia hit the DPI button and spun in circles for a moment. And that definitely made my eyes quiver a little bit. And it looks like Tracer is the resident shopper pushing the card around right now for the side of UCSD. We have a hard engage using multiple cooldowns from Winston, as well as the Suzu from their Kiriko, and that is Frosted now going to play Juggle God in the corner. Shout out to our other friend who's
Shout out
not
to Juggle.
here. But this is a moment for you as we see these Winstons pull out the Juggle tag time and time again. 42er is going to be able to pick up multiple members of the side of UCSD.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I'm gonna be critical. UNLV, after they capped first, they popped 3 ultimates to win the fight. They weren't able to win a fight afterward. The Blade had already found 2, and they commit the Primal. Yes, you find all 5, but that was winnable in 1. You might need that Primal Rage later. Say if a beat comes out from the side of Zinnia, you want to juggle that Genji as far away as you can, or Blade, excuse me. UNLV Crusaders, they spend a lot. They've got a couple more in their pocket. They haven't ruined the bank. They're not ruining the bank quite yet. They're feeling good. They want to go into this next engagement with something on the board. However, they're letting San Diego get a lot of free space. A Blade goes in. Kern might go down, and he certainly will. The beat not found in time. Zinnia traded, though. Critical. No supports online for UNLV, and the rest of them going to fall like dominoes. Kitsune and Blade come out from San Diego to win this fight, and they're setting themselves up for just one more. 3.5 minutes remain. San Diego needs, UNLV needs something short of a miracle to try and win this engagement.
I was looking at the ult lineup, so I was like, yeah, you have Genji, Winston's off engage, Genji pop Blade on high ground, and then Kitsune rush on low ground. You drop on the heads of the UNLV side, and that's exactly what we saw just happen. Now we have Beat and Pulse Bomb also very close to Primal Rage for the side of UCSD, whereas we have Beat that was not used in that Blade.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Current Master, does allow for a re-engage, and opportunity for Tracer to find a squishy after Suzu is expelled. And we have Frosted flipped the point and forced the side of UNLV onto the low ground.
I like what we're seeing, though. The beat for engagement, I think, was very clever. It keeps all 5 members standing. It's not the way to traditionally use that ultimate, but it's effective. UC San Diego goes in, they hear the beat, and they just get out. That is not something you see often, but holy cow, is that a genius play, because they had the HP advantage. You just weren't going to win it. It's simple as that, right? They said, okay, let's just not take the fight. We have 2.5 minutes. We have a numbers advantage. We have plenty of time to cap 3 meters.
Yeah, let's advance in the opposite direction.
And a beat of their own!
And there is the beat to sustain and just play cleanup crew. Now we've got Paco looking to take down the Tracer, cleaned up by Hertz. Dogo goes down. Tracer is just smacking the side of the UNLV Crusaders, and with that,
it is.
And the late post, the Primals also popped. UNLV walks away with Dorado, but this is the best of 5.
True, not a BO3, BO5, so there's at least one map standing. I don't know if it has to be pushed. It's been pushed a lot this weekend, but I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing it. This is the Blade I talked about when I don't think the Primal is necessary. So let's see when the Primal gets pulled. So we see immediately Zinnia is going to be eliminated. We get the Blade coming through, and I know that they Primal as well somewhere in the mix, unless it's a different Blade. Yeah, there it is. So it comes out post 1.5 eliminations, just a little bit late, but hey, gets the job done. San Diego is unfortunately going to win the map against that Blade, and going into this next map, I've got to say, it's not a DPS diff. I think we're seeing a great performance from the Crusaders, from UNLV, but I think we're seeing a lack of DPS aggression. We need to be diving these DPS. You're letting Zania and Paco just rain terror. You've got to put pressure on them. You've got to go crazy with it, because the longer they stand uncontested, the more of you are sent back to the spawn room.
One of the biggest things I always tell the kids that I work with is you don't let them engage on you, you engage on them.
You
so
have
by
to.
giving up a bunch of space, letting them take where they want to go, and then you're like, oh no, the card is XYZ or it's so far across now, we have to go down and engage on it. They don't have any, they have all of their cooldowns and they're just waiting for that opportunity. They have set it up for success. You need to, pounce on them when they're in rotation. Look at them when you see, oh, Tracer just used recall, where'd they go? And then you engage on the Tracer. You see Sojourn slide to get into a spot, then you go after Sojourn. Stop letting them set themselves up for success.
Absolutely.
You gotta take them down now.
And speaking of finding success, I want to jump back to the Winston on the side of UNLV. I think there was more success with the Doomfist against a Sombra than we have seen on Winston. I think the Doomfist looked very strong. I think it looked very good. I think the Winston is just getting outplayed, unfortunately. Frosted is comfortable on the Winston, has the call-outs, has the peel, has the ability to find eliminations, where unfortunately Cordy hasn't been able to get that same value. His supports keep getting dove. His DPS aren't able to dive with him fast enough, and the Winston's not working. Go to Doomfist. Go to Diva yourself. I think the Winston v. Winston is not going to work for UNLV today.
I agree. Or we picked up the mantle of Silk Carpet, aka KD, Kevin Durant, and pulled out Cordy Toomer on that Doomfist. But at the end of the day, you have another leader, Slam Taro, who we discussed earlier.
Yeah,
Wrecking
love
Ball,
Slam.
Tracer is an extremely strong composition. And yes, you can pull out a Sombra to try and counter it.
Right.
But if you think that's going to be a concern, pull out a Brig.
Yeah.
Have your Brig camp on your back line.
Exactly. Here's what I want to see from the side of UNLV, and this is a hot take, and I don't expect them to run it, but going into our next map, which we've gotten confirmation, is New Queen Street. I want to see Wrecking Ball, I want to see a Zenyatta on your side, and I want to see an Ana. That's what I'm worried about. The DPS can do whatever they want. They're doing all right. They're doing a good job. But you need the Zen, because Discord Orb, I think in the current meta, there's not really a meta, we've talked about that, is one of the strongest abilities in the game.
Okay, so considering just what we've seen coming out from the side of UCSD, you don't need the Ana.
True.
You can pull out a Brigitte.
But I'm worried Brig Zen, though, right?
Yeah, Brig Zen is actually extremely strong composition. Your Ball Tracer, they play dive in, dive out. You keep the orb either on Ball or on Tracer, who's ever closest to the LOS of the Zen. And then you use health packs and you use your Inspire to keep the rest of the team alive. You can get an insane amount of value, and it's called Ring Around the Rosie is typically what I refer to that comp. You have your core unit, that's the Tracer and the Ball. Call targets, you get the Discord Orb on it. Dive in, take them out, leave, and then that other group of three, that DPS with your Brig Zen, they kind of just walk away when someone tries to engage on them. And it looks like Boise currently up 2 in the game against the University of Utah. So we're going into what could be the final maps for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be really surprising. I mean, actually, not surprising that Boise's winning up in a 2-0, because Boise has a lot of great adaptation, has a lot of great performance. Utah is really strong on Rush, on Brawl, and unfortunately, that's kind of all they've brought to the table this weekend. Boise has the adaptation to beat that, I think. I think that's kind of a difficult matchup for Utah to go into, but you definitely cannot shy away from a top 4 placement. You go into the LCQ hitting top 4. Many teams there didn't even make bracket. That's what the LCQ is about. You have the player experience. You have some great VODs to go back and watch, that's for sure. Utah, they 3-0 their first game of the week. The weekend, they've had their highs, they've had their lows, and we might have to say goodbye to them in just a moment, but hey, it ain't over yet, and it never is until it's that 3-0 on the board. I wish I could remember who it was. Who did Boise play on stream yesterday? Do you remember? I want to compliment them, and I can't think of which team it was. Anybody remember? Anybody?
I have the memory of a goldfish.
Okay, the point stands. Boise played Weber, thank you so much. So Boise played somebody yesterday on stream, and we saw a very simple play. We saw an Ana and I believe it was a Zenyatta or a Brig, and all they did was stay next to each other the entire time. They held hands the entire time. It's very simple, it's very effective, and if you're going to play something low healing, something very diveable like Brig Zen, you just got to hold hands. It's playable. It's doable. Yes, you need a lot of healing, but those two can provide enough healing to make it work if they both stay alive.
It's a bait. It's a trap.
Exactly.
Like, I see someone go Zen, and in ladder, I'm like, I'm going to go Brig. And people are like, why? I'm like, Zen, we're going to be best friends. Tell me where you're going, and I'll be with you.
It's a field trip, and we don't stop holding hands until we're both back on the bus home safe. You know, it's like you've got to keep that Zenyatta alive, because that's the crutch of Zenyatta, right? He does not do a lot of healing because he's a damage tank. The guy is insane. He has an ability that guarantees 30% additional damage onto a target. He himself has incredible damage. He has no footsteps. He's a silent. He's like like a shadow in the night, sneaks up behind you. I've seen flank Zens all the time. It's truly a viable option. Zenyatta is weird. He's unconventional, but I think he works in taking apart a high-speed, high-caliber team comp like San Diego continues to bring out.
You just gave me flashbacks to Abdallah. That man.
Abdallah's a beast.
He's a beast.
Abdallah's
He's a tank
beast.
player, but in ladder, he's like, oh, I'm on support. You'll be fine. And I'm like, I turn around and I'm getting, volleyed by a Zen after I just realized I had a Discord on my head. And I'm like, bro.
For those that don't know, Abdallah is a mutual friend of Nerdy and I, who is also a collegiate Overwatch player. He is very good at what he does,
Yes.
that's for sure. Jumping into New Queen Street, though, there's a lot on the line. New Queen Street, one of the newer maps in the game, came out back in October with Overwatch 2, one of the 3 push maps. And I believe with this, we've seen 2 of the 3. We've seen Coliseo, we've seen New Queens. We've not seen Esperanza yet, I don't think.
I think there's a mutual hatred of Esperanza.
Yeah.
Speaking of new, in 29 days, we're getting a new support in Overwatch.
That's right. At least it's getting announced. Yeah, it's coming out very soon, 29-ish days, give or take. And yeah, support, kind of back-to-back, right? Very exciting, getting 2 supports. That's gonna. They also indicated this support brings a new mechanic to the game that we haven't seen before, which is super exciting because each character we've gotten so far has introduced a new mechanic in Overwatch 2. The Railgun, the Suzu, the Carnage. I'm probably forgetting somebody. Who cares? We're not going to see them. UNLV Crusaders versus UCSD Gold here in map number 3, our 3rd and possibly final map. This is UNLV Crusaders' final shot to make it to those grand finals.
Let's see. I'm all about the drama, the storytelling element. UNLV, I need you to clutch this one.
I'm waiting for it. I love UNLV. They're good friends of mine. I'd love to see them make this. UCSD never going to make that easy. They're going to come out, fight tooth and nail until the bitter end, and they're looking for that 3-0 because then they can look at Boise and say, we also 3-0'd our way into grand finals. We didn't go into a 3-1. Cordy back on the Doom. I'm loving it. We're getting an Ana from Heydogo. They're making changes. They're trying to fall into comfort. Let's see what they can do with it. Goodbye, Frosted. UNLV back on top of this final fight. They played the Doom on the attack, back on escort. That's the thing about push. You're always on attack. And Doomfist can work very well here, especially as Ania almost goes down, but unfortunately, you got to give up on it and you let your own DPS fall. Paco traded out supportal combat. Both Lucio's getting a DPS elimination. Makes it a 4v4 in this secondary engagement.
This is where your sine wave control, the tempo of your team becomes very important, making sure you're using cooldowns
Great
properly.
move.
And we're having a lot being expelled from 42 Tumor early on without the rest of the team to engage with. He engaged, no support with him, no DPS, was forced back out and used a bunch of abilities. And then that was the go button for UCSD Gold. You need to control the sine wave of your squad when you are that tank.
And this goes way back to control, right? They lost the first fight. They said, whatever, regroup, try again. And look at that. They already have a higher number than UNLV found at that moment. Heydogo got knocked onto the high ground, and as poor Ana, you've got no mobility in this game. She was a target ripe for the picking, and they found it immediately. Hinge taking that elimination was the beginning of the end of fight number 2 for UNLV.
Still sticking on that same comp. Ana now has to be very careful about their positioning. Diveable target with no protection. If you don't have a cast, you don't have a break, someone who can heal quickly for you, can't have your tank do it. And the speed being the name of the game for Overwatch, Meteor Strike just isn't going to get that much value unless there's a bastion underneath you.
With the Lucio, with the slide, with the Tracer, it's so difficult to get hit by that Meteor Strike, and unfortunately, Cordy used it to go in instead of get out, and the rest of the team has no tank to hide behind. One DPS down, the other doesn't seem far, and Lumi joins them for that party in the spawn room. 60 meters online for San Diego, and first spawn advantage already in their favor. The forward spawn moves up. They can return to the fight faster and make it even harder for the Crusaders to turn this around.
42 Tumor, I gotta say, maybe it's time to pull out the horse.
Yeah,
maybe it's time to say the horse is here and then protect your Ana. Your Ana can give you nano, and you can become an absolute battle cattle. And we have Sleep already dropped and whipped by Heydogo. They do use nano, not sure on who. Lumi's gonna use that blade, pick up mine, but then Zinnia goes down. Kernmaster also down. UCSD still up as far as manpower. And let's see how this goes. 42 Tumor sent back to respawn. Now it's a battle of the Tracers.
The Battle of the Tracers ends in favor of Paco, and UNLV find themselves floundering for an opportunity to strike at the difficult spot to be in. There's truly not a better definition of stress of being on the board. This team has fought tooth and nail to get here. They won in a 3-2 Stage 3 Map 5 fashion yesterday just to make it to this opportunity, and here they are, unfortunately, on the wrong side of a 3-0 in just a couple of moments. Triple digits around the corner for San Diego if they can win this next fight. Plenty of ultimates to do it. Pulse Bomb from Hertz, but it's going to be a Suzu. that keeps them up and running. That hurts UNLV's chances of winning this combat. Overclock comes out. Zania might go down, but what a shot onto Hertz. Frosted falls, Mine falls, and I don't think the Sojourn can do enough to win the fight. Luckily enough, you lose this one, you call it a day. You're up by almost 90 meters right now.
This is where things start to get a little finicky. You've got 6.5 minutes. Now the question is, do you want to just start taking fights and leaving the bot where it's at if you're UCSD, or do you want to actually try to push it closer to spawn? Sometimes you want to get it very, very close, and then you're just like, all right, don't matter no more. Let's just keep fighting them, and they're never going to get the bot pushed further than us. There's multiple strategies to how to approach this when you're going into these null fights. We've got Cordy Tutor again with that Meteor Strike. Death Blossom coming almost online for Lumi. Didn't even notice. And now we've got Hey Dogo also with their ult, and we're using another Meteor Strike on Engage, but Reaper got low. Not low enough to be sent back to spawn.
Yeah, we're full HP that time, a little more comfortable with our chances. The Boop and the Suzu does very little damage here from Lumi's Death Blossom. 2 ultimates used by UNLV, and neither of them finding an elimination. That's a lot down the drain. San Diego popping the beat. Honestly, not sure why, but hey, it's going to help you win the fight, and that's what matters. Mine finds the headshot onto Hertz. UNLV going to have to give this fight away with 2 ultimates down the drain.
Hey Dogo made a critical mistake when Lumi went in for that Death Blossom. They used Suzu. Suzu has a minor boot back, and that's exactly what pushed everyone out of range of Reaper's Death Blossom. And now Zinnia drops theirs, picks up a 3-piece combo. Is looking for a 4th. They've got the breast, they got the leg, they got the wing, and they're like, give me the rest of the chicken too.
Hey, Zania, they said let him cook, and like you said, he brought home the whole dinner for the team. Finding a 3 out of 5 piece is a very strong performance. And folks, I just really quickly want to say, I don't know if you guys can hear the audience, but the tension in the room right now is palpable. Everybody is waiting for this. Everybody is on the edge of their seat looking to see if UNLV can answer back in this moment. And they've got 5 minutes or 20 meters to do so. And as Cordy falls with Lumi, not far behind at all. This may be the end of New Queen Street and the end of the UNLV run here this weekend. That is a complete total team kill.
All right, see any swaps coming out from the side of UNLV? They have not. I mean, yes, Doomfist is one of the fastest takes you can use to roll out in the fall, but so step from your Kitty coach. Just try not to get too low as we have Kernmaster use B on Engage. 42 almost has their ult. Hertz is swapped over to the Sombra, trying to find some value, taking down cooldowns from the side of UCSD. But now we are going to have the Primal Rage popped, and the name of the game is get them away from the bot.
Yep, you get the Kiriko away. You get 2 eliminations already. Lumi gets taken down fast, and Frosted just cleaning house, deadlifting the team to greatness here with the help of some phenomenal supports in the back line. You got a huge spawn advantage for the Crusaders, but this truly does feel like a delay of the inevitable. And as Cordy falls below half HP, the Suzu has to come out to keep that Doomfist up and running. Frosted deep into the back line. 1v1ing a Reaper is not something we see often on the Winston, and that's exactly why you lost your HP, you ran out of time, and you hand the fight over. You can find that tank trade, you can keep the dream alive for your team, but UNLV not going down yet.
They're huddled up around the spot, not trying to gain space, and that is where I'm starting to get concerned. They need to push forward, leave one person on bot.
Hey!
They do find Lumi from UNLV. I think Lumi might have been alone, unfortunately. And now Zinnia has another Death Blossom. Are we going to get a 3-piece? Are we going to have 4-piece? Are we going to get the whole entire chicken?
It's a bait! It's a bait! Oh my goodness! Oh, if there was a beat to be used, it absolutely would have. Zinnia fakes it out. We see Frosted now, the Junker Queen, looking to put out as much damage as possible. A very intelligent play. Death Blossom from the heavens, and Lumi gets the beat out. Zinnia also null and void this time. Nothing on the clock. Maybe Cordy goes down, but it looks like they are going to be still standing. A huge seismic slam gets a lot of damage, but no eliminations. Frosted finds one with that Carnage onto Kern. That axe deals damage over time and can out-damage a Lucio heal. A Dogo down, and UCSD looking GOOD to win this matchup here and win in a 3-0 fashion for Grand Finals. Hertz drops a 5-man EMP. Quirty finds it, catches Zinnia in the emote, and Kernmaster has fallen all over again. Quirty has to time this carefully because they can't leave the bot.
Yeah!
There goes Frosted, and Quirty with the first Meteor Strike elimination we have seen so far today. Paco puts down Hertz, and while UCSD continues to fight, I think this map is GONE. Paco takes out Quirty Tumor, and that has to be the beginning of the end for the Crusaders. Paco with another one, a phenomenal lead from the phenomenal Tracer, carrying this team to greatness. The Hey Dogo 2-piece just can't be enough, and they are stalling. They do not want to take their last breath yet.
Hertz is at 33% on that EMP again. Zinnia goes down. UNLV is finding the staggers fast enough that they're able to get a foothold here. It is just going to be this Lucio, and 42 is walking away with the bot on that Doomfist. This isn't a point of respect to your enemy team. don't call GG's until the map is over. Emoting on bot before it's locked got you killed.
Yeah, it really did. That one really did cost you. And this is going to be the final matchup with only 2 minutes remaining, depending on the length of this fight. The next one may only be in overtime. A great bait of the Carnage, but like you said, Rampage still online. It's going to be up to Heydogo to cancel out that ultimate. They cannot Suzu beforehand, or it will cost them a member of their team unless they go down first. Tank for DPS, not the trade you want to make, but the one you're stuck behind. Heydogo taken out by their counter. Kiriko in mine gets that headshot, says this bot is mine, this map is mine, and we are looking to find some opportunities to strike. Headshot onto Hertz, and this is UC San Diego winning another fight.
And we are going to have B Kitsune rush pulse bomb again. That Tracer pulse. I mean, Paco clear, very, very scary two Tracers we've seen thus far, and I'm glad I'll never see you in ladder. With that being said, we're going to be EMP, Meteor Strike, possibly. Hertz found the translocator, never put it by a hacked health pack. Pro tip. Now we've got EMP Meteor Strike. That could be huge, but we're going to have the Kitsune Rush used. Zenya's coming up on their own EMP as well. Question is who's going to pop ults first here? It's going to be Hertz to get out alive, and they will find Kern Master in the process, so they're down one. They need to pop another ultimate here for UNLV, and they do, but Paco in mind find one apiece.
Yeah, there was a bit of a confusing fight there as we saw the opportunity to EMP. Nobody was there for the damage follow-up. The Crusaders had to backpedal near immediately. Lumi has fallen. Hertz has no translocator, and with only 20 seconds remaining, this fight will most likely be the final. Zinnia drops the EMP, catches the two remaining members of UNLV with the beat coming out. Kitsune online. They have thrown everything at the wall in this final fight, and they're praying anything sticks, or their run here at CECC West will come to a close. Cordy is gone. Kern has fallen 5v3 in favor of UCSD. Heydogo gets the elimination onto Paco. Heydogo gives their life for it, and now this should be the beginning of the end. The 10-player kill streak, the Rampage into clear cards, and as Tracer disappears, Cordy returns to the fight. It's just a delay of the inevitable. Lucio back into the fight as well. UNLV has fought back every single time they've gotten to this point, but it's going to be really hard in overtime with no ultimates and a huge stagger onto the lot of you. Kern trying to stall like they want their very next breath. They get there just long enough for Hertz to touch, but that has to be the final touch. Penultimate, perhaps. There goes Lumi, and that is the final touch. UC San Diego able to find their spot in grand finals here at CECC West Regional Qualifier against what we currently know to be Boise State, but that map has not come to a close yet.
And Frosted on the JQ.
Boise 3-0 Utah, there's the confirmation. Boise State versus UC San Diego Gold going into grand finals, which will happen later today. And I've got to say, Frosted on the Junker Queen, I'm stoked we got to see her. A phenomenal job and an Ajax at that, something I did not catch in the moment.
I'm a huge fan of Junker Queen. She's got 6 reasons as to why I adore her, and they're all right on that 6-pack. With that being said, that is the end of our Overwatch run for now, and we'll come back with the grand finals for later. But do you have any parting words?
Yeah, I just want to say I think that map was a really good example of why I don't like push. And I just full disclosure, because it was 10 minutes on the clock. UNLV makes that way closer than the numbers are ever going to indicate. You give the winning team an advantage if they cap first point, and the other team then has to win one fight to stop forward spawn, another fight to get numbers, another fight to take the lead, and another fight to win. They have to win 4 or 5 fights in a row to win. There's no other map type in this game that calls for that, and it's fundamentally a huge issue, I think, and part of the reason I'm glad to hear the devs are already looking at reanalyzing push and changing some things, because I think that game mode is fundamentally flawed and not an easy one to work with in a competitive setting.
Look at push in Splatoon and the way that push mode works, and it's a much more balanced form because you have to maintain control of that first checkpoint for a certain number of, certain amount of time, which could require a certain number of fights, so to speak, before it'll continue forward, before you could unlock the next spawn. I think that'd be a much more fair and balanced way. Either way, currently, I hate push, and I also hate 2CP. I replayed 2CP a little while ago, and I was like, yeah, no, this deserves to stay gone.
Yeah, and I do quickly want to say, while UNLV is here, because you did ask any parting words for the players, I do want to say, UNLV, I'm proud of you. I love you guys. I've seen the growth you've made. I know you've had a very difficult year. You're developing the program. It's not been an easy one, but you did a great job this weekend. I'm very proud, and I'm proud to call you my friends because you made it to semifinals, and you kicked butt. You did a great job. Unfortunately, though, only one shall prevail, and we've gone from what, 8, 12, down to 4, now down to 2. It's going to be UC San Diego and Boise State. I'm excited. I think this is going to be a fun one.
Super duper stoked to see what's brought to the table, but for now, That's it for us.
Yeah, true. As soon as the interview is ready, I think we're getting the interview ready in just a moment, so you guys get to stare at our pretty faces for just a little bit longer. And actually, we have not stated this on broadcast at all this entire weekend. This is the trophy.
Oh, yeah.
This is not a prop.
This
This is
is
the real CECC West Regional Qualifier Overwatch trophy. It's got the Overwatch emblem on it, and as the day rotates, as each game pops up, I've been the one swapping the trophies. You'll see them. We've got one for Valorant. We've got one for Rocket League. We don't have one here for Smash because they've been playing online. That's a little bit of a different thing. But we've got one for these teams to walk away with. They are going for this, so this belongs to UC San Diego or Boise State. This will, Nerdy, correct me, you'll know the facts on this. This will be the first Boise CECC trophy, right?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
I'm pretty sure I saw the trophy. They've got one heck of a trophy rack out there. If y'all, maybe I'll post a picture later. It's pretty insane, but they're looking to add one of these bad boys too. We're gonna have to find out if they can in just a bit. But Overwatch comes up after Rocket League, which is after this interview with Paulie. Paulie, what do you got for us?
At the CECC West Regional, I'm here with Paco from University of California, San Diego. They just 3-0'd right now. Paco, how does it feel?
Feels pretty good. I'm very glad we got a 3-0.
Excellent. You were playing Tracer. You were all over the place. You were conquering the battlefield. You have Boise awaiting in the grand finals. What are the thoughts going into that match?
Don't throw and play the game properly and just win. I mean, it's not gonna be a very hard Tracer matchup for me, so I think it'll be a pretty free win.
Okay, what's the Paco prediction going in? Biased or not, what's the Paco prediction for the grand finals?
Boise's a good team. I'll acknowledge that. So I think it'll be pretty close, either 3-2 or 3-1, depending on our momentum.
Paco, one last question. You traveled here with 22 members from your school. That's pretty remarkable. What's it like being here at the CECC West Regional?
It's pretty great. It's a little unfair for their teams because they don't have a massive hype squad following them around all the time, screaming during. Yeah, you don't have a squad screaming for every small play you make, so it's I think it definitely helps with our mental. So I think it's pretty fun.
Excellent. Well, coming up next, we have some more CECC West Regional. Back to the casters for some more collegiate esports action.
You know, it's so funny. I'm stoked that Paco got to be the interviewee because if somebody can go back and clip me at the beginning of this series, I talked to Paco, calm, cool, collected, cold-blooded killer. And that interview just absolutely puts the exclamation point on that statement. One of my favorites to watch. And I think Paco versus Clear is going to be one heck of a matchup.
Oh, 100%. These two Tracers, there is a level of tracking and stability with that movement on the crosshair where you just see it go horizontally left and right. There is no slight jitter up and down. It is 100% practice, precise aiming that is horrifying. We're talking multiplayer pulse bombs.
Yep.
End of the day, I don't like Tracers who play like that because they make me scared.
Because I can't do it.
Exactly. I go Moira and I run in the opposite direction when I see a Tracer double blink onto me. I'm like, I know you have one more, but I'm going to go the opposite direction. You have my attention for now, and that is it.
Yeah.
And then with that being said, we are done for now. But do you have any parting words to everyone, not just the players?
I do have parting words to everyone. I've got exciting news. We mentioned this yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and mention it again today. The Paideia Cup is coming up next week. CECC Qualifier. 8 all-women teams will be competing in Valorant for a spot at the CECC Finals in Arlington, Texas. It is a full-blown qualifier like everything else we do here at the CECC. That, rumor has it, is being commentated by Nerdy, as long as some other folks. So it's going to be a super awesome event. I beg all of you to check it out. It's going to be phenomenal. For more information about Paideia, go to their website at paideiagaming.com, and I'm sure we've got somebody dropping that in chat for all of you right now. Folks, thank you so much for joining us. For now, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a bit break. Rocket League will be back in just a bit, and after that, we'll be back again. So we will see you soon.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
All right, welcome everybody. Here's CECC West Regional action coming in Boise, and we got another player here from the UCSD team that was actually the #1 seed overall. Joining us here is Mine, and Mine, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit?
Hello, my name is Mine, also known as Daniel Lee in real life. I play Overwatch for UC San Diego, and I'm actually on our gold team, which would technically be the varsity team, because we do have 2 teams qualified.
Yep, Navy and Gold. And for you guys, the #1 team Gold, and how you got here was a great record overall, 15-3 in terms of maps through the online qualifier. Start off in the group stage in day #1, 3-0 against CSU East Bay. You move on to 3-1 matchup against UH Esports. That advances you guys on to day #2. Top 8 bracket, 3-1 against UCLA in the quarterfinals, 3-0 against UNLV in the semis. And of course, in that #1 seed game, against Boise State, the home team, you would take down that home team 3-1 and put Boise in the #2 spot, but Boise comes in as #2, you guys in #1. And in fact, basically where you guys were last year, defending CECC West champions coming into this LAN. And you guys, for you guys going back to back, never an easy thing to do, never an easy task to get up to for you guys. And for this back to back to happen, has there been any talk of potentially back to back appearances and back-to-back chances for a championship here in conversations anytime?
Honestly, we never really thought about it at all. All of us, we just, because being a student is hectic, we just take what's thrown at us and take it in stride, honestly speaking.
Yeah, and taking in stride indeed for you guys. And I mean, for 15, and let's go back to that map number again, 15-3 overall, only dropping 3 maps to UCLA, to Boise State, and to UHE, all in the span of 2 days. And mind you, they played 5. They won 15-3, undefeated in terms of record overall. But for those, did any of those 3 teams that took a map from you, whether it be Boise State, UCLA, or UHE, does any of those 3 teams kind of pique your interest heading into this lineup in Boise?
Okay, so in terms of teams that we're worried about, Boise, obviously, they are arguably the strongest team other than us there. But we also have really bad luck against UCLA for some reason. There's we've we've messed up twice in our like little regional University of California tournament that happened a few months ago. We've lost to them twice there, and that's hopefully lightning doesn't strike again. But all we can hope for is just we practice and just leave it up to the cards.
Yeah, let's go back in history a little bit as well. You were talking about runs in California as well. Go back to January where you guys played in the UCEI Invitational. You guys got 3rd place there. But from that point on, I mean, you guys got 3rd place in that Invitational, but you guys made such an impressive run to this 1st place spot in the qualifiers and making it up to the land up in Boise. From that point, making that 3rd place appearance, did something kind of gather in you guys to kind of make this impressive run in the CECC right now?
I don't think it's anything too different. It's just probably some of us didn't have line experience, so I'm just gonna chalk it up to that.
I see. Well, it very well could be that. So we'll see how you guys do coming up in Boise. But now we get to the game itself. I mean, you guys had played season 2, and you guys were going into this only a couple of days before season 2 ended. That was when the qualifiers, and now we're into season 3. Season 3 changes up a lot of things. Lots of patch notes to go through. Lots of patch notes to read. But for you guys, has there been any kind of composition or strategy change going from that season 2 to season 3?
I mean, without giving away too many cards here, I'd say we're mostly just running meta. We're still a little bit more experimental on like the niche parts of playing our comp, but nothing. I don't think you should expect anything too special. We're not going to be doing something like Bastion Horse and Brig, all that kind of stuff all of a sudden.
Well, we'll see what they pull out there. The cards are not laid out on the table just yet. Still got a couple of days left to go as we get this all together now. But let's go now to, again, coming up to the land. Number 1 seed, you guys have basically the target on your backs, undefeated throughout the entire thing. Targets basically on every single one of you guys. But is there anything you guys are nervous of coming into this weekend?
I don't think we're really nervous of anything. We're just, like I said, we're just doing our thing. And if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. And yeah, honestly, just play our game. That's what we know, and that's all we can leave it up to.
Yeah, and let's see what that comes out to as a result of. But for you guys, I mean, again, the great streak for you guys, and this would be greatly wrapped up in a bow if you guys were to win this entire weekend as well. So for you guys as a team, for you and your team, really, if you guys were to win this entire tournament and make it that spot into the CECC Finals coming up in Arlington, what would that mean for you and your team?
Personally, that just means more traveling because I I don't really get that much of an opportunity to travel much often. So that's a really big boon for me. And the other thing is we would actually be able to prove ourselves on a national stage again, like we did earlier in ABC. We ended up top 5 in that, I believe. So show up nationally and show Okra that stop underrating us.
Okra beware. Okra beware. So we're joined here by Mine from UCSD Gold Team, the number 1 seed overall coming into this weekend. And let's go ahead and wrap things up. And before we wrap things up here, any special shout outs you want to give to the rest of your team or any of the company?
On the Okra side again, keep an eye on our Navy team as well. They're solid. They should be, in my opinion, just outside top 20 and possibly peeking in.
All right. Well, the Okra beware yet again. Okra beware of the UCSD Navy team and, of course, the Gold team as well. This is Mine joining us. And again, thank you for joining us and good luck to your team here in the CECC West Regional.
Thank you.
Rankings beware. This team is out to get that number 1 seed, out to get the number 1 spot, and out to get that 1 spot to CECC Arlington. Mine joining us from UCSD.
but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Good afternoon, good evening, or whatever it might be for you right now as we get back to the CECC West Regional Qualifier once again. My name is Oliver Bass, joined alongside by Pyro J, and we are here with Rocket League, and it's more Rocket League than we anticipated, Pyro, as all of a sudden, we're looking at both the semifinals as well as the finals here today, and we're starting off with the semifinal that I feel like most people weren't really expecting. Weber taking a very solid run to get through to playoffs, as well as also GCU topping their group over UCLA. And now, as a reward, they find themselves at least the semifinals and a chance at that prize money in the grand finals.
All it takes is this one win. And yeah, we weren't planning on getting the semifinals matchup, but we are now on broadcast. Thank goodness we are, because GCU, Weber State, both topping their groups. That got them now in this position to the semifinals. It helped them, but can they help themselves along to that finish line, to the finals, to take on the winner between Boise and Oregon, two of the teams that we've been expecting to make the finals themselves?
Yeah, see, that's the crazy thing, is that both these semifinals matchups are a little bit weird for reasons we didn't expect. We didn't expect Oregon and Boise to be on the same side of the bracket, and we did not expect Weber or GCU to find an easy run to the playoffs. Weber, maybe a little bit more so. They found a quarterfinal matchup that was definitely within their favor, but for GCU, it was them versus UCLA, the final matchup of the day that we saw yesterday. And I think both of us were pretty surprised to not only see that GCU took the win, but did so in a 3-0 sweep. Ooh. Confidence flowing for this team, and honestly, why wouldn't it be? They have looked like absolute animals this entire weekend.
Yeah, you got to give them a shout out, and look at that road as well that GCU took. They not only got that win over Oregon in groups, you see that win over them against UCLA. A massive W for that team. But you can see the W's across the board, sweeps across the board as well. Oregon, Boise State, Weber State, all securing their position effectively. You can see how dominant these teams are just by the bracket pass, which sets us up for some very hard-nosed semifinals matches.
Yeah, these semifinals are about to be bangers beyond compare. And again, a lot on the line here. $2,000 for the prize pool, which is just the top two teams, $1,500 going to first place, and then $500 going to second place. And on top of that, a bid to CECC National Championship in Arlington, Texas at the beginning of May. That's a huge, huge accomplishment for a lot of these teams, especially many of which, this is their first LAN. And if you want to try and one-up your first LAN, how about you go to your second LAN, which is a national championship with 16 teams. It is a full-on championship with more teams than you can count. But we do have to talk about something we hadn't really spoken about yesterday. There already is a team here that has actually qualified for that national championship. It is Boise. Boise have actually been able to find a bid outside of this West qualifier. So as much as they would also like to go back to CECC and do so by getting a win here, they don't really have to. This is more bragging rights than anything. And honestly, brag away. You guys deserve it. You've looked incredible all weekend long.
And listen, this team, not only with the prize pool there to work for, but also this glorious trophy to put in the trophy case. Listen, we're in the Boise State Esports Arena right now. They've got plenty of trophies, Bass, but not one that the team has earned from Esports U tournament. So I think this is one they want to add to their case for sure. That said, you're right. They do already have that position in the CECC, so it leaves either Oregon, GCU, or Weber State. Those are the teams working for that position to meet all the other teams in Arlington, Texas in early May. A lot to work for these two teams, and it all begins here at the semis.
And these semifinals are going to be interesting because on top of it being, again, teams that we weren't necessarily expecting on each side of the bracket, it's also a little bit of their own destiny here. Boise needs to lose to Oregon just for anybody to really be able to make a spot out of this side of the bracket. And on top of that, well, one of these two teams still need to make it to that grand final. So let's talk about the teams that we have at hand here. Take a look at the rosters, the two sides, because my goodness, it's two very stacked sides here. And again, two very different stories. Weber State, been a team that has done well in collegiate events in the past, but haven't necessarily been able to get to the upper echelon, versus a GCU who have even been able to find themselves into CRL. They were in the West Coast of the last season, were unable to get there again in this semester, but they were very close and have still continued to dazzle people every time that they play.
Yeah, GCU, I mean, they have that experience from CRL, and you can't really ask for more when you come up against these really tough teams at this land here. So finally, let's take a look at those rosters. We're going to start with Grand Canyon University. We got Latumos, Blind Bandit, and Nando. Of course, we may see Wilds in place of Blind Bandit like we saw yesterday, but this team, a lot to talk about.
And honestly, as much as we were talking, I would say a lot about Latumos yesterday, I would want to try and kind of focus on the other two players here. Wild and Nando really put out standout performances yesterday, and while Latumos did not look bad by any stretch of the imagination, it was interesting to see how what were the not so larger names actually stood to the test and really proved themselves here. So I'm excited to see what we can see out of this matchup. Again, it is a best of 5, meaning that if you do slip up even a little bit, there's going to be a lot of punishment for it.
There's so much at stake, but so little wiggle room to make those mistakes, of course. That was GCU, but we've got to talk about Weber State as well, because there's plenty of players to speak on from their behalf, namely Zest. Oh my goodness.
Gosh, yeah.
Player of the day potentially yesterday. Just pop off potential. Not only the solo plays, but setting up their team. Rivers, often the dynamic duo between them and Zest. We have listed their Juice/Juicy, but yesterday it was Nova playing in that position who also filled out this roster in a good way.
And I do think that Zest is the main player to talk about, not only because of the fact that, again, they did pop off, but because they popped off at the craziest of times. They were down 2-0 against UCLA. All of a sudden, Game 3, they win in overtime, and from there on out, it was the Zest show. Every single goal was including him. Every single offensive play was him being an absolute nuisance and running amok in that final third. And on top of that, defense, defense, defense. Save after save after save after save after save. Over and over again, that impenetrable line that was the backfield for all of Weber State here. So, again, as much as we're looking at this one and going, you know, who's going to win this? I do think that any other team goes up against GCU, we're betting on GCU every day of the week. Weber State, man, I don't know what it is. Y'all also got that Land Bowl vibe. Something about you guys makes me think that this is going to be a pretty close competition.
Yeah, watching them get those saves one after the other against UCLA was monumental when you want to speak to Weber State's resiliency. So what Bass is saying is, yeah, GCU, with the momentum they have today and throughout this event, getting wins over Oregon, getting wins over UCLA, you picked this team to go to the finals, but there's Weber State standing in their way, and they may be as mountainous as the Grand Canyon is against their team.
You do realize the Grand Canyon is like a valley, right?
Okay,
so it goes
listen,
like, you know,
listen.
negative.
Just work with me here.
Yeah, okay,
Just
all right,
work
fair
with
play,
me.
fair play, fair play. I mean, honestly, also, we got to take some pride. We're both from Vegas. Like, that's, you know, it's local to us. We got to make sure that we are prideful for them. And I got to imagine it seems pretty prideful right now, especially considering, like we've been talking about, if either one of these teams even want a shot at CECC, they need to win here. It's guaranteed. Again, there's no guarantee that they're even going to be able to get a shot. If Boise wins in the other bracket, guaranteed they make finals. That's them going to CECC Nationals because Boise, again, already has a bid. But they still need to get there first. So if they want to get there, the first road is getting through the semifinals.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The stakes would be so much more interesting if we knew the result of the Boise-Oregon game.
We'll
but
find out later.
We don't know that yet. So today we get to figure out instead Weber State versus GCU. Who is going to get that potential bid for the national tournament in Arlington, Texas? Something these teams have desperately worked for. I got to say, we talked about the resiliency of Weber State, but GCU, we have to talk about the momentum that this team has. We didn't expect them to beat Oregon. We just didn't. It's that factual. I mean, we had 3 teams in that Group C, and we expected Oregon to go top of the list, but GCU topping them, taking out UCLA in commanding fashion. They have so much. I know it's a new day. It is a new day. So how much does momentum really work in this situation? But boy, they've had an extraordinary appearance here.
And I did have a little bit of a conversation with some of the staff at Oregon yesterday. I don't believe it was, I think it might have been their manager or their coach, not exactly sure. But I had to just quick pull aside while they were actually playing up against Oregon State in their quarterfinal matchup to make it to the semifinals. And when talking to them about what happened, it was more or less a, hey, we kind of underestimated them. We were very confident that we were going to come out of the group the first seed. We knew that GCU were a threat and that they had made it into CRL before. But again, their record in CRL was 3-12. It was not a threatening one. They didn't necessarily look like a team that was going to be able to do too much, but it also was a different roster. I don't believe they had Wilds when they were playing in CRL. So new roster, new day, you know, new expectations, which they didn't necessarily give them the due respect. All of a sudden, they find themselves in a tough series, and in a tough series, especially in a best-of-5, you drop a game, you're probably dropping the series, and that's exactly what happened. So for Oregon now, they've unfortunately found themselves with one of the toughest brackets that they have to fight through here, considering that they have what is probably the favorites to take this whole thing, now meeting them in the semifinals. So Oregon, I hope that you guys are listening to this one. I hope you're watching this one very closely so that you understand what you're going to come up against if you do get to the finals. But there are no guarantees. And, again, it's no guarantees on either side. As much as one of these two teams want to make it to the finals, somebody's going home here and now.
Yeah, it's a weird bracket, but somehow it's formulated the best bracket.
Right.
So we have no idea what the finals is going to be truly, so that's what makes these matches so spectacular. It's interesting that you did talk to the Oregon team, because when you talk about GCU's history in CRL, when they went that 3-12, got 15th out of the 16 teams, they did suffer losses to Boise.
Yep.
They did suffer a loss to Oregon. So it's fair for Oregon to expect a win over GCU in that situation. But this is a new GCU. That's as much that we know about this team. They even have sported wins over SDSU in some qualifiers. So this team, they have the history to be able to prove what they want to prove today. It's just about championship day now at the CECC West Regional Qualifiers. Can they perform on the day that they need to most?
And the crazy thing is that, again, this is a completely different environment. We've been talking about this all weekend long, but I think it really is a big thing to speak about today in particular, is that it's land. There's different nerves. There's a different environment. It's a different feeling all around, and that feeling is going to culminate in some weird plays here or there. And, well, as you guys look back upon all the groups that we have, we can explain really who's going home on every single one of these ones. So, Weber State University, their JV team, was the first one out of Group A. In Group B, it was Arizona. In Group C, it was none other than George Fox University. Again, bottom two is going to be Oregon and GCU, both making it out of that group. On the top two, you can obviously see that it's going to be the top three, you know, everybody on the left side here. We have said goodbye to a majority of these teams so far. The surprising one by far out of all of this, again, UCLA. Number one seed in Group B, looked like the number one seed the first time we played them, but a heartbreaker against Weber State ends up really sinking their ship as they go into the playoffs having to face a GCU, who's the number one seed coming out of Group C, and it just never felt like momentum was for them.
And that UCLA team was to look at for so many different reasons. Nearly a CRL team in the last few seasons of that. And they had a dominant win over University of Arizona as their first appearance of the day yesterday. We got to see UCLA so much in what potential they brought, unfortunately suffering those heartbreaking losses, which put them in a ditch and put them out of the tournament. But with those teams exiting, Bass, we get some very exciting teams that do have their position in today's matchups. Weber State, who got that win over UCLA, earned their spot. GCU, who had to play UCLA in their first match of the bracket, got their spot. They earned it. They both got wins over UCLA, but they haven't proven that each other can beat them in this competition.
Yeah, there's no proof yet. We're starting to get to the proof with, you know, the semifinals coming around, and it seems like it's definitely a tighter competition than it was in the past. But again, there's no guarantees for any of these teams. There's no even guarantees for prize pool. I think that's something that we have to keep hinting upon, is that it is only the top two teams that are walking away with any prize money as it stands right now. So as much as getting to fourth is really cool, and you can say, hey, in my first LAN ever, I was able to find myself, you know, a top four finish. That's pretty much all you get to say. You don't take any money home. You don't be able to take none of these trophies. We've got one singular trophy here. It's big, it's large, and it's probably going in that Boise cabinet if Oregon, GCU, or Weber are not careful. So, again, you want to try and take number one. You want to try and get that energy, as you guys can hear behind us here, as other teams are continuing to play. Because, again, this is also not the only esport we have on the day here, Pyro. We've got a couple others going on. After this, we're going to go right on back to Overwatch, and then we're closing out the day with none other than Valorant. So, I'm excited. It's a lot to go on here at the West Regional Qualifier.
It's been awesome to have all these different teams. I mean, listen, I spoke to some of the Valorant players in some interviews before they actually came here, and they talked so much about how they were excited to meet the other teams, to actually get those interactions going. I mean, of course, you play across with them in online play, but you never get to speak to them in person. You never get to see their faces side by side. So they've gotten that experience. They get to perform next to the stage in other rooms. You've got the Boise State Esports Arena here. So many different places to compete, have fun, meet some familiar faces, and get them to work. So it's good to see. We've got Overwatch, we got Valorant, we got Rocket League soon, folks, very soon. But before that, while we get these teams set up, folks, we are going to take to a very brief break. Very soon, we'll have Weber State and GCU.
at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's
Wait, he
gonna
jumped
be
into it.
This corner judge is good for 1, 2, yeah. He needs more. They're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in. Toy Blank is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
CECC West Regional Qualifiers. My name once again is Oliver Bass, joined alongside by none other than Pyro J. And Pyro, now we can finally start the action. It is Weber State versus GCU here for our first semifinals matchup of the day. And honestly, I'm excited to get this one kicked off. We've been buzzing with anticipation for a couple of minutes now, but now that we've got our technical issues resolved, we can get into the action and find out who is the first team that we're sending to the grand finals.
And who's the first team that's going to get a part of that prize pool? $2,000 at stake here. $1,500 to first place and $500 to second. Again, we talked about this. You make top 4, great. You get to play on Championship Sunday, but it doesn't afford you anything other than that, okay? These players, they want that championship bid. This is the chance to get it.
Indeed it is, and not only is it the chance to get it, it's a chance to potentially find themselves up against one of the 2 top seeds here. Again, Boise and Oregon, same side of the bracket. You have to imagine that both of them are a bit frustrated by that fact. Honestly, I don't actually know if they are. If I'm being real here, from our talks with Durtho earlier in the day, he sounds like he's ready for that challenge. He's ready for it. And we're ready to get game number 1 in this best of 5 underway. Again, winner of this one guarantees themselves at least $500 of prize pool and a chance to see CECC Nationals in Arlington.
I'm just so glad we're on the field. I'm so glad we're playing Rocket League. I've been waiting in anticipation for this moment right here. The top 4 of the West Regional Qualifiers for CECC is on. Nova is not on the ball, though. That was a shot that could have went in.
It could have been, but maybe this will instead. Latumos off the backboard. Nando, the first shot and the first goal of the semifinals.
Okay, we wanted to see more from Latumos, and this is really where he does exceed in the gameplay. A solo effort down the stretch of the field. Beautiful air dribble. Wonderful setup for Nando.
And this is kind of the roster that we were hoping to see on the day as well. Wilds is indeed going to be playing here, Pyro. We have found ourselves with a fantastic roster for GCU and a fantastic start as well. It could make it 2-0. Zest awkward on the line, and same with Rivers, but the shot will go wide. And Nova to recollect this one out at midfield. This is big here for GCU. Good offense to start off the game means they got good momentum. It could be a huge thing for them from here on out.
It's interesting to see Weber State kind of struggling there on the goal line. My biggest criticism for GCU yesterday was their shot placement. A lot of the times, not getting between the posts. We're seeing that again if they're able to take advantage of that uncomfortable nature on the defensive side of Weber State. Maybe they can get those shots to go through. Normally, we do see Weber State very strong defensively as Zest is on those 50-50s. Past another defender going for the bump. Can't get it onto Wilds. There's a stretch that can work for him. Flip on target, but Rivers takes away.
Yeah, we're going to see that a lot out of Zest today. You notice as soon as he missed his flick, immediately went headhunting, looking for any bumps that he can find. Bruise is going to be abound, but unfortunately for Weber State, goals will not be. They are going 90 seconds without a single goal so far here, and it's looking like GCU might be prepping for their second one. Latumos out of midfield. Pass out to Nando. Nando back to Latumos. Shot not on target, but Wilds with a rebound will get denied by Zest. That's something we're going to be saying a lot here today. Zest been a defensive masterclass. But what do you do when Wilds is there for the shot? Off the ceiling and into the net.
We were starting to see the Weber State defense that we know and love, getting those follow-up saves and taking away the chances from GCU. But it was a barrage of shots. It was crashing into the boards, rebound after rebound. Weber State, they couldn't survive.
And this is what we're going to be expecting out of Latumos today here. We saw yesterday, not necessarily an offensive monster, not a player that's going to always get those scoring drives, but they will set up their teammates. 2 assists so far here, being able to facilitate a lot of the offense that GCU have come out with. Maybe they can get a goal of their own. Shot on target, and it's going to make me eat my words, Pyro. He can score as well.
2 assists, 1 goal, 100% goal participation. Look at that last touch. Right over Rivers, diving for the save. Weber State, if they want to get back in this game, they got to get started now. 3 minutes on the clock to get this team rolling.
And this is pretty impressive because it feels like yesterday GCU took a little while to get their footing. They were a pretty solid team, but it didn't necessarily seem like they came out the gates with overwhelming aggression. I don't know if I can say overwhelming aggression, but they're definitely overwhelming overall. Weber State with very few options so far here. A single shot from Zest, been the only offense to show for. Maybe they can change this up here, though. Zest, pinch off the ceiling. He might even be able to find his own touch. To the corner, Wilds, not a great one, but pinch downfield, catches everybody from Weber State off guard. And Nando finds their second goal.
Gotta have your head on a swivel here in Rocket League, because at any moment, that ball can find its way in your own net. A wild 50-50, more like a pinch, like you said, Bass, does find their net. Of course, Weber State, a slow start in this series. We will recollect their match against UCLA. It was a reverse sweep to win against them, so they may be kind of latecomers in the series, but they want to get started maybe a little earlier than this.
Yeah, I would say that maybe not going down 4-0 is going to be their benefit here. Because again, as much as it was a reverse sweep against UCLA, they started to find momentum towards the latter half of the first game and definitely found some momentum in the next 2, even though they only won the 3rd game to start that entire thing off. But again, Weber State, it's a different day, it's a different dawn. You cannot afford to give GCU extra momentum and let them find a bid into the finals without really any resistance as a team that has proven they are a threat. Speaking of threats, Zest finally threatening the net there, but another save out of Nando will give Latumos a chance the other way. Not quite able to find the shot, but GCU in full control of this first game.
I like the effort from Latumos. Went for a flip reset before giving way from the ball, trying to offer different opportunities, make the defenders double think about their approach. Latumos always going for those nice air dribble solo plays. Wilds, whoa, flick right to Latumos. They're connected.
All right, Latumos heard us say yesterday he had a lackluster performance and went, just hold on a second here. Wilds, though, giving credit where it's due, perfect pass through his center to set up his teammate. And honestly, how many times are we going to say that throughout this game? Over and over again. Passing plays and team plays been what has given GCU this 5-0 start.
And give credit to the communications, right? We can't listen to the comms, but a play like that shows you how clear, crystal clear they are right now between GCU. That's just going to make them more synergized. That's just going to make them better as they're coming down the field right here. Wilds does get a demolition onto Rivers. Oh, but it is going to go the other way. Hold on, Latumos back, taking the ball to the sky, of course. Oh, no, Zest. Hey, Rivers. There's Wilds that takes the ball away. Another chance will go missing for Weber.
Oh, and it feels like it's just a bit of miscommunication right now. 2 players dive for it. Both of them kind of called off the ball. You can see them hesitate to fully commit. And unfortunately, sometimes the double commit actually is better than nobody committing there. So Not a great start here for Weber State. They're definitely starting to get some more chances at the offense here as time goes on, but unfortunately for them, they've only been able to register, I think 2 shots total if we're looking at the right side of the screen correctly here. But maybe their 3rd shot is what gets them back in it. The Weber State fans going crazy here because they realize there is still some life left in this team.
And any glimpse of hope is going to be enough for this team who had to do that reverse sweep the other day. They've got something on the board, something to work with, and something to give them confidence moving into the series.
And again, it's a lot different because UCLA, I believe, they were looking at a completely clean sheet, a perfect sweep going into that 3rd game, and then all of a sudden, that's where we start to see Weber State come to life. This time, Weber State able to avoid not scoring a goal through 10 minutes of play. They find themselves their first goal just over 4 minutes into this one, but I don't think it's going to change the outcome here, Pyro. Unfortunately, with less than 20 seconds to go and a 4-goal lead for GCU, they've all but wrapped this one up and might even find another goal to add back to the 5-goal tally. Indeed they can. Lazumos finds the first hat trick of the day.
So, Latumos, are you going to chill out at all, or is this just going to continue all series long? This is ridiculous at this point. Part of the play almost every single time. 6-1 here, 6 seconds remaining. Close to that Brazil scoreline. We'll see how these final seconds go. Kickoff in favor of Weber State, but it's straight to Wilds. And that's a double demolition. Actually, only 1 defender alive for Weber State right now. To the midfield it goes, and to the ground to finish out game number 1. It's going to go in GCU's favor.
Listen, I'm excited at the fact that we get such an impressive performance out of GCU. The only thing I can say, guys, you needed 1 more goal for the Brazil. What happened? Come on, 1. I needed 1. That's all I'm asking for at this point here. But honestly, GCU, this was pretty much a perfect performance the whole way through. The 1 goal they do give up is to a solid offensive drive out of Weber State, so we can't really be critical of that. Otherwise, they ran the offense, they ran the defense, they ran the midfield. Control overwhelming here for GCU. And Grand Canyon, if you want a good way to start the day, that's pretty much the best way you can.
Can't say more about Grand Canyon, that's for sure, but Weber State, we've got to be thinking a little bit about Bass, maybe. How Weber State were able to come back against UCLA. It was adding in some aggression to their play style, right? That's what was going to start to afford them goals. But they were also able to contain the offense of UCLA. They haven't really done that against GCU.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like they've had much of an answer. Again, we were so complimentary of their defense the first 2 games, and while they didn't really find many offensive drives, the defense is what kept those games looking competitive. There wasn't a lot of defense there. They did see a couple of saves here and there, but it was never any of them that just had us jaw drop like, holy cow, how do they make the save? That was not the story for the first game there, but the good thing is they still have many more games to play. Game 2 out of our best of 5 will be underway, and I will say this much. As much as Weber State have reverse swept before, I don't necessarily think it's a good idea for that to be the game plan yet again.
Ain't no best of 7 territory here. It's best of 5, so every game counts just as much. Game 2 underway here. Nando already working the goal line. And Weber State, this is not the time to concede a goal, not this early.
No, you do not want to let the momentum just continue to trickle away against you. And oh boy, it still might. Nando, though, not the greatest first touch, but the rebound off the backboard, completely unguarded. Latumbo's time and space over 1. Looking to set up his teammate on the other, get a little bit of a bump onto Zest, but it's still enough that he can find a rebound and clear this one out. Only to an open net. Nando shot on target. There's the Zest defense we've been waiting for.
Yeah, and if it's starting to heat up now, just think of what it'll look like as the game goes along. I gotta say, I love still what Latumos is doing on the ball. Yes. Slow playing it, taking it high. Even if it's not garnering a shot for their team, it's exhausting the resources of Weber State because they have to climb to that ball. They have to use all their boost to get it away, and it just leaves them out-resourced from the follow-ups of GCU. That's where they've been the most dangerous. Ooh. That shot just outside the corner.
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. That surely should have been a goal, but it's okay. The rebound will be. Pass down center of Latumos with a banger to start us off.
Sometimes the worst shots create the best opportunities. Wilds gets the rest of the team involved to make sure that first goal goes in for GCU. The momentum really rolling for this team now.
Tumos, man, you really have come to life today. We said yesterday you were the highlight player to watch, and you didn't necessarily give us a lot to watch. It wasn't a bad performance, but it was your 2 teammates that were really doing a lot of heavy lifting. Now you're proving yourself to be more than just a threat, to be a facilitator. A flip reset catches 2 players from Weber jumping, and that'll be enough for a second goal.
The hype is there for GCU, but Weber State, it's time to breathe. It's time to compose yourself because these double commits on the defensive line are not going to keep you in this series. That is one simple follow-up for Grand Canyon that affords them the goal. You gotta make it tougher for them. than that.
Ooh, Nando, a 50-50, though, might find its way into the hands of Nova, who is not going to be able to turn that one around into an offense. He's actually going to be in an awkward defense. Zest has to bail him out, and again, that's something we've seen a lot of times here today, is Zest having to be the hero on defense. This time it's Nova, though, to block a shot out of midfield. He finds his way into the hands of Wild, who is demoed by Rivers, and Zest will meet the 50-50 out at mid as well. That's something we didn't see a lot out of yesterday for Weber State that we haven't seen so far in this series. If they start to get physical, if they start to get some demos, this could be a completely different game number 2.
They did credit themselves 7 demolitions in the last game, so they've been hitting them, just not really clearing the shot lane, which is a transition that they did make mid-series the last time we saw them on the broadcast. So we'll see if that adaptation is made. Unfortunately, you can't really get demos on offense if you don't get possession of the ball. They haven't been able to work with that, nor in this situation will they be able to. Nando finds the net.
Nando, we heard from him yesterday, calm and collected. The player acted as if they didn't even take a win, and it's because he can do plays like this, and it just feels like the standard. Nando finds themselves their 3rd goal so far of the series, and the 3rd goal in game number 2 as we get to almost about halftime, and GCU looking to be rolling just the same as they did in the first.
Okay, here's something now. Zest is going to slow play this as Latumos is as well. Just off the kickoff there, Rivers has something here, though. An air dribble still boost to work with. The second touch just in time. Weber State on the board.
Weber State showing they're still not out of this one yet. Despite the fact that there was an overwhelming first half for GCU, Rivers can get it all done by themselves. This is something we saw yesterday out of Control and Talo on UCLA with those air dribbles that just got that little extra touch to catch the defense off guard. Well, it's catching the defense off guard here for Grand Canyon. Be fair, though, have we really seen Grand Canyon's defense be pushing the test here? They've had a couple of shots they've had to save, but for the most part, very controlled, very calm and collected out of midfield. So maybe now that Weber starts to turn up the heat, we can see them a bit more uncomfortable on their own half.
Yeah, and you know what? We can't rely on just those counterattacks if you're rooting for Weber State here, because yes, it affords them 1 goal, but there's still 2 more to get, and you can't rely on that for the last 2 minutes. They do have a chance here on possession. Zest just couldn't get to that ball. Latumos, he's going to carry that. Nando up as well, so he's going to call him off. Is that a double tap ready? No! Zest, good backboard defense to get it away. Now Weber State are going to want to control this the other way, but Nando, still a good touch to the midfield. Latumos can't climb to that before Nova does. Zest going out of rotation, leaving it for Rivers. Rivers could have a shot here. Second touch, gonna, be enough for the first 2, but not for Nando.
Nando, a fantastic save on the line, and on top of being a fantastic save on the line, it's the first time we've actually really need to see them make a save on the line here. Weber State starting to come to life, and this is something we saw before. Zest controls the backfield like this, 50-50s and clears, keeping his team in this game, but it is Rivers and Nova who run the offense and keep this team in control. They're starting to find control right now, but unfortunately for them, they don't have a lot of time to find a comeback. 80 seconds to go here, and if Weber State want to at least send us to an overtime, they need 2 goals in quick succession. Here is one of them! Rivers and Zest combined. This is the demo play we've been asking for.
If it isn't the bread and butter right now from Weber State, the demo from Zest, Rivers filing in. This is how they love to operate Grand Canyon. Their evasiveness of the demos has to be in prime fashion, because if you let Zest run amok, Weber State, they're gonna succeed, but they need to do it again. Minute left to find 1.
But Nova, no boost here in the tank, so unfortunately they can't really set this up into an offense, and Zest and Rivers both died for that. Zest actually the one to meet it on the ceiling, but it's a risky play. At the same time, it's the same advice we gave them yesterday against UCLA. Weber, if you want to stay in this series, start getting risky. Maybe not that risky, though, because Nando dunks them and takes away any chance of a comeback.
And you maybe expect GCU to start to play scared because here come Weber State, but that's not the case at all. They've still got confidence moving into this series, and Nando, he doesn't want to give them any breathing room on that play. Massive goal to put Grand Canyon back with that cushion in the lead, though Weber State, their offense still heating up.
Well, if they can sink this one, there's a chance, but unfortunately the chance taken away, and out of midfield, Zest has to try and recollect yet again. Nova's shot turned right into Wilds, though, so it's not going to turn into any further offense as Latumos drags this one out from midfield. Round 1, Zest the only one left to beat, but will read this one off the backboard and try and set up Weber for another offense as we go to 30 seconds left in this game. Pyro, the chances are slim, but there still are chances here That, though, might just seal the deal. They're going to have to march downfield, and if they want to get 2 goals, it's basically got to be here and now, and then a kickoff afterwards.
Yeah, that pinch left their chances much slimmer. Long clear and a desperation attempt now for Weber State. The ball goes across the width of the field, and that's going to do it. Grand Canyon University, they'll be one single win away from that finals bid.
Now, GCU, you've done a lot of the heavy lifting here so far. I want to give you all the credit in the world, but please do not get complacent. We saw the same thing yesterday. Weber State start coming to life in the second game, and in the third game, they truly look like they have found their full form, and then they reverse swept UCLA. So there's still a lot left to be done here in this series, but as much as I want to say that, I also have to give credit. GCU, not backing down whatsoever.
And Latumos still doing Latumos things, setting up his team with those slow plays, those air dribbles. Again, it's forcing Weber State into these awkward situations defensively. We've seen the double commits. We've seen them exhaust all their boosts just to combat Latumos and allow for players like Wilds and Nando to just finish the play. Now their defense looks more coherent throughout game 2, especially in that back half. It's afforded them better possession, but we saw that shot percentage favor go to GCU, 80% against Weber State's 20%. So they're still trying to get that possession to work in favor for them. It is starting to lean their way, Bass, but is it too little too late? That's the question, because they need this win in game 3 if they want to pull off that reverse sweep.
I will say this much, as good as they have looked so far, I think the biggest issue for me is it still doesn't feel like we're seeing the same defense as yesterday, where we were seeing Weber State shut down UCLA when they started to approach the final third. Again, mostly team plays here for pretty much everything that we saw. Of the 4 goals, all 4 of them were assisted by a player. Latumos picking up 3 of their own. Ooh, and Nando picking up 1 as well. And GCU already on the trail to try and find themselves the sweep here to start off their their semifinals here on Sunday. But Weber State, one last chance, one last life. Can you make it count? That probably should have been a shot, but unfortunately, the opportunity goes awry, and GCU will send it into the other half.
Oh, look for Weber State University to give it their all. That's exactly what they did when they were in this position yesterday. And Rivers, he's taking the opportunity for where it counts, looking for Zest on that rebound, but it is Wild. With a good clear, Nova now to Rivers, pulling in a defender, and sending him to the Shadow Realm. That's a demolition, shot there, over the head of Wilds, and it's Weber State with the lead!
Zest, if you can make contact like this, I think you could actually shoot from midfield. What a banger of a shot, perfectly placed to the top right. You can't even blame the defense for not putting a hand up there. They put a hand up, they're probably getting their wrist broken.
I feel like we've been here before, Bass. We've been here before. Weber State, they're heating up. But will Grand Canyon meet the challenge? You have to remember they're just 1 win away from being in the finals of this West Regional Qualifier for CECC. That close. But they are trailing, and we haven't seen how GCU operate yet. While trailing, it could be a different team that we witness.
I will say this much, it's a very different midfield presence here out of Weber State. They are playing a lot more guarded and a lot wider, and for a good reason. 50-50s like this are keeping Grand Canyon in their half and doing something we've been asking for all series long. Pyro, they're finally uncomfortable. GCU do not look like they can just kind of drive around their half with a Sunday stroll. They need to be careful here, because if they give any open space, Weber State are going to take advantage of it.
Smart play for Zest there. Not only the denial, but the boost grab too. Rivers going to move in unison there, keeping the rotations. Very, very good. That's fine. Zest is there. The rotation's still very strict right now for Weber State. This has been a great adaptation from the beginning of the series here. Zest is going to look to defend. Wild's approach. He does have Latumos as an option. There's a shot. Rivers there as reinforcements.
Yeah, it's a big play for Weber State. Again, we knew that this team had defensive capabilities, but they have been showing them far and few between through the first couple of games. Now here in game 3, a completely different ball game, as they truly are showing that defensive presence, showing that midfield presence, and showing an offense as well. They might have shown too much, though, because all 3 players commit into offense, and now they got to scramble into defense. Off the backboard, Zest only clears this one as far as the final third, and Wilds will be there to recollect it, but they don't do much with the ball, so it goes back out to midfield, where Latumos was hoping to set up his teammates, but he's bumped off the ball quickly. And now Zest with a redirect to barely go off target. Nova for the rebound, but Wilds with a save. And GCU being forced to play defense, but they still absolutely can.
And they almost stopped there on the goal line just so they could respond to the shot. They're playing a little reactionary rather than proactive right now, and it's a little scary for them. Nando does make that save. Latumos wants to contain to the corners. Latumos back in the ball now has options on both sides. That's up to Flick as Nando goes for the bump, but Rivers, he's able to evade it and get that save as well. So strong for Weber State to avoid those bumps as they're trying to lay it on Grand Canyon. Shot, Nova, oh, just misses.
That would have been a huge shot there for Weber State to truly start to test the defense out of Grand Canyon and also show them, hey, you guys are still playing with all out aggression. You do that, we're going to punish. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that Grand Canyon have recognized that they're going to start to have to play against that over-aggression, and they probably will make the rotational adjustments. Good example here. Wilds recognizes the breakaway and will quickly turn this way off the backboard. He needs another touch, but Latumos to bail him out. Nova, a good 50-50 though, should take away any chance for a counterattack out of Grand Canyon, and indeed it will. Instead, Latumos needs to make a 50-50 on their own half. Wilds got to recollect out of midfield. We got a ball game on our hands here, Pyro. This truly is going back and forth. This one goal from Weber State could be the decider, or maybe a second one out of them, but no follow-up will be found, and they'll have to reapproach their offense again.
The tempo's so different here. Rivers back pass to Nova right off the backboard. It's not going to land in the hands of them, at least for the shot there. Zest off the backboard now. Rivers looking for a shot. Can't deny the clear. Latumos almost connects on that transition to offense, but no, it's back in Nova's hands. It's been Weber State actually battling for midfield presence in this game number 3. That's the reason that we're so back and forth. It's been affording them more opportunities, and Zest almost snipes that one.
We've been talking about on-the-line saves a lot here, mostly for Weber State, but now Grand Canyon starting to show that they have them in their back pocket as well. What else do they have up their sleeve, though? Because if GCU don't have anything else, no aces hidden, unfortunately, they're going to lose this game. And it might be due to a 2-0 off the backboard. Nando needs the save, cannot find it, but Rivers can't find the shot. Off the bar and out, and Weber State now, with only 20 to go, give at least one last chance to GCU.
They'll get their chance right here, Rivers. No, that's a big clear. It's an opening. Wilds on the backboard does get a touch to at least keep them alive, but the clock's down to single digits. Rivers has a touch there. It's battling the back line. Latumos clear out. Zest off the backboard. Nova for the shot. Saved by Latumos. Nando has to get to this ball. Wilds, can they get the clear that they need? Latumos ready. Nando ready to cherry pick. They need some kind of shot here. Wilds under the ball. Denied by Zest. Nova wants to put this down to the ground. Flipper, he said, battling the next touch, but the ball's still alive. Nando, there's the clear they needed. Weber State, stay alive.
They're still in this series, and what a turnaround from them. As good as they played in that one, again, not only finding good offense and good defense, here's the big difference. First 2 games, GCU, 10 goals combined. This game, 0. From 10 goals through 2 games, an average of 5 apiece to 0 goals. GCU now have to reapproach their entire idea of how they want to take offense.
By the way, the shot count completely reversed against GCU. They had 80% in the last game, 20% this time. Again, I'm going to give it a test to the midfield presence from Weber State. They're finally battling for it. That's a presence you need in the game, because otherwise, Grand Canyon have just been stomping on Weber State by allowing their offensive rotation to continually work around the half-court line and keep that offense pushing. Weber State are pushing for that instead. They're cutting around the midfield. Even if they don't get a container or boost, they're saying, all right, I got a couple pads to work with. That's enough to get a challenge and continue to push.
And again, this is the shutdown of the offense out of GCU that we had been asking for. Cutting out these plays before they can develop into anything threatening, and if you can do that, you start to make the team uncomfortable. And that's what we saw for pretty much the first time ever, is GCU not feeling comfortable on either side of the pitch. Defense pushed to the test. They got these last-second saves with light double commits. Offense getting pushed to the test where these infield passes are getting cut out. So GCU, all eyes on you. We have seen that Weber have that comeback potential, but now we need to know, do you guys as well? Can you turn it around after being shut out in game number 3? Can you find some offense here in game number 4?
Match point again for Grand Canyon University. Again, 1 win away from being in the finals. And that's a lot of pressure to weigh on the shoulders of this team, but they perform so well. Different tempo here in game number 4 that Weber State. They're combating them well. A complete shutout in game 3. Can they do it again in game 4? GCU, now's the time to get the first goal on the board in the last 6 minutes of game time. They'll find it.
And why would it not be Latumos and Nando? Honestly, this has been a 2-headed hydra of monumental proportion here, as Latumos has the narrowest angle to shoot on and perfectly slots it into the bottom right. This is what GCU have been missing in the last game. Again, those infield passes getting cut out every time. The one time that Weber don't cut it out, and it's GCU to strike first.
One misstep can offer Grand Canyon the one goal that maybe they just need in this game. We saw the low-scoring affair, and the last one is one goal all they need to maybe even just push it to overtime. This is Weber State now with some offense. Nova can't get that shot to go. Rivers looking to read this off of the ceiling in the backboard, but Latumos with a challenge. It's still brought up to highly elevated territories of the corner. Wilds finds Nando! Saved by Zest!
Zest continuing to show he's got that defensive masterclass from yesterday, but they still need to be careful. The pressure still up against Weber State here, but nobody in the corner to challenge Rivers. Instead, it's Nando to get a follow-up shot and force Zest into yet another save. I think it's the demos that are starting to cause some problems on both sides here as Grand Canyon look to keep the offense alive, and Weber State look to just stay alive. Again, being sent to the scrapyard on repeat. Latumos, another demo to open up space in midfield. Nando reads their touch off the ceiling, but Zest now already pulling out a savior medal within the first 90 seconds.
And listen, Rivers was demoed, so Zest knew that they had to work the backline again and again and again, and they've been able to do that, but for how long? Because the demolitions are coming out every second. You've got to be ready to play reinforcements, to play that third man at any point in time now, because the demos, they can happen in the midfield as well. Massive pitch for Nova. It's not going to find the goal, but it does make the defense sweat a little bit from Grand Canyon. That's a touch there, but not enough. Nando shot, not past Rivers as he climbs to the touch.
All right, there's the defense out of Weber State. It's not just Zest anymore, it's everybody on this team. Something we talked about yesterday, and we talked about this yesterday as well. Bump plays in the net. Nova flick up high, and Rivers recognizes all I got to do is interfere.
I love that this is a team strategy. Of course, we've seen Zest do this head hunting time and time again, but Rivers says, yeah, no, I can do that too. That's fine. We'll take him out of the equation. We might take a kickoff goal. No, Weber State, not that time around, but Zest does find a follow-up shot. Wild's good control there, shows composure on the defensive line when they need it most.
Latumos, though, still doing a bit of fancy footwork, trying to get around everybody with a couple missed touches. Zest trying to make a save here, but unfortunately the rebound gonna need to be saved by Rivers. Team plays all around here for Weber State. They're keeping themselves in this game, but they do need to be careful. Feels like GCU are getting a much more threatening offense as time goes on, and Weber State, well, they have had some good offenses. It's a single bump play that have kept them in this game. So with half of it gone now, do GCU and do Weber State both have some other tricks to show us, or is this going to be a little bit of a stalemate back and forth until we find an overtime?
I do love seeing the chances from Grand Canyon start to show their face right now, because in the first couple games it was the Latumos show, but now you see players like Wilds trying to make plays themselves. Everyone from Grand Canyon really has the capabilities in order to do that. Oh, there's a good pass option there. Nova can't get the pass, the dump from Rivers, but Rivers does have the follow-up shot. It's cleared by Latumos, but to nobody. Zest is going to continue the possession back over to Rivers, has to climb on the sidewall for this possession, tries to slow play, but loses the ball. Is it the Latumos show again? It's a great carry to the corner, but Rivers gonna contain, gonna slow down the play. We're still tied at 1-1.
I think I'm starting to see a big difference for GCU here. They're not actually going for team plays pretty much at all. It is solo plays, and that's for a reason. They're trying to hold two players back so that Weber State do not get any easy offenses to build. They're trying to still interfere. They're trying to run amok. They're trying to keep Weber State uncomfortable due to individual plays that can beat out the defense, and it's a great idea because it's working so far. The issue for them, though, is they still need to be able to play some defense and have some prowess. They need some offense as well. Latumos pass down center, and a follow-up that goes off the backboard as well. Two shots in a row for GCU, neither one of them hitting the mark. And that could come back to bite them, because with a minute left, how many more chances like that are they even going to find?
They're going to remember that if this game doesn't go their way, I'll tell you that much. They're still getting chances here, GCU. Losing on that opportunity as well. Zest opting for the bump. The shot never finds it. Bounce. Shot doesn't land. Latumos takes it away. But Weber State, they're knocking on the door. They're looking to barge it down here. Rivers still on the backboard. This is dangerous, but Latumos, it does climb to the touch. That's good double on the sidewall just to keep the defense thinking. But Nando does collect the ball. Down to just 30 seconds. Shot from Rivers. Denied by Latumos. If they don't find one, we will go to OT.
Weber State playing a very wide rotation right now. They are trying to avoid the counterattacks.
No.
Out of Grand Canyon, that shot barely off target. The follow-up is also off target, but Zest to finish it off and potentially send us to game number 5.
They saw the opportunity and they said, we are not giving this up, the same way that GCU did on their last play. They take advantage of the moment. The chaos on the back line for GCU. They've got a lead with 11 seconds.
And all they have to do is hold on, make sure this kickoff doesn't go awry, and I don't think it does. Under 10 to play, Latumos off the backboard trying to find something just to give one last chance, but the pass out center only finds its way to Zest. And Wild on the sidewall, a miracle going to be necessary to avoid a game number 5. Nova spikes this down, and Weber State on the verge of their second reverse sweep in 2 days.
If I learned one thing this weekend, it is to never, ever count out Weber State University. Unbelievable. They're able to climb their way back to a game number 5, but think about this, Bats. The stats looking way more even here. GCU, they're not giving Weber State that same momentum, that same kind of prominence that we've seen them in the last game.
Man, I'm going to just give a quick shout out to Kyler Katad, our producer here. He came up to us and was like, yo, do you guys want to watch Weber versus GCU? We got a little bit extra time. We can actually fit in both semifinals. Kyler, where are you? Thank you. Thank you very much. My goodness, what have we found ourselves here for the first semifinals of the day? The verge of reverse. Yeah, give it a hand, everybody. There he is. That's the man himself. My goodness, what a semifinal we have found so far here. And again, this is the semifinal we thought might be not as close as the other one because we got Boise and Oregon waiting us. I was wrong. I'll admit it. I was wrong. My goodness, GCU.
And
Weber,
by the way,
what a play.
And by the way, if you didn't see the match yesterday, Weber State not only brought it a reverse sweep to Game 5, but it was a Game 5 overtime. So just strap in, get ready for what's still to come in this matchup. Bats, we've talked a lot about Weber State and their ability to get back in this series, but don't forget about Grand Canyon University and what they've showed us today as well, right? Of course, Wilds has really stepped up in the last couple of games to get those offensive chances rolling, but you can never count out Latumos again and again, trying to slow the pace of the play down in order to get those solo plays rolling and open up the opportunities for GCU.
They have opened up a lot of good opportunities. The issue is it's been just so close, but not enough. Shout out to Sepulence. It's been close only counts, horseshoes and hand grenades. We're not playing either one of those. This is Rocket League. And unfortunately, 1-goal games are not going to be enough. It's been 2 in a row. A 1-0 shutout in game number 3 to give Weber their momentum now, and a 2-1 game in game number 4. So again, it's been this close every single time for GCU. But unfortunately, the hurdle ahead of them is a molehill now turned into a mountain. They have made a very difficult task because not only do they now need to clutch it out with momentum against them, they need to try and avoid what has already happened once. Weber have proven they can reverse sweep. So be careful.
It feels like fate. It feels like destiny. Of course, we're just keeping you on the tips of your toes, the edge of your seat here. We did have a bathroom break from one of the players, so we'll get them back in it very soon. We got the crowd cheering for both teams right now for good reason. A lot of hype behind these teams. A chance at the prize pool. A chance at the national tournament in Arlington, Texas for the CECC in early May. Both of these teams want that opportunity. Both of those teams want this spot, and they are 1 game away.
I feel like I just need a deep breath right now just to collect myself. I imagine the players probably doing the same thing, but my goodness, my heart is just racing right now. I don't really know what to say for strategies for both of these teams going into this, well, not even potential, this final game here, because it feels like they have tried everything. We've seen wide rotations out of Weber. We've seen close rotations out of Weber. I think the wide rotations have definitely been more beneficial for them, but they've also been able to make those overwhelming offenses work as well. And same for GCU. We've seen passing plays through the center that have penetrated the defense and done great jobs, and we've also seen solo plays that have broken down the defense out of Weber and kept them uncomfortable. So at this point, it's up to fate, and it's up to the teams themselves. Game number 5, the final one, I guarantee either GCU avoid the reverse sweep and clutch it up, or Weber State their second reverse sweep in 2 days.
What a beautiful beginning to this game. An even kickoff and a demolition that almost opened up an immediate goal. You can tell these players, they want to give everything they have in this Game 5. They want to leave nothing behind here, and that's exactly the way to approach a Game 5. You don't want to give it all up here. Latumo's shot. Oh, 2 defenders still standing. Weber State, that's a testament to how their defense has improved so much throughout the series.
It is very much 2 different strategies right now. GCU sending the house on all of these plays. They're okay to keep a single man out at midfield to try and control this overwhelming offense that they have continually came out with. In comparison to Weber, we'll send 1 player at a time and have 2 out at midfield to just kind of keep that offensive pressure and struggle or continue to cause struggles for GCU in their own half. Two very different play styles, two viable play styles. The question is who comes out on top. GCU not right now, though, seemingly making Weber State uncomfortable. Something we saw yesterday that we spoke about is Weber State do have difficulties with boost management. So if Grand Canyon can start stealing those corner 100 pads, there's a chance that they can just break this team down until eventually they find a goal.
The boost management and the communication as well, okay? We can't let those land game 5 nerves get to this team, right? Because that could present opportunities for Grand Canyon. Demolition is there from Nando onto Nova, but the possession is not. Weber State would have worked this back into their favor. Rivers climbs to this ball. Big touch off the ceiling. Nova's ready for it, but it's a 50-50 between Nando. Wilds gives that ball up, though, so Zest is going to get an opportunity to find Nova. Could be the give and go. Down in the danger zone, but it is a save. Wilds moves upfield. Nando could have a shot here, and Grand Canyon open up the scoreline.
The one time that we see Weber State not send a single player upfield and send instead the house, and it comes back to bite them. You better be prepared. You send the baby in the bathwater. You better be prepared to send, well, everything else on top of that. And unfortunately, Grand Canyon, they were prepared for that. They counter it beautifully, get the first goal of the game, but I hate to say it, Pyro, they did the same thing in game number 4. Now they really got to show, can they stand up to the test of time and avoid giving up this lead?
That's a fact. Grand Canyon University looking to hold to that lead, but they can't play passively. The way they succeed is making Weber State uncomfortable on the defense side. They don't have to play defense here. Zest moving right up the field. Doesn't have an option across the width of the field, but Wild's going to pick this up instead. Nova trying to contest it there. The flip won't get on the ball's target. Zest clears it away before giving his life.
Look at how much quicker we are seeing Grand Canyon get to these balls in the air. I think this is a big difference as well, is that Weber State controlled the air, controlled the skies. The aerial superiority for this team made Grand Canyon uncomfortable in their transitions into offense. In comparison now, though, GCU cutting out the options and doing so yet again. Grand Canyon recognize Weber, sending everybody for the second time. Will it come back to bite them again? No, unfortunately not. Rivers a good clear, and now Weber State with a chance the other way. Off the backboard, double touch, not found, and the following shot is blocked by Latumos.
Oh, I love what Rivers is doing right now. Just not giving up any opportunity that this team might have. Yes, knows they need to be the third man in some situations, so able to get back in time, but often just trying to hound their opponent's goal line for those extra moments for their offense. They do still need that goal. We're down to the final 2 minutes. Wild's going to be able to collect this ball, take it to the wall, opting for the pinch play, but it is denied well. Nova takes, to the wall, and it's going to be another chance for Nova here, but Nando takes it instead. Nando with a big lane here. Rivers needs to get back in time. Oh, he gets the touch, but not the save.
And this is the disruption we've been talking about. Remember how we said that Weber State starting to look uncomfortable? It's Latumos headhunting, a bounty hunter on every single bumper on this field, continuing to disrupt Weber State. And unfortunately, this disruption might just cancel out that reverse sweep. 2 down with 100 seconds to go. It's still possible for Weber State, but they got to pull out every single stop if they want a chance.
And they've been trying to do that, but they've been punished for it. We saw that demolition onto Rivers while the Grand Canyon were on defense, but it still paid off for them. Could it pay off again as they're able to disrupt Weber State throughout this series? Nando shot will find the post. Latumos gonna back off of this play, but not give up on it. Does see a passing option in the midfield that Zest is trying to bump out the player that the pass could go to. Nova off of the ceiling. Now it's Rivers to climb. No, Nando defeats them. Again, Grand Canyon, the pace of play is just quicker.
They're just making it so hard for Weber State to get any string of plays together over and over again, diving out at midfield and never missing the mark. Speaking of not missing, Wild's a flip reset in the bag. It forces 2 off the line, and Zest has to bail out his team yet again. Nando, though, a drop down. Wild's not going to commit as Latumos was already in net, trying to cause more calamity, and he might have done it yet again because no transition. Latumos a bump. Where's the follow? Not going to be found again. Grand Canyon recognized they're 2-0 up. They don't need another goal. They'll take one if they can find it, but all they need to do is hold on for the last 30.
Weber State giving everything they can just to stay alive in this series, and the saves are great, but you need it on the other end. Nando doesn't allow for that. Good play from Nova. Latumos dropped down, so it is a clear desperation attempt now for Weber State. Nova has to get to the shot. Wilds collects well. Rivers with a shot. Oh, he gets the second touch. Weber not done.
The light at the end of the tunnel has all of a sudden illuminated because Rivers is clutching this up. First shot barely off, saved by Nando. The dunk will keep them in this game. And now for the most crucial kickoff we have seen all day. 8 seconds left. Weber, what you got?
They got something on the kickoff here. Zest does get the advantage. The ball climbs to the ceiling. Is their third man? Yes, Rivers. Shot there. Latumo save to the ground. It's Grand Canyon to go to the finals.
They deny the reverse sweep, and Latumos denies in overtime. Clutching up when it counts, and that is the rotational adjustment we were waiting for. Again, Latumos, first 2 games, controls the offense. Overwhelming presence in the offense. And Wilds and Nando, while they have offensive presence, are more a defensive masterclass. What we saw yesterday out of GCU that got them here was not Latumos in offense. It was him on defense, causing problems for the teams he was playing, and he did that again here in the perfect game. After 4 games, where pretty much the entire time he had offensive presence, outside of the third one, where there were no goals for GCU, in the 5th and final game, that is where Latumos says, hands off. Y'all go. No goals, no assists, lets his teammates run the offense, and it worked out beautifully. GCU, well done. We'll see you guys in the finals.
You don't often see those mid-series adaptations from the individual role, but we did see that from Latumos in order to earn that Grand Canyon University win, and credit due to their physicality, credit due to their presence of mind. But Weber State, you could tell all they needed was one chance, right? They were on defense for the last minute and a half. They got one chance on the counter, scored. That makes for what is truly a deadly and dangerous team of Weber State University. I think a team that really did earn their top 4 spot in this tournament, but will not earn that final spot. Bass, we know now, finally, one of our finals contenders, GCU.
Feels good. Feels like we have finally found ourselves with a fantastic matchup in the finals. And again, credit due where it is. GCU, you guys came into this one the underdogs in your group. We knew you'd give up a good fight against Oregon. We didn't know if you'd beat them. You not only beat them, you beat a Weber State with more momentum than I can even figure out how to muster. And then they figure it out to go to the finals. GCU have exceeded every expectation, and now they might even find themselves a bid to CECC Nationals in Arlington. All they need to do is hope that Boise wins their matchup, because again, Boise already have a bid to Nationals. If they deny Oregon a grand finals spot, well, hello, GCU. We'll see you guys in Texas.
Listen, sure, but I'll tell you this, okay? They've already had a win over Oregon in this tournament, so they may be wishing that they're facing Boise State just for that placement, but maybe they just want to prove again that they can take down Oregon in the finals when it matters most, when it's going to be a best of 7. Listen, I mean, would you rather have the spot given to you, or would you rather earn it again on the championship stage on the final moment?
Listen, I will say this much. No matter who they play, they'll be earning that one. I will say this much, because Boise and Oregon, both threatening teams who are extremely solid with what they do. I don't really know what else to say besides good luck, because I don't know who we're seeing on the other side coming out of this one. We know it's going to be Boise. We know it's going to be Oregon, but we don't know who's taking that one, because, again, we've been talking to Durtho all day in the green room here. He's got a vendetta up against Oregon. He wants to try and prove that earlier loss this week against them in CRL was nothing but a fluke, and that here in their home crowd they can get it done. Spyro, all we got to do is, well, wait.
Yeah, we do, but we don't have to wait any longer. We do have an interview with the team, so let's hear from GCU.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC West Regional. I am here with Wild from Grand Canyon University. Wild, congratulations. GCU just held it out against Weber, almost pulling off the reverse sweep. Take us through that match a little bit and what was going through the team.
It was really good the first 2 games. We won significantly with a good margin. And then game 3 and 4, they picked it up, played a totally different team, really well played. So we called a timeout of the game 4, regrouped the game plan, played a little more aggressive and demo heavy, and ended up pulling it back into a win.
Big time for Grand Canyon University. They're going to be awaiting the winner of Oregon and Boise here. Is there a team in particular that you're gunning for, you're looking to play here in the finals?
We already played Oregon, so we're looking to play Boise.
Boise State, how has the CECC West Regional been to you so far? How is the team enjoying it? GCU is representing so hard here at the West Regional.
Oh, it's awesome. We came in planning to win this, and it seemed like we're on the way. We're in the finals, already got second place secured. On the way to play first place, winner of Oregon and Boise. We've just been here the whole weekend playing video games.
Love it. And, how many people did GCU bring out this weekend?
I think about 18, 20-ish, somewhere like that. We brought the whole Valorant team, Rocket League team, then a content person, and director, and coaches.
Well, GCU is representing hard at the West Regional Wild. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And we're looking forward to seeing GCU in the finals later on this evening. Casters, back to you.
I will say, I don't know if Wiles is excited or not because I can't tell. He's got the glasses on. It seems like he's just deadpan the entire time. Man seems excited, but I also could believe that he's just kind of, another day at the office here. And honestly, it's kind of how GCU played that in that 5th game. After 2 games in a row of a lot of struggles and a lot of chaos, like he said, they turned on the heat, took a little bit of a second to regroup, figured out that they wanted to play a little bit more demo heavy, a little bit more disruptive, and it worked out perfectly. So, props to them. Well done to GCU.
Listen, this is a team with probably the best track record of the day so far. Yes. Wins against UCLA, win against Oregon, now win against Weber. At this point, who can't they take down? It's no wonder we heard from Wilds that he wants to hear and see Boise State in that finals. Now, we do want to keep the event moving, but before we go, we've got to give a shout out quickly to our sponsors. I want to thank the Idaho Army National Guard. They are a proud supporter here for the CECC West Regional Qualifier. This broadcast presented by Idaho Army National Guard. And they're inviting you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch on iGuard Gaming.
Thank you again to Idaho Army National Guard for being a proud supporter here, like we said. And, well, we hope that you guys at home are still supporting the teams that are left in this one because we're not done yet. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be Boise and Oregon. It's the semifinals we've all been waiting for. We get to find out, do GCU go to the national championships? Do Boise get a chance to defend their title at home? We'll find out. Be right back.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. Oh, and it's going to be into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in.
Toy Blank is going to drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Running.
Hello, everyone. Make sure to go check out the Idaho Army National Guard booth in the front of the arena here. You can sign up, use a QR code, scan it, sign up, and get access to win a HyperX headset. I use this thing personally. It's a really quality headset. Make sure to go check out the booth in the front. That's the Idaho Army National Guard booth. Thank you so much.
again, and welcome back to the CECC West Regional Qualifier. We're back with even more Rocket League. We're back with another semifinals, and we're back with what could arguably be the most anticipated matchup of this entire event. Boise State, the home crowd favorites, the home team at this point, taking on Oregon, but not in the finals. Oregon drop a game in groups, and as a result, they find themselves having to get through their toughest task in the semis. My name's Oliver Bass, joining alongside, again, Pyro J. And Pyro, I don't think we can overestimate how incredibly excited not only we are, but probably everybody else here is to see this matchup. This has been the marquee matchup we've been waiting for. It just comes to us a bit earlier than we thought.
One of these teams, surprisingly, is only going to be in the finals. And again, as you said, that is due to Oregon's loss earlier. But what we have to emphasize here is the storied past between these teams, how they got here as well. Look at those 3-0s there. It looks simple, their road to the semifinals, but we talked about Oregon's loss to GCU. Maybe that loss could help them, Bass, because that resiliency, maybe that experience, that weathered storm they had to get through could prepare them for this match.
And they've weathered the storm multiple times before. As you guys can see here, they didn't necessarily have to weather any storms to get through to the semifinals. A 3-0 against Oregon State, which is, I will say, it's a little bit of a rivalry there. It's Oregon versus Oregon State. Obviously, they're going to be pretty hyped about that win. But on top of that, again, this is a team that is not, unused to adversity, if you will. They did beat Boise State this week. We've been talking about this. CRL, they were able to beat them in Game 5 in an overtime, I believe, in Game 5. So it's one of these things where Oregon has in the past had to face Boise and has been able to, like I said, weather the storm. Can they do that on land, though, with the crowd heavily going to be in favor of Boise? Time will tell.
Yeah, it's not just the crowd maybe in favor of Boise, it's also just the players that are so used to playing on this stage, right? Durtho, Gil, Instinct, the three of them, so prepared to play on a LAN environment. Not just play, but exceed their potential, right? So they are ready for this matchup. It's even closer because you look at how they performed in CRL. It went to Game 5. They also came out with the same record, 9-6 in the regular season. 5th rank goes to Boise, 7th rank goes to Oregon. It is as close as you could possibly cut it for the semifinals. So there's no telling how it will go.
I really don't have any expectations for this one. All I'm hoping is that we get a good back and forth here, and I don't think we're going to miss that. It really seems like both of these teams have been extremely prepared for what's to come ahead here. Again, we've been talking with Durtho pretty much all morning, and really the last 2 days. Durtho's been hanging out with both of us in the green room, just having conversations back and forth about what's going on here. And, well, as we pull up the rosters here, you can see Durtho on the Boise roster here with his 2 teammates in Instinct and Gil. Durtho, that man in the center there, he is loud, he is proud, he's a big dude as well, so you're going to be able to see him in the background when he just stands up and starts shouting, because I guarantee you the passion this dude has is unrivaled. Talking to him, he wants this win, he wants to prove himself and show up to CEC Nationals with momentum. Durtho, can you hear us? Give us a wave, look over. Come on. No, he's just ignoring. All right, I get it. Too calm, cool, and collected. It's fine. It's fine.
You want him to be focused. You want him to be ready for the event. You got to get him in the zone, and that's important. But I think them being in the zone is also being loud and proud as well. I mean, we can't emphasize more. We are here in the Boise State Esports Arena. There are posters of these players all over the place with their tongue out, getting excited, jumping up after their victories. We got the trophy case back there as well. They want to add another to the case, which is right here, but a long way to go. This is only the semifinals, and they've got to get past a tough Oregon roster, which we have to talk about as well. 3 incredible players that we have yet to see on the broadcast of Imminent, Arrow, and Siebes.
And this is an interesting one, and I got to say, I have a little bit of pride in this team being here because I'm part of the reason they are here. I was talking to K-Tad, looking at the rosters for everybody coming through, and I was like, hey, there's a couple of West teams that I know would be interested in this. Do you guys have any more spots? And he goes, yeah, if you can get them here.
There they are. They're ready. They're ready.
Look at them buzzing. Woo! And so I sent a message to Imminent, and I'm like, hey, you guys interested in this land? And he goes, what land? And I'm like, oh, I got news for you. And all of a sudden, week later, they find themselves tickets to get here. They find a way to get to the event, and now they find themselves in the semifinals. So again, a little bit prideful of the fact that I'm able to get them here because it means we get a banger of a semifinals matchup. So, hey, Oregon, don't disappoint me. I'm not saying that you necessarily need to win this one. You guys have already exceeded my expectations and shown yourselves off. I just want to make sure that when we do finally get to see you guys on camera, you give us a show.
Yeah, it's funny because we got to see so many different teams here. I mean, we saw the road of GCU take it down UCLA, and then Weber. We've seen Weber a few times, UCLA. We've even seen Boise State play against the JV squad of Weber. We just haven't seen Oregon. We just haven't seen what they are capable of here on land. We haven't seen what they can do if they are Lanimals, the same way that Durtho talks about him being up on stage and enjoying the show. So we'll see. Do these teams have what it takes? We take it to the semifinals of CECC West Regional Qualifiers. This is Boise State versus Oregon.
Oh, been waiting for this matchup all weekend long, and we're starting off with some insane shots. Instinct to send one on target, but not to find the back of the net. This is what you guys got to expect. Both these teams with impressive mechanics, both these teams with fantastic in offense, defense, both. I don't know what else to say besides strap in. We got a show ahead of us, and I know you guys are going to enjoy it.
Can I just say, Oregon looking good in green. I got to say, that color looking exceptional. You got a player as well in the Falcons decal sporting that green. I mean, come on, you can't get better than that. But style points don't edit the scoreboard. They need to get the goals in order to win, which is what they're going to be looking for. That's Arrow on the shot. Durtho's going to collect and oh, he's not even going to be able to take it from his own backboard. Imminent, not just the denial, but the second touch on the side.
I will say, I think this is a big adjustment out of Oregon here. Yesterday, when I said I spoke to the manager or coach, they were saying, yeah, we kind of underestimated our opponents and we came in a little bit, not fully prepared for the matchup ahead. I don't think they're doing that here today. I think they're going to give it all from the very get-go, and they've already been doing that, hounding the backboard here, putting pressure up against Boise and forcing them to uncomfortable positions on their own half, but it has not resulted in a goal yet. Over 60 seconds played, and now they actually have to play some defense. Instinct, though, missing the flip reset, but Siebes does not miss the save. Follow-up, and the passing play goes off target. But Boise State finally get a response as they come out firing on offense.
Oregon can't let those passes happen, not in the infield, not right next to their net. Durtho, he wants to pop off right here. He can't get to that second touch. Gill gets it off the backboard, but Arrow able to get to defense just in time. Has something to work with as well. Quarter take a boost is enough for the flick there above the net. Siebes can't drill it down.
And something we didn't really talk about a lot as we were prepping up for this match, but we did talk about in the last matchup that I want to remind people again. This is more or less qualification for both GCU and a chance at qualification for nationals for Oregon here. If they want to even be able to say that they have a spot at CECC in Arlington, they need to beat Boise and avoid Boise just guaranteed giving it to GCU, as again, Boise already have that spot due to their Mountain West qualification. So I'm looking for Oregon to really pull out all the stops here. They recognize what's at stake. Not only do they have a chance at $2,000 prize pool, but they have a chance at nationals. So more than anything else, I think the pressure really is on Oregon. They've got a lot on the line.
A lot on the line indeed, and you got to remember how they were able to get here as well. A long road that they did suffer the loss against GCU. Hold on, Oregon knocking on the door. Can't bolt their way through. Maybe they will. No seeds. Good 50-50 from Boise State to just weather the challenges. I can't believe we're still scoreless.
Yeah, it's been 3 minutes. Not a single team has been able to find the back of the net, and it's definitely not for a lack of trying. Multiple shots going on target, but the defense on both sides being able to cut out these plays. A lot of good backboard reads more than anything else. They're cutting out these plays on the backboard before they can get threatening. Speaking of threatening, though, Durtho, a banger on target, but Imminent able to get up in time and put that one away. I'm messing up my words here because honestly, I'm a bit surprised we don't have a goal yet. We are still without a single one. Maybe we can change it here. Arrow in a 1v1, denied by Instinct as again, over and over again. Shot, rain on target, and nobody able to stop them.
I want to say this, the close scoreline does favor Oregon in this situation, though they're on their goal line trying to make these saves. The 3 wins they got in that best of 5 against them were just 1-point wins, but I think Durtho wants that 1-point lead.
I asked for one thing and only out of Doc when I said, hey, if you're going to get this team up and get them ready, I need you to get them loud. The crowd is loud, but the team is as well, screaming after their first goal, and as they should be. They are proud of what they're doing. They're getting the first goal of the entire series. Now the question is, can they hold on? 90 seconds, plenty of time for an initial goal here. Are we going to be able to see it? The offense building here for Oregon. Shot off the backboard will go in. And Boise State, as soon as they do find the lead, they let it go.
All right, response is swift from Oregon. That much we know. Off of the backboard and Instinct. Oh, just not quick enough to the save. So we do get a tied-up game here towards the final minute. Just how we expected this match to go.
Yeah, we never thought that anybody was going to cruise on by here. We knew this one was going to be back and forth. We just didn't know who was coming out on top, and we still don't know who's coming out on top. So with a minute to go, we're tied up at 1 apiece, and Oregon, despite not being able to find a lot of solid shots on target, finally do find a solid one. They're now working with another offense building here. Out of midfield, Arrow off the sidewall. Tries to get a shot on. No more boost really in the tank, but Stokes the 50-50 and keep it in the Boise half. Although, nobody checking Dirtho here. He pops one up high, though, and it's straight into the hands of Imminent, who will rip one on target. He's looking for the dunk, but Instinct knows that, so he'll clear it out to the side instead. And Dirtho will send one on target. The defense not prepared for a shot out of midfield, and that'll give the lead back to Boise.
Oh, the key to victory here is to deny Dirtho on these very vicious counterattacks, but when the ball's moving that quickly, when Gil gets it off the corner with a pitch play like that, it's so hard to formulate a strategy against it. Oregon, they're going to need another swift response here to tie up the game.
Well, they might just find one. Instinct kind of overcommitted there. Gil's got to rush back, but instead, Seeds actually takes it out to the corner. Maybe not recognizing that if it put a banger on target, it would be in the goal, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. Boise should get a goal here, but they can't quite find the rebound. Instead, Imminent giving his team a second chance here, sends it to the backboard where Instinct is waiting. But now Oregon building up an offense. Arrow sends it to the backboard yet again, and then actually finds up a follow-up touch here. Less than 10 to play. Oregon trying to do whatever they can to at least get a goal for overtime. Imminent pass down center, Seeds the shot off target. Arrow keeps it alive. Who's there for the shot? Nobody, but Arrow keeps it up. Imminent puts it center. All they need to do is put it on target off the backboard. Where's the follow? Nobody gets it in between the woodwork. And Boise escape with a win in game number 1.
Oregon gave themselves every chance they could have there in the final moments. Couldn't put it through. The Boise State crowd excited for the first win, but still a long way to go. Despite this being such a highlight matchup, it is still a best-of-5 best, so every game counts as much as it possibly could.
I gotta take a second here, man. I'm just like, my heart is just boom, 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 over and over again. I don't know what it is. Maybe we're just getting 2 good semifinals matches, but it feels like I don't know how the Rams are gonna overtake this. They probably will. I'm just probably wrong on this one. We'll find out, though, because game number 1 already a banger, a 1-2 single goal differential being the deciding factor here, and I have a feeling it's going to stay that way throughout the rest of the series.
Listen, before we even got into the series, University of Oregon, one of their key strategies to victory was to contain Dirtho.
Yes.
That's kind of an impossibility, but we saw how it was in game 1. Dirtho not even needing an assist on his first goal, getting an assist from Gil on the second goal, and Dirtho's just ready to be the show. Okay, we'll see if that's the case here. Game number 2, Boise State. They start off their day well here on the championship day for the CECC West Regional Qualifier. Can they continue it here and get themselves match point with a win in game number 2?
For some reason, I feel like this might be the first series, I think all weekend, where we actually see a 1-1 scoreline. I don't think we've seen that yet. We have seen, game 4s and stuff and similar, but it's usually later into the series. Every time somebody goes up 2-0, and then we somehow find a game 5 in multiple different ways. Can Oregon break the streak here, find a quick response to Boise, and keep this series competitive? We'll have to find out. Game number 2 officially underway here, and Oregon actually on the back heel for now. Off the backboard, Instinct looks for the read and cannot find it.
Okay, Instinct dangerous as well off the backboard. Gil opting not to be the next shot taker there. Doesn't want to really give up a good possession to Oregon. Would rather continue it. We'll see if they see the fruits of that labor here. Instinct, no touch there. Dirtho trying to keep it in possession here. It's a dump to Gil. Gil, slow play, pass to defenders. Instinct shot. Oh, denied well by Imminent.
Dirtho already up for this one, though. He'll cut out the counterattack. That surely would have came had Oregon been able to find a follow-up. Instead, they have to play more defense here. On the back heel, trying to survive out at midfield. But notice the boost totals here. Oregon taking this one very carefully. They don't want to overexert themselves and then avoid a counterattack that would surely give them a goal. Unfortunately, they're not even getting out of their half, though, right now. Arrow will try and dive out at center. That's actually a 2v1, as Arrow just needs to put this on target, and indeed he does. That's the issue for Boise. If they're going to overexert themselves, these counterattacks are going to leave them wide open.
What a drilling shot as well from Arrow. Could you ask any more? Of course, Instinct finding themselves on the wrong side of the ball, but I think either way, that ball was finding the back of the net. Oregon will start with the lead. And you got to remember how they ended game one as well. Yes, they were trailing by a goal, but they were badgering the net. This is not a team that's going to give in, not a team that's not going to get their chances on offense.
Well, they have a chance here, but Gil quickly takes that one away. Sends it to the skies where Seed is actually waiting. He reads that not only perfectly, but even gives a chance now to Arrow, cause further calamity and start up an offense. Seed center, imminent there. Shot goes off target as it ricochets off the back ceiling. And unfortunately for them, there's not much they can do besides try to keep this pressure up. And same for Boise. They just got to avoid this pressure because you can see them diving every which way, trying to make sure that Oregon do not get an easy shot. They still do have some offense. Team in green putting on pressure out at midfield and causing a lot of issues for Boise as they just try to get some sort of possession. Maybe here they can find it. Instinct in the corner, 50-50 against Imminent. A quick follow-up from Zeebs means that no, Boise will have to try again as they reapproach from midfield. But a miss off the backboard and Dirtho punishes. You thought this one was contained. I think we both did. Unfortunately, Dirtho had other ideas.
One misstep is all it takes. And you know what? Fair enough to Arrow, because if Dirtho gets to that shot just a little bit quicker, he's got it blocked. But Dirtho, strong off the backboard and gives Boise State another chance in this game. Oregon aren't done yet, though. Off of the kickoff, they're getting themselves a chance here. Steves does take to the skies here, but Gil wants to take it away. Arrow so quick today, though. Off of the corner, turns it away to the other side. Doesn't have Oregon players there, and it's Instinct to take it instead. Still some boost in the tank there, hassling the defenders. Dirtho at the backboard. Gil is the next shot taker. Does get the defenders a leaping, but they're able to contain for now.
Ooh, Imminent, that's not a great dribble through center, though, and it means that Instinct can be there for the follow-up. Dirtho tries to contain it in the corner, but doesn't quite have the touch he's looking for. Flip reset would have been found, but there's not much to do with said flip reset, and not much to do here if you're Imminent. No boost left in the tank, just trying to clear this one out. It's only to the hands of Dirtho. Flip reset, can he use it? Off the backboard, denied once again by the Oregon defense. And I'll say this much right now, Dirtho looking to be the man of the hour here. And we already thought that would be the case, but I did want to give highlights to Instinct and Gil. But Dirtho right now, 100% goal participation. He is doing everything at all the right moments and keeping Boise in this game.
You know what, that goal participation might not just come in the form of goals, but assists, because what he's doing right here, by threatening all these plays, he's bringing in more than one defender. He's bringing in two at times. That opens up the shot lanes for his teammates of Gil and Instinct to file in, get those goals to go, as those lanes are exposed, as vulnerabilities are there for Oregon. However, they're getting themselves another chance here. Zeebs taken off of the field. That does give chance for Instinct to play it a little slower, maybe take it to the sidewall, give Boise State a chance to compose themselves. It's Dirtho towards the backboard, forcing Zeebs to take this ball to the corner. Instinct prepared for this and looking for that second touch off the ceiling. Dirtho's up for this. He's got the shot. He's got the goal.
4 goals in 2 games. He's the only scorer so far here for Boise, and I don't think he's done quite yet. Dirtho, a masterclass so far here, reads this touch off the backboard, and it's a great assist. But again, it's the speed here, catching Oregon off guard, being in the way for every one of these plays. And unfortunately, the Team Green have no answer so far here. Can they find a response, though? 80 seconds to go. They do have the time. They just need to get some more offense, because it feels like they've been stuck in their half for forever.
I think Oregon need their defense as well to be postured well on the backboard, because that was Instinct given way too much time to work his wonders with the passing play. Just left it so easy for Dirtho. They've got a response, though, and they've got it quick.
That is a beautiful play all around here. Seeds recognizes Dirtho jumping early, so he goes, you know what? No, not an air dribble. Pass it out center where Imminent is waiting. Catch the defense off guard, and despite 2 defenders back, they're still going to get a goal here. Fantastic play all around so far from everybody on Oregon, but the job is not done yet. 2-2 with a minute to go. What is going to be the decider? Could it be another play from the sidewall? Imminent in the air. Flip reset around 1, but it only finds its way into the hands of Dirtho. We'll try and cut out any options here for Oregon, but a backflip out of nowhere gives them a chance to extend their offense.
Team plays from Oregon. Each and every of their goals has been assisted, but only 50% of that for Boise's have been assisted. It is truly the synergy right now of Oregon on offense that could push them forward. They're looking for these passing plays in the midfield. Zeebs as well, getting the fake outs, past 2 defenders, just Arrow versus Dirtho. Flip reset right over his head.
All right, I was going to call it earlier. I'm now definitely going to call it. Arrow's the player to watch here for Oregon. My goodness, what a flip reset. Dirtho been flexing his mechanics. Arrow says, hey, I got those 2. Hold on now. And well, everybody, you better hold on because we got 20 seconds left, and at this point, I'm still not guaranteeing that Oregon are walking away with a win.
You're watching Arrow. I am watching Siebes. 3 of the 4 assists from their team so far. The plays start with that player. It was Siebes to fake out 2 of the players, but Gill has a chance to get Boise State back in this game. 10 seconds remaining. They need this possession to work. It's imminent on the ball. They try and pull it away from Boise State's grasp. Instinct takes to the ceiling. Thurtho prepared for this. Instinct for the shot. It's still taken high to the sky. Gill remaining under this ball. Keeps it alive. Looking for Thurtho. Siebes, though, takes it away. Steals their chance.
That's a clever play out of Siebes. Recognizes that doesn't necessarily even need to get the touch there. He just needs to interfere. If he can mess it up enough to where they don't have a shot and eventually it hits the ground, it'll work out. And it works out even better when he can just spike it down. A fantastic play all around here from this Oregon team. They really did pull out every single stop necessary. But guess what? That's only a single game. We have a tied series now, 1 apiece. 3 games to go. Could be 3 games that go all the way. We could see another Game 5. And Pyro, honestly, I'd love to see a Game 5.
Oh, I'm ready for a game number 5. Absolutely. Again, I still feel like this should have been a best of 7. Like,
right?
We need the whole stretch for these 2 teams. We're only going to get 5, but at least we'll get 4. At the very least, we know that now with the 1-1 series line. University of Oregon doing well. I gotta say, every time they get scored on here, they've got the swift response. Yes, they've been trailing a lot in this series, but what they're able to do is catalyze that offense. It's as if when they get scored on, it just awakens the beast.
It really does, and I think, again, the beast at this point here is Siebes and Arrow. Not to say that Imminent hasn't been important in these plays. He actually has had the majority of the scoring touches and all of the, involvement here, a goal and 2 assists in the last game. But my big thing as it stands right now, they got to be careful. It still feels like a lot of their defense is shaky, and with Thurtho and the rest of Boise starting to flex their mechanics, if they're not careful, these goals are going into the back of their net. So game number 3, a big one here. The first team to move on to match point, the first team to get a chance to move on to the finals. Could it be the home crowd favorites, Boise State? Could it be Oregon? We will find out. Game number 3 officially underway.
Oregon want to spoil this party, and they certainly can by earning match point here, but maybe they have no defense to show for it. Gill needs to get this pass out to Dirt, though. Does that exceptionally well.
Listen, I'm not one to criticize goals because a goal is a goal, and it's important. This was a freebie given by Oregon, though. Way too aggressive, especially off of the first kickoff. Nobody home. This is about as easy as they come, and Boise will say thank you very much. Give us the 1-0 lead.
Fair enough. Oregon have to have their head on a swivel here. They can't be giving up plays like that, especially at the beginning of the game. Yes, they've been trailing for a lot this series, and yes, they've shown that they're able to respond quickly, but will they be able to do it here? Couple passes off the backboard, no follow after that second one. Siebes playing the goal line, able to defend that. Can he defend Thurtho's shot as well? Magnificent touch just to keep Gill on his toes there. It is going to be imminent to take that ball away and swing things back in the favor of Oregon.
But he's got no boost in the tank, so he can't really extend the play. That's Arrow out of midfield who has to try and contain this one, and he can't quite do so. Siebes instead will try and get around Instinct. He'll struggle to do so, but Imminent on the backboard will get it clear. Not out! Gill with a dunk out of nowhere, and for the first time all day, somebody besides Thurtho is scoring.
Okay, off of the ceiling and in the net. Yeah, that's calculated, baby. I thought Imminent was the quick player. He was intercepting chances and touches from Boise State, but no, Gill wants to stand up to the test and does it well.
This is an impressive play so far here out of Boise. They've turned up the pace of play, and that's a big difference as Thurtho almost goes back to freestyling like he did yesterday against Weber State. Doesn't work out, but with 4 minutes to go, they don't really need to work out anything else. They've got a 2-0 lead, and all they need to do is hold on. They would like another goal here. They might even find one due to small offensive pressure, but out of midfield. Could Oregon try and get a counterattack started? No, instead, Siebes in the corner. Bangs one downfield. Thurtho will be waiting there to try and cut out any sort of attack that Oregon's starting. But Siebes flipping the bag, sends it off the backboard. Is anybody there? No, not quite. And a banger downfield might just find its way into the hands of Thurtho. He puts this center and into the net. And again, Oregon, the defense just lackluster at its best.
This is unfair. What? What is this touch from Dirt? Are you kidding me? I mean, that read is exceptional. I don't even want to try to think about how I'd approach that shot, but Dirt, though, just knows. He's trying to get the craziest of angles, whether it's from that goal or the pre-jumps off the ceiling. You've got to be aware of wherever he is on the field.
Oh, you got to be aware of Siebes here, though, on the ceiling. Good 50-50. Could get Oregon into this game if they find their first goal with 3 minutes to go, and they just might. Dirtho's got other ideas. Imminent denied, and anyone denies Siebes. Shot on target. Of course it's Dirtho again. Why would it not be Dirtho again? As over and over again, Boise showing they've got defense and offensive prowess both. Can they hold off this attack, though? Another to the backboard. Gill is there. 50-50, though. Into the hands of Arrow, who puts it off target. Imminent does not, but Instinct is there for the save. And Boise, I gotta say, y'all have more than control in this game. You are suffocating every option that Oregon are finding.
Instinct's got that quick reaction time. And it is Instinct again to continue this play. Double tap! Yes, sir!
We saw this one coming, and so did Oregon. It's why they hightailed it back into their half. Siebes, look at that, the quick turnaround, but it's not quick enough. Instinct with a banger to the backboard, and my goodness, does he finish that off with class. And man, speaking of class, Boise, class performance here in this third game, 4-0, and we're not even at halftime.
If this is class, they're passing with flying colors. Oregon, though, maybe needs to cheat off the playbook of Boise State because they can't get their offense to work, let alone the defense. It's a romp and stop.
All right, first couple of games, I said Dirtho was the highlight, and I was expecting for Gill and Instinct to maybe start getting into it. Fun fact, they've gotten into it. It's 2 goals, 1 assist for Instinct, 1 goal, 1 assist for Gill, and Dirtho with 2 goals. What does that mean? Oh, yeah, 5-0. We're still not at half.
Unreal. Only 3 shots registered right now from the Oregon side. Their offense has just not been present this game, or at least not to the magnitude of Boise State University. But here's the thing. Still half of the game left, believe it or not. 5 goals on the board, but Oregon, they've got time to get something to go. Oh, no, not going against their way here. Instinct, you can't stop them at this point.
Do they have time to get going? Because, listen, 6 goals and a half, pretty miraculous. To have it happen twice in one game, yeah, that's more than a miracle. That's something I've never seen before. So, hey, Oregon, at this point, this might be a GG's go next. Try to figure out what you're doing wrong in this game and try to collect yourself for a game number 4, which could be the final one they play all tournament long. This is probably going to be tournament point here for Boise. If they can get a goal for the road, try and instill some confidence, I think that's their best option. They also do need to stop the scoring that Boise's coming out with. Another shot that does not go on target this time, but Boise look to not even be content with their 6-goal lead. They'd like a 7th, and they'd like to keep putting on the pressure.
Oh, they would as well. Yeah, no, this is where they're the most dangerous at this point, is when they're firing on all cylinders. They're feeling confident. They're going to go for those extra touches that you know they can be clinical with. However, Oregon looking for something on the board here. They've got the ball in their enemy's court here, but Instinct able to take it out very cleanly, very quickly. Imminent there, denied by Dirtho. It Siebes to look for a player. Always the assister on this team. Imminent pass down to Siebes, but it's taken away by Boise again.
Even when Oregon do get a good shot at net, unfortunately, they put it off target. It feels like this is a coulda, woulda, shoulda type of game here for Oregon. They should be in this game. They could try and get into this game had they put shots on target. But without that, they will not be finding themselves the win. 70 seconds to go. I'm ready to call this one, especially if Instinct finds this double. 7-0. This one's set in stone. GG's go next. Oregon, you're going to have to be playing with your lives as Boise move on to match points.
Listen, I thought we clicked private match, not free play when we got to this game.
So.
That's what I thought I saw. Instead, Instinct just double tap machine today. Look at the stats line under his name on the left-hand side. They can't even fit all the goals and the shots for this player. He's firing away, and there is no stopping this player. A minute still remaining for Boise State to rack up the stat line now. Imminent out to Instinct, who's going to pick that off. Dirtho playing where he loves to play on his opponent's backboard. Can't get that extra touch for their team. Does Siebes want to turn this into a scoring opportunity? Bump on the Dirtho. Demolition on the goal line. Imminent towards the net. Arrow just can't get there for the shot.
Turned away. He was a little bit nervous about that one, but I'm going to be honest. Gentlemen, you got 30 seconds to go. This scoreline's already done at this point. All you can really do is hunt for a goal for the road and hunt for, please, first Brazil all weekend. I've literally been asking for it since the very first game that we have played, and I don't know if it's going to happen, as there's a chance, but there's not a lot of time left at this point. Boise State, my goodness, what a dominant victory. Remember how they did this also against Weber State? Game number 1, kind of back and forth. Game number 2, not. It was 9-1. What's more impressive, the 9-1 against Weber State or a 7-0 against an Oregon that kept it close and even took a win in game 2?
We will find out here. 7-0. Looks like the final scoreline for game number 3. Boise State University 1 win away from their finals bid. What you've got to remember about the head-to-head between these two teams is how they matched up in their last match in CRL. When Boise won, the scores were 5-1, 6-3. They tend to win in commanding fashion, but when Oregon win, the scoreline's very tight, very close. They won their 3 games by 1 single point. Oregon, they can use this clean sheet of a next game still to their advantage.
They absolutely can. I think the big issue, though, is that they have to. They don't have an option at this point. If they do not win this matchup, that's the end of their tournament. They're going home with 0 prize money, no bid to CECC Nationals, and unfortunately, they don't even get a finals appearance. And that's got to hurt. Again, Oregon, a team that was expected to not only make finals, probably be the biggest threat to Boise out of anybody, and as it stands right now, they had a threat in game 2. No threats at all in game number 3.
Listen, they've still proven they can take a game today off of Boise State University. So, again, with a clean slate and their history of winning against Boise State University by just 1 goal, this is really all they need is a new game. Wipe that from their memory and start again. If you're looking at University of Oregon to take down Boise State and bring this to a game 5, my player to watch still is Siebes. Has catalyzed the opportunities for this team, has beaten defenders off of fake plays, off of beautiful air dribbles that he's going to threaten the reset. No, he's going to take it down and get a pass out to Arrow, maybe a cross-court clear to Arrow. That's the player to watch here, University of Oregon, looking to survive, looking to get their bid, their chance to the finals.
They have to. Let's see what they've got. If they give up a goal early here, I'm going to get nervous, though, because it does feel like momentum against them. They don't know how to survive. And honestly, I don't know how to stop Dirtho. What are you doing here? He's got a flip reset in the back, fakes out against Arrow, and just says, no, I don't even need that. Just let me shoot on target.
Dirtho or Daniel in that SSG decal, sporting the mechanics today in a beautiful fashion. Love to see it if you're a Boise State fan. Bump for Oregon. I was trying to give them the most hope you possibly could, but when you give up a goal that early on and it's against Dirtho, how can you hope for this team? Arrow, demolition, Siebes cannot get that pass. That's a touch they may have needed.
Oh, that should have been a goal, I'm going to be honest here. That should have been at least a shot center, and there should have been a follow-up due to the miss. But unfortunately for Oregon, you can see the nervousness in their play. They're so scared of overcommitting by giving up early goals. And again, the first couple games were basically open nets. And now they're nervous about overcommitting on top of not just the open nets, but also at the fact that they have just struggled to hold on to offensive possession for more than a couple of seconds. So, hey, Oregon, listen, playbook, usually a good idea to kind of go off of. Throw it out the window, burn it, do whatever you need to. You need to restart in a completely new way. The game plan that you've had before is not working out, and it's very clear that unless you have another one, you're going home here in game number 4.
Oh, dear. Dirtho's trying to show him the door to home right now. He's trying to take out the possessions from Oregon that, as you said, have been short-lived, and it's going to appear once again. Gill back over to Dirtho, hounding his enemy's territory there. Instinct takes to the corner. Imminent and Arrow very slow around their net, just waiting, playing pretty reactionary right now as they cannot get a possession to work for themselves. But it is Arrow up on this chance. Good 50-50. Instinct up to the place. Probably got a second touch here still. Siebes tries to take it down for a player to take advantage of, but Dirtho shot chance here. Does force 2 defenders on the play, and it could be an opening for Boise, but Imminent takes it away.
Yeah, but look how late we're seeing Oregon meet these balls. It feels like they're getting there at the last second possible rather than trying to play preemptively. This is something we were so complimentary of Weaver when they made their changes, was to start getting in the way of everything that GCU were coming out of. Instead, look at this again. Time and space, you give it to Instinct, he can set up Gill, shot goes off the backboard, could it go into the back of the net? It will not, but again, Oregon, the hesitation they're showing right now, it might be the land nerves, and it really should be, because honestly, I don't have another excuse, but you need to start playing confidently, you need to start doing that. Arrow may not have contact there, but that's the type of dives we need to see out of the Ducks if they want a chance.
Okay, there are chances, but there's no power. They also need to make those moments count, and without some juice on those shots, they're just not going to find the back of the net. What they have done well, though, is, take away some of these chances. Imminent still able to get there with his teammate out, demoed away. He's trying to pull this back into their favor now. It's pass off the backboard. Arrow doing his best to climb up to that ball. Finds a touch, but is it enough to keep them alive? They have been able to contain some of the offense from Boise State. This is not going to be the same 7-0 we saw last game.
No, they're starting to move a lot quicker, and I think it's for a reason. Not only is it working better for them, it's also they're running out of time. 2 minutes left. That single goal out of Dirtho early on in this game is the only thing separating the 2 squads. So while Boise, they have played well here, it still feels like the door is open for Oregon to walk on through and give us a game number 5. Could it be off of this? No, not quite. Denied center, Gill to make the save, and oh no, an overcommitment! Imminent, the last one back, and Oregon will make the save. Dirtho with a monstrous flick, but a monstrous save will combat it.
There were two different strategies there. Dirtho can try and beat the defender, or he can wait for that leading blocker to get the tackle. It doesn't matter. They may have another chance here. Instinct up the corner. No shot from Gil. He wants to play the clear instead, and he'll be able to do that. No touch. Dirtho takes to the sky. There should be somebody from Oregon, but no. Instinct has no one to battle back against. And so Gil tries to continue the possession, but it's about that midfield pressure right now. Can Oregon establish their offense there and get some long-standing possession to go? It could be started by Sieves, but it's stripped away from Dirtho.
Uh-oh, Dirtho, though, off the ceiling. Time and space, and Addy made contact. That probably would have been able to waste enough time. That Oregon, it's crunch time here. A minute to go. You got to get something. Could it be this? Sieves, time and space. Can't get around one, but the follow-up from Imminent is at least going to be there. Arrow just needs a shot on target, and he puts it off. But the follow from Imminent keeps the series alive.
Dirtho so close to diving for the save, being the hero for his team. But the placement from Imminent just out of reach, and they earn themselves a chance still in this series.
They have a chance, but the chance is not complete yet. This is only going to give them overtime. They need to win, and the win could be taken away here. Gil with time and space off the backboard. Arrow needs a save, and he will find it. Chaos all over the pitch here as Boise scramble to get some offense, and Oregon scramble to get some defense. They do have it! Arrow out of nowhere with 2 saves in a row, and Oregon are still in this game yet.
It's only a goal. Boise State, you need 1 to get to the finals. That could be it here in the final 30 seconds. Instinct on the backboard. Dirtho wants a shot, but he takes to the corner instead. He wants to set up the play for his team instead. There's a pass down in the infield, but nobody wants it. Gil and Instinct going back for boost. They earn that boost, and can they use it to catalyze another chance? Imminent out to Dirtho. Dirtho wants to read on the backboard. He gets a pass out to Gil, but it's saved by Sieves. Imminent and Arrow both up on the play. Dangerous right now for Oregon, but Sieves, the savior, takes it to the midfield. Dirtho handles the ball well, contains Imminent, wants to pass out. Gil, can he get there in time? No, Oregon stretch it to the ground. We've got overtime.
We've got an overtime that could decide it all. If Boise State get the next goal, they move on to the grand finals. But Oregon have other plans. Imminent to send us to game number 5.
Not off the kickoff, not like this. You've got to be kidding me. A bump play lands Imminent into the ball, and the friendly roll off the post. Well, I think the Rocket League field just wanted something. That was the illustrious Game 5.
I don't know what to say. My hands are shaking as I try to write down these notes because honestly, what? I can't believe it. We're really going to Game 5, 2 series in a row. We really have gotten literally everything we've asked for in these semifinals.
Okay, but didn't we get also what we expected in a way? I mean, listen, we wanted a Game 5 from these two teams. We were going to get it. But also, I want to talk about how Oregon eked out that win. It was going to be a 1-point game. We saw it before from CRL. We saw the playbook that if Oregon can contain the offense from Boise State, they will get their chance. The other thing they did that in the first half of the game, yes, Dirtho was able to get a goal, but that was off of 5 shots, 6 shots, 7. Their defense held to the test. If they do that again in Game 5, it's going to get dangerous for Boise State.
I have to say, I think it's already dangerous for Boise State. As much as I want to be complimentary, that was definitely the weakest game they've had so far. Their offense being cut out, and honestly, it's exactly what we asked for, Pyro. It is all of Oregon meeting the ball before it gets threatening. They were hesitant through the first couple of games. Game 4, 0 hesitation. Full send attitude, and, well, you got to send it one more time. Game number 5 in this best of 5, a guaranteed bid to the finals for whichever team wins. And again, for Oregon, a chance to keep their hopes for CECC in Arlington. If they can win this, the dream stays alive.
They could go to CECC. They'd get a bit of that prize pool in the finals. They'd get a chance at the trophy. No more could be at stake for Oregon, and the same could go for Boise State. It's Game 5. The winner goes to the finals. Instinct wants that position! He's going to start it off hot.
Look at the placement here off the ceiling, reads his own touch, beats out a defender, and slams it off the bar. I can still hear that bar rattling right this moment. And well, Oregon, they better not be rattled right now, because if they let the nerves get to them, this game's all but done.
The cage is rattling. Is this Rocket League or WrestleMania? I can hear it. I can feel the physicality, the vibrations between these teams. It's electric, and only the best will pay off. Instinct wants to pop up. off again, but that shot gonna be off target. Gil wants to follow. It's the dirt though, but imminent. Oh, he wants to contain that player as much as he can.
And look at that, he's diving early. It's not going to work out though. No contact made, and Dirtho takes advantage.
This is scary for Oregon because guess what? Boise State, when they win in commanding fashion again. In that final, or in that previous matchup, it was 5-1 and 6-3 wins. We've seen it today in this matchup. They scored 7 goals in 1 win. They are here. They are on pace to do that again.
Honestly, this is a bit terrifying for Oregon as well because they know they need to make no wrong moves, and they will not. Demo out of midfield. The crowd goes silent because they know Oregon's not done yet.
All it takes is one mistake. All it takes is a heads-up play. Now, Boise State University, they are quick to rely on Dirtho to get to those touches, but look at what happens when they're not there. Even if the demolition doesn't happen, that goal's still in because they're pressed up so fast and so towards their opponent's net that they just don't have that third man prepared, ready to make the save. But Boise State University, they want to switch the narrative in their favor and do it quickly.
Oh, but they do need to get out of their half here. Imminent, gonna try and send this one the other way. Dirtho out of midfield, great 2 touches in a row. Can he find a third? Maybe set up one of his teammates. No, not quite. Then on the backboard, an arrow. Gets around one, gets around the same one yet again, and seems to actually to take it away. Get a shot to the backboard. Instinct is there, but look at Oregon picking up the pace of play, getting threatening and getting 50-50 to keep Boise uncomfortable. Speaking of uncomfortable, Gil, not sure how to read that one out of midfield, so instead Dirtho and Instinct look for a back pass, maybe get a shot on. It's a shot on, but it's nothing more than that. Seems easily contains that one and even gives Oregon a chance the other way. 3.5 minutes to go. We thought this one might get away from Oregon, but they very quickly corral this and keep their heads on straight.
And what's keeping Boise State University from getting these long possessions, what's transitioning Oregon to these chances. Hold on, Instinct with a chance. Oh, the fake out.
He played that one perfectly. He knew Arrow with the aggression that Oregon have come out with, these early challenges, as long as he can fake him high and play it low, that will get him the goal, and the 2-goal lead reestablished now for Boise State.
Remember when Instinct was hitting double tap after double tap? Yeah, that prowess has not ended. He is still trying to fire on all cylinders, and you can expect that from Instinct, but can you expect Oregon to let that slide? I don't think so. They still want their best chance in the game. A lot of these chances have come after counter attacks. That one not going to sort out well for them. Dirtho in his comfortable place there towards the ceiling, but can't get that extra touch. Oh, smart though from Instinct to take it away from the player on the side wall. Dirtho going to contest that, going to try and dump it towards Gil, but he can't get the touch. Imminent towards the goal line. That's a shot on target. Instinct takes away.
Perfectly placed save there. That's exactly what he needed. That surely would have gone in the net with no other defenders back, but we're still on defense yet, and with 2.5 minutes to go, we're only halfway through this one, and Oregon seems to not have shown everything that they've got here. There's a couple more tricks that they can pull out. Can they pull out one here? Sideball, miss out of Gil though, is going to cause him calamity. As Arrow gets 50-50, Dirtho on the backboard, needs a good save. It's an okay save, but I think it's the follow-up touches that's going to do them dirty. Fantastic play out of Dirtho to get it all the way into the Oregon half, but is it going to stay there? And is it going to turn into a goal? No, Dirtho, a redirect that actually stalls any momentum they were building on offense. Now a chance for Oregon the other way. Dirtho, good save off the backboard, but Arrow out of midfield to keep the presence alive here for the team in green.
Dirtho wants those nasty redirects there, but they can work against them in some situations and kind of collapse the pressure that's trying to build right now for Boise State. Speaking of which, another shot here in this series that's just going to go right off the ceiling and in their opponent's net.
And this is looking scary because everybody now with at least a goal on the team. And you want to remember the last time that everybody on the team had a goal, Pyro? It was the 7-0 that Boise pulled out. So it feels like the whole team firing on all cylinders. And if Oregon can't find a way to stop them, they may just be stopped in their tracks for their run towards the finals. 100 seconds to go. 3 goals in that time is not impossible, but unless they find an answer to the overwhelming offense that Boise have come out with, I don't know if it's happening.
It's got to start now, and that begins with getting the ball on the other side of the field. But right now, Dirtho wants to make a mess of this series, a mess of this final game. Send Oregon home. Can't do it with that possession, but he's got the handle on the ball again. Cannot land the ball on the Arrow. He'll take it to the ceiling instead. Seeps looks for the pass to Imminent, but it's taken wide, and they can't even get a follow on it because Boise State keen to the play, gets it to the other side. Gill with the shot here, over the defender, off of the post, and Durtho cleans it up.
Durtho so quick. We've been talking about his second touches all day long, how he is just there at the right time, and he's here at the right moment. Arrow would have had the save, but Durtho barely reads that one off the post and gives Boise a 5-1 lead. 70 seconds to go. A lot of teams would call themselves out, but unfortunately, you can't quite yet. But Gill may take Oregon out of this game. 1 minute to go. Oregon, Hail Mary doesn't begin to describe what they need as we may get to it. All I ask, if you're going to win like this, Boise, get one more goal. Show us the Brazil.
Do it. They've got the chance to do exactly that. And Instinct, what a performance this series. When Boise State pop off, it's Instinct leading the way again. Look at his stat sheet. They can't fit it under his name. Doing it all here today at Boise State University. It feels like they're taking a victory lap.
Oh, the victory lap may result in the Brazil yet. And honestly, victories for two teams here. Boise State, congratulations. At this point, with 40 to go, I don't think it's possible. You're moving on to the grand finals, trying to defend your home territory. And Grand Canyon University, congratulations. We'll see you in Arlington. You guarantee yourselves a spot at CECC at the beginning of May. Due to Boise already having a spot, you guys joined them. And it's got to feel good for the underdog to find themselves the upsets, and it results in another land yet again.
Incredible as well. We'll see if Boise State can put the cherry on top here on this series. Arrow deceives, take it to the sky. Durtho with a shot. Will it land? No, Imminent denies. Gill there from the corner. Ball in Durtho's hands again. To Instinct. Does Gill want it? No, the gas is out. He's done his job. Boise State University will head to the finals of the CECC West Regional Qualifier.
And they not only head to the finals, but they do so in dominant fashion. Their last two wins in this series, incredible. A 5-goal win in game number 5 and a 7-goal win in game number 3. This is everything that Boise were hoping for. When they pop off, they don't just pop off. They pop out of their shells into a whole new beast.
And listen, Boise State University, they could have came into that game 5 feeling the pressure, because it wasn't so long ago in CRL these teams were taking to game 5 and Oregon got the win with a 1-point win, but it was not the case this time around. Boise State, they got their chance for revenge. They got it here today, and we do have to talk about that storyline of GCU as well. You mentioned it. Now they officially get their bid to the CECC. What a performance by them. They had sported a win over Oregon. That was an upset. Not only that, wins against UCLA and most recently Weber State. Grand Canyon University, though they didn't play in that match, they deserve our praise for getting that bid.
GCU have earned themselves this spot at this point. They have taken win after win after win after win after win, and it is huge for them to now find this spot in the grand finals. The issue for them, though, is they now face a incredibly momentum-based Boise right now. They look nigh impossible to stop. It's incredible how over and over again this team is just putting on the pressure. You can see they're already focusing on that grand final. It could be all smiles. It could be a celebration. No, they know the job's not done yet. If they really want to celebrate, it's going to be when they hoist this trophy here and put it in that cabinet behind us.
Oh, they want it so badly. Listen, that trophy case just about filled, I will say, in the Boise State Esports Arena. It's looking fresh, but there's no end to the winning here for Boise State. They want this badly. They want that $1,500 prize pool as well for the win. Listen, there's a lot still on the line for Boise.
There's a lot on the line for Boise here. There's a lot on the line for every team competing. And again, as much as we are saying Oregon, it's unfortunate we see you bow out in the semifinals. Congratulations on a fantastic performance all around, though. They truly did put in the pressure. They put on an incredible performance all around, one they should be proud of. It's just, look at the draw. You fail to get a clean sheet out of your group. Yeah. This is your punishment. You face what is arguably the best team in this whole competition in the semifinals. So, you make your bed, you might as well lay in it.
Listen, it goes back to what we've been talking about with the LAN experience. It's just different here. You don't know what to expect. We saw that Weber State reverse sweep against UCLA. We've seen Oregon fall to GCU and now Boise State. It's just the LAN experience and the ability for Boise State, especially when they're winning, they get to feel that energy between themselves here on this stage. It helps them. It courses through their veins, and they just go on a rampage on their wins. We'll see if they can do that in the grand finals as well.
Let's hope that they can. Let's hope that they got some energy right now, because we're going to hear from them. It is none other than Boise State to give us an interview. Let's throw it over to Paulie to see how they're feeling after that monumental win.
Thank you so much, Bass. Welcome back to the CECC West Regional. I am here with Gil from Boise State University. That was an amazing victory. You started out really crushing them, and they started coming back on you. What was the team morale going through that match? Take us through it a little bit.
I mean, honestly, as far as team morale goes, it's probably some of the best we've ever had as a team so far this year. Felt really, really good. But, you know, Oregon's a strong team. That's a Western playoff team. We'll see them next weekend, hopefully. But so you know it's always going to be close with them. Just happy to take it in the end.
That's right. Grand Canyon University awaits you in the finals, Gil. What's going to be, you know, kind of the strategy, or what are you going to say to your teammates to get them ready to go into this next match?
I think it's just kind of the same game plan as Oregon. Just keep the comms up, keep the energy up, and we'll play our game. If we need to make adjustments from there, we will, but that's the game plan going in.
All right, sounds good. You know, final question here. Do you feel, with being the home team, you have the crowd really on your side here, do you feel like that also paints kind of a target on your back as teams are gunning to take out?
It might a little bit, but, you know, our goal is to defend home plate, and that's exactly what we plan to do in the final here.
All right, Gil, congratulations. We'll see you in the final. Go back with your team. That's going to do it here. Back to the casters for some more college esports action.
Thank you again, Paulie. To recognize that they are ready for the finals. They are gearing for it. But before we get to the finals, we got to talk about some of the people that make this happen. Again, huge shout out to our supporters and huge shout out to Padia. Again, be sure to join us next week for the Padia Cup CECC Qualifier. 8 all-women teams will be competing in Valorant for a spot at CECC Finals in Arlington, Texas. And for more information about Padia, go to their website, padiagaming.com. That is P-A-I-D-I-A gaming.com. Again, huge shout out to Padia and huge shout out for support in the women's scene here. It's a really big thing that I think a lot of people got to pay attention to, and we hope that you guys pay attention as well, because Pyro, the action's not done quite yet.
No, it is not. I will say I am excited next week for some Valorant action, but we still got Rocket League. We still have a grand finals between Boise State University and Grand Canyon University. That coming up next.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. Oh, and it's going to be into it.
Corner judges good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy blank is going to drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Running.
Everybody, we have been waiting for this moment all day long. The first grand finals of the weekend has arrived here for the CECC West Regional Qualifier. And it's none other than Rocket League to determine the very first winner. Again, my name is Oliver Bass, joined alongside by none other than Pyro J. And Pyro, we are here to witness history. Boise State trying to win on their home turf in front of their home crowd. But GCU have already exceeded expectations, found a bid to CECC Nationals. Can they get the upset yet again?
Now listen, Boise State University, I am so impressed from the home field advantage that has been exuded in their performances today. Dirtho getting loud and proud for his team all along. Getting that Game 5 victory over Oregon, massive as well as they fell to them in the last week. But GCU, what a momentum streak they have had. We got to check out the bracket to see how they've actually gotten here into the finals of this West Regional Qualifier. Grand Canyon University sporting some massive wins today, Bass, not only in the playoffs, but against UCLA early on. They're everywhere. Sporting wins Oregon, UCLA. It's incredible.
Honestly, it goes all the way back to group stages where they were able to take a 3-2 win over Oregon. We heard this from the words of Oregon themselves. They kind of underestimated GCU, and they got punished for it. GCU coming out the #1 seed out of their group, and then go on to play UCLA in the quarterfinals. They sweep them straight on through, go to the semifinals where it's a Game 5 nail-biter, and they still pull it out. Avoid the reverse sweep against what is arguably the best reverse sweep merchants we've seen all weekend. And now they find themselves not only in the grand finals with money on the line, but we're going to see them again in Arlington at the beginning of May. So let's see exactly how that run came through here. Bring up the bracket and show how both of these teams got here. Lower half, you see GCU, like we said, win against UCLA, win against Weber State. And on the top half, it's Boise State. Win against Utah State, and a nail-biter win that we just saw against Oregon to put them here in the grand finals.
Yeah, look at those dominant wins in the quarterfinals, right? Most of them 3-0 victories. We knew we were setting up for some banger matches in the semifinals. We weren't even supposed to put the Weber State Grand Canyon match on broadcast, but we did because we knew how incredible they would be. Both of them going to Game 5. Both teams earned their spot here in the finals. There is no shred of a doubt about that. Grand Canyon University, we've got to start with them because, again, their streak, their test, how they've gotten here is incredible. But let's take a look at the players. We've got Latumos. There's Wilds finally making it up on the roster. And Nando. We've talked about all these players, Bass. Who you got your eyes on?
Honestly, at this point, it's got to be Wilds. Wilds has been an incredible player. He has been the player we didn't expect to be here. Again, the original roster we saw for this team did not have Wilds on it. Wilds, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm glad that you are playing. My goodness, have you stunted at this point? I see you, Dirtho. I see you looking at me. I'm ready to see how you play as well. Honestly, this is going to be an incredible day, and it's a full house here. I just want to real quick before we switch over to the other roster. This dude has a gaming chair. He rolled this out so that he could show. Yeah. Do you want to move over a little bit, show people how you're literally filling the seats? Every seat here is filled. We have brought chairs out. Everybody is here. Yeah, look at this. There's not a seat empty. Everybody is ready for this grand final, and it's for a reason. We've been waiting.
You know who else is ready is Wilds, who we talked about, because we heard him in the interview, and they were like, all right, Wilds, like, who do you want to play? He's like, I want to play Boise. So Boise State University, let's take a look at this roster as well. We've got Dirtho. We've talked a lot about him. Gil has stood up to the test, but Instinct, a double tap merchant today.
All right, let's just give you the stat lines for the two. Remember how we said that like when Boise wins, they win big? In those two games, here are those stat lines for Instinct. 4 goals, 2 assists in their 7-0 victory. Final game, 2 goals, 1 assist. This man has been all over the board, all over the place. And Instinct, can you hear me? Can you stand up real quick, give the crowd a little look at you? Come on. I think Dirtho's trying to get him too. I can see the contact there. You know what? They're focused. They're locked in. They got to focus on the game ahead. Because again, this is what we were just talking. Doc was just here talking to us, and he wanted to remind us that as much as people have Boise taking this one, they're taking this as seriously as possible. They recognize that this is not going to be an easy feat for them to get past GCU, and they're taking this very, very seriously.
Oh, they absolutely do. And listen, to take this seriously is no understatement because, yes, they've got that bid to the CECC, but guess what? They've got the finals, the first place trophy to work for. Okay, right here, they've got the trophy. They've got the $1,500. They want to add to their collection of rings that we showed. Coach Doc showed us. They have the Rocket League ring right in the middle from the Mountain West Championship. If they win this here, they can add to this ring right here. They want to sport as many wins as they can.
They've got the Mountain West Championship for the ring. They've got a CRL bid to Worlds, and we've got game number 1 in this best of 7, Boise State versus GCU, and GCU to start us off with a bang.
We were showing off the rings, but GCU said, let's show off the goals. Nando taking on Dirtho.
This is a player to watch. We've been talking about Nando all weekend long. Paulie interviewed him, and Nando, calm, cool, and collected. Man was like, yeah, it's another day at the office. This might not be another day at the office, though. This might be a different one, because Boise State, threatening as always, looking for a first goal, and they will not find it off of that, but they will find some offense. 40 seconds in, they're down by 1, but for how long?
By the way, remember, this could be a long stretch of events here in this series. Of course, it's at the Grand Finals. Big save from Wilds. Needs to keep his goal line contained. Able to do that, but only for now. It's been a long stretch of offense here for Boise State. They just can't find that goal to go in just yet.
Ooh, Dirtho, though, with a monstrous dunk, sets up Instinct and gets the first one here. Boise back into the game quickly.
Yeah, they didn't really take a whole lot of time to do that, did they? I mean, the offensive possession started a whole long time ago, so it was only a matter of time when they get that first goal. I think Dirtho did want to get that, and now we see it on the scoreboard. It is a best of 7. This is the only series of this event that could go the stretch.
I'd like to point out, by the way, since we started talking about the crowd filling in, more people have arrived. We are literally getting more and more people in here. Everybody wants to see this matchup. They know what's at stake. Again, we have 3 different esports being played in person here. Overwatch, Valorant, and Rocket League. This is the first Grand Finals, and it is the Grand Finals with Boise in it. We don't know if Boise's getting the other Grand Finals. We'll find out. But we can guarantee you one thing. Boise here in Rocket League have come to play, and they're looking for a second goal to take the lead.
Latima's massive save. Could it be the massive shot as well? Double an Instinct, but there's more defenders that can pass for. If you're trying to get through Boise State University, Instinct looking for Dirtho. He's going to wean and peel right off of that play. Didn't like that shot chance. Gill, not a massive clear that they were searching for there. Nando to the backboard. Dirtho, monster clear. He's trying to get power on every single touch of the ball that they possibly can. Wilds to the midfield, stretched out to Dirtho, who, redirect, looking nasty, but not quite on target.
Dude, he's been going for those literally all day, and I have a feeling he's going to hit one. Nando's going to hit his second goal, and the crowd erupts as GCU are giving us a brawl.
GCU opted to be the Titan Slayers of the day. They've taken down just about everyone but Boise State. They want to prove in game 1 that they can do just that.
And they're proving it already here. Nando in particular is proving it. We said Wilds is a player to watch. Right now it's on defense. He's kept this team in this game, denying every single shot that Boise has come out with. But it truly is, my goodness, the entire team putting in the effort. They still need a little bit more. Confusion, chaos, clutter all around as Boise try to approach an offense, but it's short-lived. The opposite corner it goes. Dirtho out of midfield, though. A flick up high could set up Instinct. Instead, it's Wilds out to the corner to try and turn this one away. It's only going to go as far as midfield, though, as, again, Boise State putting on the pressure. We've seen this a lot. This is a team that is very aggressive. They're going to put on pressure at midfield, make you uncomfortable, and when they do find a shot, they perfectly place it every time.
Plus, the intensity of the shot taking from Boise State is so much, but look at how Grand Canyon are able to weather that prowess. I mean, their defense has been incredible this event. But to stand to the test of Boise State, that's just different. Instinct, no double. Nando, he gets a piece of it, but not the whole slice.
I'm saying this is intentional. Watch this, because Instinct has the second touch here and just goes away. They stop boosting. They completely fake out, head from Nando to try and get some sort of bump, and that's more than enough for them to find their second goal. A huge play out of Boise State to even us out with 2 to go.
Oh, Dirtho, right off the kickoff, that shot gonna go wide. Dirtho playing every single role this player possibly could. 4 demolitions to add on to the tally of his 4 shots and other statistics on the line here. We'll see what else he can do on the field here. Dirtho shot, forcing Nando to make that save, but it's connection to Wilds, and it's a three-person play. Latimos the next on the ball. Gill denies with a massive clear, and Nando Wilds awkward on the goal line. Latimos to save.
Oh, the entire crowd taking a sigh of relief there. They thought the same thing as us. Surely that would have been another goal there due to just the chaos on the line, but it's something we've seen a lot today, and Grand Canyon, out of all teams, have been able to keep their heads on straight and the nerves calm. A lot of teams have been suffering from that land pressure. It doesn't seem like GCU are one of them. Dirtho definitely not one of them either. He's continually setting up his teammates, finding another goal. Instinct with the Devo. You can even see it. Dirtho knows. What a shot.
Who gets that second touch? I mean, who other than Instinct? Well positioned on the backboard. That's the game sense it takes from players like Instinct to know, hey, this ball might not be placed in the net, but it could come back to me. Why don't I place myself on the backboard and finish the job?
And that is an incredible shot, but it's not the job done yet. 55 to go. Dirtho looking for a pitch off the ceiling! Stand up, big man, stand proud! What a shot!
That's unfair. That's just unfair. The defense given no time to get back. And by the way, if you've been watching Boise State, that's nothing new, baby. Dirtho's been playing the sidewall like that all day long, and he's caught defenders off guard throughout this entire weekend. So, no surprise to see that. But Boise State, you've got 40 seconds to hold on to a 2-goal lead. They should be able to do it, but Grand Canyon trying to show their fangs.
Oh, Instinct though, flip reset in the bag, in a clear lane except for Nando. He finds himself yet another save, the Savior medal found. Can they do it again? Absolutely. Wilds now with the Savior medal as well. Look at the tally here. 8 saves for Grand Canyon. They've basically been pressed into their half for the remainder of this game. There's not much remaining at all. 20 seconds to go. Unless they get a goal here, I'm thinking Boise State take the first of this series.
It's looking like exactly that here. Dirtho's going to climb to the ceiling, has an extra flip. There's a
What?
pass, ground pass right to him. He wanted to do it himself. Instinct up to the sky. They'll take it down, and that should do it. Boise State University, first win in the best of 7.
They find themselves a phenomenal win and a dominant one at that again. Look at that left side of the screen in comparison to the right. While Grand Canyon, when they did have the opportunities, absolutely made the most of them, they had very few. The demos causing chaos, just making it uncomfortable for them. The shots, perfection every time. Again, most of the shots we just saw there are highlight plays for a whole series. Ceiling pinch, Devo off the backboard, so many incredible reads, and that was one game. The first game too. We're not done yet, Pyro. We got a long series ahead of us.
The potential from Boise State University is limitless. The sky is the ceiling for this team, and you can tell just off of those plays in game number 1. Listen, key to victory here for Grand Canyon is to somehow contain that, because when Boise State have won games and series today and yesterday, they outperform their opponents. We've seen 7-0 score lines, 9-1 score lines from Boise State. It is a lot. Grand Canyon University, they had the 2-1 lead early on in the game, but oh, how quickly it can turn on them.
That's the issue here, is that Boise have shown they're a team that ride that momentum, and with momentum in their favor coming out of the first game, how far do they ride it? Do they ride it all the way into the sunset as the champions here for the CECC West Regional Qualifier? Let's find out. Game number 2 in this best of 7. The job not quite done yet. And I don't know if the game's ready yet. We'll find out in just a second here as we're hopefully getting into the action. Because Pyro, I don't want any breaks. Again, my heart's racing this time for a good reason. I want to keep the energy high.
I don't think Boise State wants breaks either, so we'll get right into this game. Game number 2, Boise State trying to tack on the tally for another win for themselves. We remember how GCU came out swinging at the start of game number 1. The crowd wants to see them do it in game 2 too.
I'm just going to let you guys soak this in. Listen. It's back and forth. It's GCU, BSU, GCU, BSU, and BSU coming out on top. First goal from none other than the big man himself, Dirtho, to open us up.
Well, the gameplay was about as back and forth as the crowd was there. There was a great chance for GCU at the beginning, but like we said, it can turn on them in a moment in time. Boise State, that's the first goal for them, but we've seen what Grand Canyon can do to weather the storm. Call the efforts. There's none of that here at the start of game 2.
Yeah, how do you slow down Dirtho at this point here? He's just doing everything. And Instinct, I gotta say, doing a lot too. Continually being such a pest in that final third, making it so uncomfortable for Nando to make a save. He does it. It's 2-0 within 30 seconds. Pyro, this might be that trickle effect that we've been talking about with Boise.
Here's the thing, there's an absolute necessity for Grand Canyon to make Boise State feel uncomfortable. They are just smooth moves right now. Whoever's taking the shot, they can land it. But what have Grand Canyon done to make them feel uncomfortable? Just about nothing. They haven't gotten a demolition on the board this entire series, but it's a bump for Boise State to get themselves a goal.
Hey, Pyro, I'm going to give you a quick stat here. Last time that Boise State took a 3-0 lead in the first minute, can you guess what the scoreline was at the end? Oh, 7-0. That was the game where they ran away and just started dominating. Well, I don't think that Grand Canyon have shown us everything that they've got here in this second game. I think Boise are only starting to begin as well. They've got a lot up their sleeve. They've got Durtho on the ceiling. A redirect center, not going to have enough power to go on target, but they're not done with the offense yet. Gil, high flying, maybe a bit overly ambitious. Again, lads, 3-0 is good, but with 4 minutes on the clock, you do not want to let Grand Canyon get back into this game and find a second half resurgence.
So menacing there on the air triple play. Latimos, we've seen him do the same, but we haven't seen it in this series yet. Grand Canyon not getting the time that they want on these solo play efforts, but meanwhile down Broadway Street, Boise State, they get it all the time. Midfield presence needs to be dominated or at least contested by Grand Canyon University if they want a chance in this game right now. The ball in their half wilds is taken to the skies, but guess who's there? It's Durtho. Down to Nando. He could get a flick here. Gonna play low instead. Instinct ready for this. On the goal line. Takes it high, but it's denied by Wild. Only for a moment in time. Latimos has that outlet pass option. Durtho denies it immediately. Like I said, not giving them any time to work the ball up the field.
They're trying their best, but unfortunately for Grand Canyon, every single one of these approaches they're going for is getting shut down almost instantly. Again, look at that. As soon as the demos come, Durtho immediately fills in that gap. You can tell Boise are confident because they are flowing around this pitch. You used the perfect word to describe it before, and I'll describe this as a banger if Gil can hit it. But unfortunately, off the mark. So the two most. Chance the other way, bumped off the ball by Instinct, and Durtho a clear lane due to a demo out of Gil. Again, Boise State, they talked about this before, and I think they're going to continue to play this way. Demolition's going to be one of the main factors in their game. They love to disrupt a defense. They love to get in the way and make it uncomfortable. And right now, there's no comfort level for GCU. Down 3-0 with only half the game remaining. They might have slowed down that initial scoring output, but they still haven't found a response.
No, comfort is going to be hard to find right now for Grand Canyon University. You mentioned the demos. We've got double digits in demolitions from Boise State already this series, and it's only game 2. Only 1 throughout the 2 games of Grand Canyon. So to try and make Boise State feel uncomfortable, there's more to do on that job. Durtho on the backboard carries that ball away from dangerous territory from Boise State. The demolition opens it up, and Durtho, he gives that to Wilds to do it.
And he's got a hat trick already here. Durtho continuing to just outpour with this offense, but again, it's the heavy lift into Gil there. He's able to find the demo. He's able to find an open lane, and honestly, he's able to find himself a tip of the hat out of me. My goodness, Boise State with an incredible performance here in the second game. We thought that this might just be the runaway. I gotta hope that with 2 minutes left, at least we can see Grand Canyon get a goal and maybe start to get competitive in this second game.
We're gonna need something to work off of here. It is Wilds to contest against Durtho. Instinct instead, up to the ceilings, to the sky. Latimos on the right side of the ball there. Wild saves the day, but really only the second. Only a moment in time that they're able to breathe as they still need to get some touch there. Durtho, after the shot chance, gets a bump, and now it's Grand Canyon bumping into each other. They need the cohesion now or never. Nando takes it high. Durtho next. Reset there. Dodge out to the ball. Latimos gives him a chance.
Oh, Wilds on the sidewalls. Latimos center. Pass out center. Denied by Gil. Perfect save on the line, and once again, Grand Canyon, even when they're looking threatening, Pyro, they're still being shut down by Boise, and they might just do it again. Durtho, though, a bit overly ambitious off the backboard, and no such follow-up shot will be found. A minute to go. Grand Canyon are looking to struggle so far. They've had a couple good shots, and that's about it.
They need more. That has to come. It could come here. There's the demolition. Nando doesn't take the shot. It's late, but it's fashionably late.
It's going to work out, and it's going to keep them in this game. But here's the big issue. Jake, they've waited till the very last moment here. With a single goal and still a 3-goal lead to Boise, they got to turn on the Jets here. They don't have a lot of time to waste.
Hold on, though. Is this the fire into the belly that GCU needed to start to get themselves back in it? Latimos a good effort on the kickoff there. Gil first to the ball after the clash of the kickoff. But Durtho takes it down, sets it in the hands of Instinct. Pinch play off of the wall, contested well by Nando. There's Durtho to the net. Wilds, no! no time to get back.
Of course it's Durtho. Why would it not be Durtho? A 4th goal now at this point. He has more goals than the rest of his team in not only this game, but I think combined throughout the series. I think I might be one off on here. Listen, caster math, not my strong suit, but I can count this one. 4-goal lead to Boise State with 40 to go. I'm thinking of moving up 2-0 on series.
Yeah.
Oh, how about another?
Oh, no, please, no. Okay, come on, GCU. They've got to give themselves a chance here. Latimos back through the rotation there. Backflip from Instinct going to go to the hands of GCU, but they've got to get these clears to be connections. They've got to find those chemistry moments, okay, between the clears and the passing plays on the sidewall. There was a moment there, Nando, contesting Instinct, but it's back to the midfield that Boise State have done so well at establishing their own real estate in. Clock down to the single digits here. Boise State on their victory lap for game number 2, but it's possession in the hands of GCU. There's Durtho. He wants to clean up the show. Killing Instinct sent to the ground. Game 2 for Boise State.
They're looking dominant right now, and for a good reason. Over and over again, GCU being left with very little options on how to not only escape their half, but turn it into an offense. And this has been the big issue right now, is look at the right side and compare it to the left again. 3 shots total here for GCU. Even if they had sunk every shot, that still wouldn't have been enough to beat Boise.
Unreal. Yeah, the shot count needs to go up. The contestant in the midfield need to be there quicker. It is still the pace of play in favor right now so heavily for Boise State University. They got their first 2 demolitions in that game, but as you can see, it's not enough. To play disruption against Boise State, you need so much more than demolitions. You need quick challenges. You need to contest Durtho immediately in the air, and if Instinct's going to work the backboard, that's just more trouble.
He has been a lot of trouble for GCU at this point here. Again, as much as we're complimenting Durtho, we got to give a shout out to Instinct. 2 games in a row with at least a goal and an assist, and that's not easy because it shows you were a dual threat here. Double-edged sword, being able to set up your team while also finish off your own plays. And unfortunately, this is not finished yet here for Boise. Although they've taken a 2-0 lead, they still need to do a little bit more because we've seen it out of GCU. This second half resurgence for this team is something else.
It is indeed. They've sported so many incredible wins throughout this event against Oregon, who took Boise State to game number 5 on their last 2 occasions. UCLA wins over Weber State. They can do it against Boise State. They just need their chance. It's going to be a clean slate here. 0-0 at the start of game number 3, but with a Boise State win, they can add match point.
Man, this crowd is something else, dude. I've worked on a lot of in-person events, but Boise, you guys have a facility that is built for in-person events. My goodness. It's just loud as ever. A little bit of silence at the moment here because both teams waiting in anticipation. What's going to be the opener? Is it going to be Grand Canyon finally finding themselves their first goal of the game and taking a really solid lead? They haven't done that since the first. Or is it going to be Boise continuing on with their winning ways? So far, it's neither. It's a little bit of a back and forth here. Ping pong match as both teams start to try and square up against each other. Already I can feel this. It's going to be a different game out of GCU here, Pyro.
There's just chances here for Latimos to maybe get a little more time on the ball, but he's hitting them quite heavily and giving the ball back over to Boise State. I want to see Latimos again with those air dribble chances because we know what he can do on the ball. Maybe that shot is going to give them the chance they need. Durtho to Nando! GCU takes the tally.
This is clever out of Nando. He recognizes a save needs to be made. He doesn't necessarily need to go for the initial shot. He needs to read the follow-up. Durtho, very little options. 2 players in front of him. He needs to get the most booming here he can. And with the angle he had, he didn't have much of a boom behind it. So Grand Canyon find their first lead since game number 1. Can they hold on to it, or can they maybe even add on to the tally? Nando in the air, clear airspace off the backboard. Latimos is there, keeps it close, flicks it over 1, goes for the bump on Gill, but he'll bail out his team and maybe even give a chance the other way. Pass out to Instinct, shot not going to be found, and Latimos will recognize the fake. Clever play out of Boise State, but it's not enough to get by this GCU defense.
And listen, if GCU keep playing that kind of slowly, they're not going to be able to keep up with those strong counterattacks from Boise State. It was Nando very slowly rotating around, but very quickly putting a shot that's going to contend 2 defenders of Boise State. Latimos, there's the time that I've been waiting for this player to have. Goes for that instant reset to be able to get a 50-50 on the Instinct. Wilds is next to the play. Can't get that double tap to go, but does get a bump onto Gill. Second second touch sets up Instinct, who still has a play to work with. That touch does not beat Latimos. They're contending again in the air. We've seen GCU against their opposition be superior in the skies, but trying to do that against Boise State, another story.
Oh, they do have a good story that's being written here, though. They still have their 1-0 lead, and they've got an offense building. Latimos, though, denied by Gil, and it'll be boomed all the way to the other half, where Instinct will even get a dunk. This not going to go on target, but Dirtho there for the follow. Tries to set up Gil yet again. He'll get a shot, also off target. Boise State trying to turn up the heat on their final third. The offense coming to life, and unfortunately for Grand Canyon, they got to be the Grim Reaper. They got to shut these guys down no matter the cost. They're trying to, but out at midfield, yet again, Kill. Time and space, gets it over one, but Wilds is there for the rebound. Instinct will also dive onto the play and get a 50-50, but nothing more besides that. And as Dirtho doesn't read the bounce off the backboard, Nando walks away with potentially another offense. Around one, Latumos tries to fake out Dirtho, but won't get him to bite.
Wilds with a chance here, no boost though, so had to go for the reset on that opportunity. Otherwise would have loved to sky that past the opposition. Ball still on the midfield line. Nando here with a shot. Gonna make Dirtho get it clear, but it's straight to Instinct. This is a chance here. Instinct always dangerous on these chances. Air dribble, crossbar, not enough. Dirtho, can he find Gil? But no, Gil peels off. Still looking to continue this possession here. No second touch off the sidewall. Dirtho to the skies. Once that pass over to Instinct, that's going to go wide. Boise State with their chances, but if they don't collapse on this soon, which they could, still getting to it is Wilds. Off of the crossbar again. Kill. Another shot. Dump to Dirtho. Finally!
The scoring drought has officially been finished here. Nando, a beautiful in-and-out save, but the issue is that all of the defenders had already gone for one themselves. With everybody committing to that ball, eventually something was going to give, and it did. 1-1 here. I will say this is exactly how GCU like to play. In the final 3 games of that last series they played in, it was single goals that were able to win them it. But speaking of single goals, Gil with the most impressive goal of the game.
Hold on, that's Instinct though. What a play.
Oh my God.
I mean, who else would you expect to do it if it's going to be anybody? The carry it across the field. I mean, there's a magnet between the ball and the crossbar every time Instinct is behind the ball. I swear, gives no chance to the defender to send it away. GCU, they'll lose their lead, but there's still over a minute for them to get it back.
They've got the time, but do they have the offensive presence? Because they're starting to get locked into their half more on repeat. Boomer downfield, almost an own goal out of Boise State, but they got Gil back to rescue them. Maybe even set up Dirtho here. Denied out at mid, but Nando, not a great touch. So Dirtho on the backboard! You can see him getting hype, and for a good reason. What on earth is that?
It's Dirtho, of course it is.
Oh
That's his comfort zone on his opponent's backboard. He's been trying to pick off those exact shots all event long, and he's had some cheeky angles. That one could be the sneakiest. Boise State, 2-goal lead, 1 minute remaining. Dirtho still wanting to climb onto this pressure that they've been able to mount here, but it's Wilds off of the side wall. Nando's taken out of the equation, so it's just Wilds and Latimos trying to string together something on offense. They can't do it. Dirtho next. Dirtho down. Dirtho in.
Second hat trick of the series. We've been trying all day to give compliments elsewhere, but Dirtho, he loves the spotlight. And honestly, I love to see him take it. Listen to the crowd. They know what's happening. Boise have found their rhythm. Can't GCU even stop them?
It's a tough tale to tell if Grand Canyon can do anything like that, but it does start here in the final moments. They need some form of a clutch factor if they're going to be able to pull off a reverse sweep that it's looking like they're going to have to do. So here's the moment where you do it. Here's the moment where you prove you can still contest against this team that's getting fired up more than they ever have. Instinct pass to the midfield, takes out Latimos as well, steals the boost. The disruption play at peak potential right now for Boise State off of everything they're doing. Instinct still catalyzing something for this team. The pass down with 10 seconds remaining. We know how this goes. They're singing now. Boise State, they can't contest against that shot, though.
Hey, listen, there is still a lot of fight being left here out of GCU. None of these games have been necessarily a slouch from them. The big issue, though, is they can't seem to hold on to their leads. And when the offense starts to move in favor of Boise, they start to fall apart. And unfortunately, Boise, they can see the finish line. They are one game away because this one's set in stone. Durtho to add one to the tally, will not find it, but results stay the same. Boise State, a 3-0 lead on the series. And how about one for the road? Off the backboard, no denied. For the save, 3-0 on the verge of a sweep here against GCU for the grand finals.
The home field advantage, the revenge against Oregon. The one game away that they are now of being the champions for the West Regional Qualifier of the CECC. Boise State have created such an excellent narrative for them to take this to the finish line. But here's the thing, Bass, we're not there yet. We do have a little bit of timeout, so we'll get some time here before we get to game number 4. Listen, we've seen some insane reverse sweeps throughout this event. I'm not calling it impossible for GCU.
I'm not calling it impossible, I'm calling it improbable. And my big reason why is it feels like every time they do make those strategic adjustments, Boise are so quick to respond. They find themselves such a solid play. As we look back upon the replays here, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Again, first couple games, it is a lot of passing plays. Second game, it's solo plays. And then third game, it's back to team plays with that emphasis on mechanics. If they're going to give them time and space in the air like this, early shots are going to be found, and once that breakdown of defense happens, Grand Canyon struggle to find a response. And look at this. 3 minutes left in this game, and it's 1-1. Yeah. Again, when Boise come to life, they run away with it.
It's so difficult for GCU to contain Boise throughout the entire game. We've seen them hold on to that lead. I think they had a lead for a solid 2, maybe even 3 minutes, but just 5 minutes of game time against Boise State. It's so difficult to do. And at what point do you need to put a heartbeat sensor on Durtho? Seriously, he's spending so much time on their opponent's backboard, pre-jumping off the ceiling, getting these insane touches. It feels like at some point you got to play man-to-man defense on this guy.
You try to, and then what does he do? He just dunks it around you. That's the issue, is that Durtho can score no matter the ways, or if you do put a man on him, he could just get demoed and taken off the pitch anyways. Again, it's not just the Durtho show here. As much as we have been complimentary, Gil, at least an assist in every single game. Latumos, Instinct, at least a goal and an assist in every game. Boise State have not just pulled out all the stops, they've ripped the stop signs out of the ground and are smacking GCU with them on repeat. This is disgusting out of Boise State. They have been so good in every play that they've approached. And again, this is why GCU, taking a timeout right now, vital. They need to re-strategize. They've got no answer as it stands here and now.
I love how selfless the players are as well from Boise State. I think we started in game 1 with Durtho. Not as many goals, but had the demolitions. Okay, we just saw a play from Gil. He could have had the shot, but no, he dumped it down straight to Durtho. The communication, it's so in sync between these teams. We talked to Durtho earlier. He was talking about the comms between Gen G and how crystal clear they were. You can tell these players, they know mechanics are important. They know the passes are as well, but communications, as crisp as they can be, can create champions.
Yeah, this is one of these things where they're well aware of what they need to do, and they're executing upon that perfectly, and that is by far, in my opinion, the most impressive part, is that you can say we need to do A, B, and C, but you might sometimes be able to do A, maybe sometimes you're able to do C. You never really know what you can do. They're doing it all right now. Literally everything is on point. The mechanics are on point. The passing plays are on point. The defense even on point. Again, saves have been aplenty here. Even at the chances that GCU do get, most of the time they are getting shut down. And that's the big difference right now is that, again, usually GCU a team that keeps these competitive. And while they have kept these competitive, they don't ever really seem to have the lead in their favor, if that makes sense. So again, a timeout here to re-strategize, great idea. I think it's what's necessary if they even want to try for the reverse sweep.
And listen, you could maybe try to ice Boise State, but I don't think they're doing that either.
Right.
We just saw them in the Game 5 against Oregon. That was a big revenge match that they clutched up and dominated it. That was a commanding victory. So when they're on match point, this team works wonders. Boise State University, one game away from taking the championship of the CECC West Regional Qualifier. This could be it. Game 4 is on.
GCU fans, we heard you before. more. We need to hear you again. This team needs your support if they want a chance to keep this series alive. An early goal for them would be huge, but again, they also struggle to hold on to a lead. It's been a big issue for them so far here, as they do find good goals, they do find momentum, but holding on to that, a completely different ball game.
That's right, but we are in the ball game very much so already. Durtho as well has his mind tuned to those double taps, those reads off the backboard that can be so dangerous for Grand Canyon to contest against. Latimos, a strong touch there on the back line, knows that the shot's not coming, so had to make that happen. Durtho though, massive goal.
Hey, listen, I got to give a little bit of credit there. That was the coach and director for GCU. They're still clapping even when Boise are getting goals. They recognize that they are facing up against a monstrous team, and they respect them for that. And honestly, you got to give respect to Durtho. Again, goals in every single game. He has only scored a single goal in this one here where we're only about a minute gone, and in the first game. Outside of that, at least a hat trick. Monstrous performance out of Durtho here. And Grand Canyon, while you have put up a heck of a fight, you need to keep on fighting. These jabs ain't enough. You need a knockout blow just to slow down Boise State.
No, and they've got to be clinical as well. We had a chance there from Wilds on the ceiling to get a pass down to Latimos, but the dodge never came. Those are chances that you're just not getting often against Boise State. Maybe this is one. Latimos couldn't get rid of Gil, and now Nando's got to turn around just to save this incoming shot here from Instinct. It's a flick that doesn't get on target, but it's a setup for Gil, and it's a goal for Gil.
Another one here for Gil, and honestly, it's his first goal since the very first game. He's been an assist merchant so far, but he shows when he needs to, he can put it on target and put it perfectly placed just underneath the bar, slides that one in, and gives Boise a 2-0 lead with 3:40 to go. We've said this so many times. Grand Canyon, you have the time to make a comeback, but you have not been able to do it so far here in this series. Correct us. Make a difference. Make this the game where you keep it close and get back into it with time to spare.
Comebacks haven't been the story yet for Grand Canyon. They could make it the story now. Latimos just wasn't to that shot quickly enough. Instincts wants to pick off this play here as Wilds turns it to the corner. Be able to do that, and it comes off the corner as Latimos skies to it. He's got the reset, but can he put this to a less dangerous position? Yes, in the moment they can. Latimos staying right behind that ball, wants to earn an extra touch, but that's going to get past Nando. Instinct dumps it to Durtho and looks for the bump, and Durtho, oh, that's all the space he needs.
And now I've been corrected. The only goal of this entire series where Durtho has not scored more than a goal, game number 1. Outside of that, though, he has been a monster. Perfect placement, sends it off the backboard, but I will say, Instinct doing a lot of the heavy lifting, setting up his teammate perfectly, clearing the lane, and all of a sudden, clear skies ahead here. Boise State up 3-0 with 3 minutes to go, and I don't think they're even done yet.
The finish line was in sight as they got to game number 4, but now I think they can smell that trophy. It is right there. 3 minutes of game time. Can they put on a fourth? No, Wilds is able to contain for a moment, but Latimos wants to use his space effectively. It's a good 50 there against Gil, but now it's in the hands of Instinct, who does so well in the air. Cross court, flip reset towards the backboard. Nando able to pull it away. Could have been dangerous from Instinct and can be from Latimos, but it's intercepted. Great awareness from Boise.
Boise's so quick on defense here, but a bump could cause some problems. Instinct barely able to get back to that one, but now some momentum for Grand Canyon. Can they use it to their advantage? Can they find even a shot? They've only had a couple here in this game, and they're looking for a third. Will it be found here? Nando sends it up center, pass down center again. Latimos can't get around that one though, and Instinct should have a clear downfield and a chance at net. Nando almost gives them a chance at net. An own goal would have been disastrous, but they avoid it. But do they avoid the follow-up? No, they do not. Gil to add on to the tally. He's got no assists in this game, but he's got 2 goals.
Boise State on every possession, been hounding their opponent's territory, taking the boost. Latimos being forced to get that container before trying to mount another aggressive play. Well, it put him out of position for the shot. 4-0 lead now for Boise State. They're still working. Durtho now to the ball, gets a dodge on it. Instinct ready for it, but it's too far and away. Nando drops to Latimos, wants to get the pass to Wilds, but they're not coordinating effectively here. Durtho to the shot, tries to take it wide, but Nando strips him of it.
Time ticking away, 100 seconds left, and at this point, GCU need a miracle. Unfortunately, though, Pyro, it's not Christmas. We're many months past that, so I don't know if we're going to find one here. 90 to go. Grand Canyon struggling to even get out of their half, and Boise State might have just given up their first goal of the game. Light on. There's a chance. The fire underneath GCU has finally been lit.
GCU, wake up. Wilds has done it, and now everybody else needs to. They've got Boise State off guard. Need to do it a few more times before this game wraps up. We've got 80 seconds on the clock and a chance for them to turn it around on the kickoff, though it is Dirtho who wants more. Off of the backboard, good pass instinct, ready for it, but Latumos quicker on the backboard. Nando couldn't beat Gil. The shot goes wide, and Grand Canyon, they've got him out something.
Oh, they've got a little bit of momentum out of midfield, but Instinct quickly takes that away and sends it into the corner. Nando a boomer down, but I don't think he's going to find anybody. Never mind, Latumos makes me eat my words, but a wild dive out of none other than Wilds themselves could cause problems, because here come Boise the other way. A demo on Instinct, though, should have opened up space, but they cannot find it or utilize it. Over and over again, GCU being shut down in midfield. You even send two players at once, and they still can't get an offense together. Chance here is Dirtho pops it out to the opposite corner, but 30 seconds left. This could be it. Boise fans, get loud and proud. You could be seeing another championship win and a goal to add on. Hat trick for Gil, and that's got to feel good after just assisting his teammates through 3 games straight.
Where's the confetti when you need it? That one's a hallmark of a goal. You said it yourself, Pats. Gil has been the selfless player of the series, but now he's getting his flowers. Able to score the winning goal for Boise State as this clock trails down. GCU, an incredible performance in this event, took down Titans throughout the entirety of it, but one Titan is just too large, too gigantic. You can't get past them of Boise State.
Gil said, hey, Dirtho, move over. You're hogging the spotlight. Give me a second to shine. 4 goals here in game number 4, and it's going to seal the deal. 6-1, 13 seconds left. Boise fans, you know what's in store. A win here at CECC West Regional Qualifier. Take a bow, take a lap, take whatever you want, because you've taken the win away from Grand Canyon and taken the win back home in front of the home crowd. Boise State are your champions.
In sweeping, commanding fashion, Boise State University on home turf earned their victory. But it's GG's on both sides, because Grand Canyon University, pat yourselves on the back. A win this event against Oregon, which nobody suspected. Took down UCLA, Weber State, and everyone in between. This team performed about as great as they could have.
I don't think you could have performed better. I am beyond impressed by what Boise have done here. And honestly, they got to feel happy about that. I'm feeling good. I imagine they're feeling great, because honestly, Boise State, this is what they've been asking for. This is what they've been looking for. This is what Dirtho spoke to us about winning this, proving that not only was the loss to Oregon earlier in the week not representative of their overall momentum, but proving that they are the Lanimals of this age. This team on land, this team in person is a completely different team and a completely different beast.
The Lanimals. That's who they are. That's Dirtho, self-described as himself, but Gil and Instinct, 2 outstanding players. We saw Gil pop off in his own ways throughout the event, assisting. It's such a champion, but Instinct, I could watch those air dribbles and those double taps all day long. Put on an absolute clinic throughout this event. These are 3 very deserving players of the win. We can check out exactly how they do it. We got a string of replays to check out from Boise State University. Call it a highlight reel.
I would imagine this is a highlight reel, because we're going to see the fight back from GCU, but again, never able to hold on to the lead. And multiple times throughout this series, they had a chance to sneak one away past Boise, but they just couldn't quite. Over and over again, so close, but just not enough.
Not enough here. Grand Canyon University, they had their moments. They even had 2 games where they had the lead to work with as well, which was monumental for them. It was 0-1 at one point, 2-1 at another. They held on to their lead longer throughout the later stages of the series, but Boise State, you can never contain them for 5 minutes of game time. Always found those chances down the mid lane. That's what I'm talking about from Instinct with those air dribble plays, and just more than meets the eye. Oh, I love this replay. just beautiful. Like I said, he magnetizes the ball to the crossbar, slams it, gives the defenders no chance.
It's just perfect air dribbles every time, and that's the big issue here is that many times throughout this series, actually not even this series, I should say, stand corrected, throughout this day, we would see it where there was momentum going against teams and they'd start to slip up. Boise, even when the momentum went against them, they never slipped up. And that's the big issue here is that they never put a foot wrong. And that is so hard when you're Grand Canyon, already the underdog coming into this, expecting maybe to find some openings, and there were none. Boise, picture perfect throughout this entire Grand Finals. They should be so proud of the performance they just put out.
Listen, they're going to that CECC. They were already. They've got that $1,500 winnings as first place. They're going to get that trophy that we'll see very shortly. And they get to add to their ring as well. They earned this Rocket League ring from the Mountain West at first place, but now they'll get to add to the accolades just here in the West Regional Qualifier of CECC. Just add to the tally for Boise State. Add to the trophy case, Bass. That is just massive for this team.
Yeah, this is a nice trophy that they're going to be seeing here. This big, shiny guy in between us has been lurking all day long, and now finally Boise get to grip it within their own hands and be proud of the win that they have taken. Again, we weren't sure if they were going to be taking the win. We had confidence in them, but their biggest tests lie in the semi and grand finals. They overtook Oregon, they overtake GCU, and now they're over every single hump in front of them and on to the sunset. Right away in glory, right away in style. As Boise, what a win, what a game, what an impressive performance.
To do it on home turf as well. They had the crowd behind them. They had everyone rooting for them for the win, so it's got to feel great as well just to do it in front of not only their fans, their family members, Bass. We got to talk to Dirtho's family. They're here watching them play, watching them be an absolute beast. It's got to be so fulfilling to do this in person. So many players being able to travel to represent their university, to represent their club that helped them get here. Teams like GCU, teams like everybody, but Boise State, it's home turf. It's flexing like they know and they love to do.
And I will say this much. Listen, Boise, be happy of what you've done. GCU do the same. This is not the last time we're going to see you guys. We will be seeing both of these teams in Arlington. They have both made bids there. Again, Boise already getting there based off of Mountain West, meaning there's another spot open even if they did win this. And they did win it. That means GCU now take it. So congratulations to GCU. Like I said, this is not the last time we will see you, and I expect big things out of this team. They exceeded expectations here today, Pyro, and I would not be surprised if they do it again.
They've got to go home celebrating.
Yes.
Honestly, what a journey to get to the position that they were able to get to. It's not just even that CECC bid. They don't just get to go to Arlington, Texas in early May for the national tournament. They've got $500 as well in the prize pool. Listen, 2 other teams got to play today in the top 4. They didn't get no prize pool. They didn't get no bid to the CECC. Grand Canyon University could say, yeah, we earned that today.
All right, listen, production, I'm going to put you guys a little bit on your toes real quick here. Odds we can pull up a bracket graphic one more time to run through what we all just saw here to see how Boise took this win, because it was impressive. They did a whole lot here today. Oh, they're just too good. They're just on top of it. We know the scoreline in the finals. It was a 4-0, but on top of that, 3-0 over Utah State, 3-2 over Oregon, a nail-biter of a game number 5, and Boise run away with the win all the way to the grand finals, where, like we said, they sweep by GCU and take home the championship. They should not just be proud, they should be absolutely ecstatic. This really was fantastic. And, man, production, give a round of applause for production as well, man. They've been on their stuff today.
They're on it. They've got every cam, every angle. Hey, they even got us during the games casted as well. You got to give a hand to the Esports U production team. They know what they're doing over there. No doubt about it. Come on, give a hand. They know what they're doing. Throw up the hands. Great job. Thank you, production, for the amazing angles. Updating the scoreboard, the bracket as soon as we need it. Incredible stuff to see from them. And GCU, yeah, it was a fight to get to the finals, no doubt. You saw it there in the bracket. They had to win best of 5s. They had to win in game 5 scenarios. They had to win when we weren't predicting them to win, Bass, and they still stood up to the test. You can't ask more for a team that made it all the way to the finals, get the bid at the national tournament. This is still a win for GCU.
This is a win all around, and honestly, every team that played here today should be proud of the performances that they put out. Again, a lot of people getting here on their own merit. They don't have have the universities that have varsity teams. They are clubs trying to get here to prove themselves, to compete. It's not necessarily everybody, but the teams that did, we have to give you a round of applause as well. And again, thank you to everybody who allowed myself and Pyro to come here today. This is an incredible event for us to be at. We have had a blast the entire time through, man. First LAN of the year for me. I couldn't have asked for a better one.
Hey, same for me, man. Good to do it with you. No doubt about it. So Rocket League, hey, listen, we may have just saw that championship, but there's more action happening here on the Esports U broadcast. We've got not just Rocket League, but even games going on right now. Overwatch Grand Final coming up very soon. We got the Valorant as well, but there you have it, folks. The final look at the rosters that competed in this event today. Amazing to see all 11 teams come out to Boise State to compete here as well. It was a weird group format as well for Group C, Grand Canyon and Oregon. We saw that upset there. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to the JV team of Weber State and University of Arizona, who were not able to make it out of the group stage, but incredible efforts from teams that surprised us, Bass, like Weber State University. How about their performance?
Weber State, I feel like that's the #1 name I'm taking away from this. I already knew Boise were good. I already knew UCLA were good. I knew Oregon were good, and I knew GCU were good. I did not know Weber State had it like that. My goodness, upsetting their group, finding a way to the semifinals on top of that. They should be beyond proud of their performance, and I hope, again, as much as we are saying that, you know, Boise and GCU, yes, correct, find their bids to CECC and Arlington, there's still other chances for more teams. We got an LCQ around the corner. We got more regional leagues that need to wrap up, so we could be seeing some of these teams all over again, and I'd love to. Listen, my alma mater, even though I dropped out, I'll be fully transparent with this one, is Arizona. So I'd love to see these guys try again, see if maybe they can get some more momentum, and maybe try and build towards a bid towards CECC.
100%.
There are no guarantees, but at the same time, I'm just excited to see what's ahead here. Esports U have put on an incredible performance, an incredible production, and I know they got more in store, not only just today, but in the future as well.
Yeah, so it's good reason to stick around and continue to catch out the competition that's going to be happening here. I mean, again, the storylines for me, like you said, you got to take away from Weber State University. If you ever see this team competing in a tournament, never count them out. It was their reverse sweep against UCLA, I believe, that was just incredible. And then they almost pulled it off against GCU as well. They took them to game number 5 and almost eked out the victory. I mean, those players are made up of incredible statures. You got Rivers, Nova, but Zest, what a player. He was my player of the day yesterday.
Yes.
But, hey, shout out GCU and Boise State especially. I don't know. Can you call out a player of the day for Boise here?
No, I want to say it's Zertho just because he was such an offensive animal, but at the same time, Instinct and Gil put in so much effort through every single one of those games. Again, especially in the Oregon versus Boise back and forth there, it really was a team effort every time that they did win. There was goals and assists from every single player. I'm still giving it to Zertho, though. I think it's too hard not to. He was so incredible the entire way. Listen, I'll be fully transparent. Zertho a homie now at this point. I'm a little bit biased, but at the same time, hey, listen, man, stats speak for themselves. This guy, let's just say, here, while we got the time, let me read off you guys the stats for Zertho throughout this series. And game 1, 1 goal, 1 assist. That is, in my opinion, the worst of his performances throughout this series. 4 goals the next game, 3 the next one, 2 the final. He literally just kept scoring multiple goals. It's incredible work from this entire team. But Zertho truly proved to us why he was saying, I am an animal on land. I will be the animal. I will be that player to watch. And I don't know if I can argue against it.
Because even if it's not on the stat sheet, we can say from testimonials that Zertho was just hounding the team on ways that you don't really add to the score tally or the stat sheet. Okay, he lived on his opponent's backboard this entire event, trying to get these weird angles on the shots that he did sport in the match against GCU. And when you have a player like that on your own backboard, you always have to have that in the back of your mind. It's such a disruption play just to position yourself there and try to go for those crazy angles, as well as the bumps, as well as the demos. Zertho did so much. I will tell you, though, there were quite a few games where Instinct, he had so many stats on the line, you couldn't fit it under the bar, under his name. It was just out of this world, his performance. What a spectacle play. Maybe that's what it takes to be our champions of today, though, Bass. Not being able to call out each and every player.
Yeah, you got to be as good as possible here. And honestly, well, they've earned their victory. Pyro, this is where you and I bow out. This is the end of our day. Thank you again to everybody who tuned in here for the Rocket League portion. My name is Oliver Bass, joined alongside by Pyro Jay. I've got the stage. Shout out to my girlfriend Cass. I know she's watching at home. And shout out to you guys, the viewers, because now you get the final treat. Let's throw over to Paulie. Crown our victors here as Boise State will hoist their trophy. Congratulations, Paulie. Take it away.
Well, before that, we are here with Grand Canyon University. Make some noise for Grand Canyon. That was a well-fought series. Wilds, take us through that series a little bit in your mind.
It was a good series all around. We wanted Boise. They played really well. I mean, Boise's a really good team. They're top of half of CRL right now. They're a great team, Durtho, Instinct, and all really good players on that team. There's nothing wrong with them.
All right, you heard it from Wilds near now. Latumos right there. You know, you wind up falling there. You do qualify, however, for Arlington, so you will be going to our grand final major event. But how overall was the CECC West Regional, in your opinion?
It was a lot of fun, great competition, high stakes, but at the end we pulled it out, made it to Arlington, and I guess that's all that matters. So.
Absolutely, should be proud here. Nando, let's have you come over here for a second. Nando, you played here on the grand stage at Boise against the home crowd at Boise. You know, what was it like competing and trying to walk away with that W? You started getting some steam at points, but Boise just so tough fundamentally here in this one.
You know, it's fun all around. I love the whole event. It's pretty fun around. You got to love our GCU supporters, our Valorant team. You got to respect it to them. They're really supportive throughout the whole game. You know, we wish we could have won this out, but I guess we have to play for Arlington now. We just got to get better.
All right, you have plenty of time. Come down here, sir. I'd like you to introduce yourself to the crowd.
Yes, I'm Jay. I'm the director of esports at Grand Canyon University. My voice is a little hoarse because he's had some matches today. But, yeah, really proud of our guys. We came here to compete against ourselves, and we knew that we were going to be sending one, if not two teams to Arlington. So we're really proud of our boys to be doing that this weekend. We're going to take the positive. We're going to leave the negative. We're going to focus on Arlington.
Jay, you're going to Arlington. All GCU's going to Arlington. So before we get Boise over here, let's make noise one more time for GCU. They'll be joining us down in Texas at Arlington May 4th to 6th. So GCU, congratulations. Now let's bring up Boise, the tournament victors here. Well done. Congratulations, Jay. Your team played phenomenal. Well done, GCU. All right, let's bring up Boise now. Well done, Boise. Let's make some noise for Boise, who wound up taking home the Rocket League. Come on in. All right, Doc, I see you fighting to the mic. I see it. Okay. All right, Doc, give us a little spiel here. Tell us, you were rooting nonstop for Boise. You were coaching, in between.
Yeah, it's my job.
You were doing amazing. Take us through that match right there.
No, this is a process that they showed this group what it is on stage. The process is to play the game that's in front of you and to make adjustments as you go, to trust your teammates, to constantly give good information and act on it. And that's the process. Whether this was for a trophy or on a Tuesday night sweaty scrim, the process is the same, and they did their jobs. It was fantastic.
Absolutely. Well done, Boise. Durtho right here. You had an amazing game. You were just hitting shots, snipes from all different angles off the walls. Take us through this game, Durtho. You were just locked in from start to finish.
Not only was I locked in, but my teammates were locked in as well. With a great foundation behind me, honestly, it couldn't be more easier to do what I want. So I give big thanks to my teammates.
All right, well done. Always got to put on for the team. Gil, how overall here? Let Gil come down here for a second, please. Gil as well right here, part of the winning team. You said that the key going into the semifinals or going into the finals was to stay composed, keep the team energy high. Did you do that and execute on that there with that impressive win?
You know, I think we did that and we exceeded. You know, that's kind of how you get a performance like that against a really good team. Just amazing teammates. I wasn't having my best day, but, when I can just sit back and watch them put the ball in the net, it's like the best feeling ever.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. That was fantastic. Let's go down here as well. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. All right, Doc, you're pushy. But let's bring over here the Idaho Army National Guard to present the winning trophy of Rocket League to Boise State Esports. Let's make some noise. Accompanying them is COO Ray Katz from CSMG and Esports Executive Angela Bernard-Thomas. Well done, the Esports UCSMG staff here, the Idaho Army National Guard. Congratulations to Boise State Esports. They'll be joining us in Arlington as well for the CECC. Well done, congratulations. All right, everybody. Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have more college esports action, and I believe we're going to some Overwatch 2 Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, more CECC when we return.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. Oh, and it's gonna jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Blake is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Johnny.
Welcome, everyone, to the CECC West Regional Qualifier at the Boise State Esports Arena. Yesterday, we witnessed 32 teams represent the best in the West as they competed for their spots in the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. In Overwatch, we opened with San Diego Navy taking on University of Utah. And today, we're going to be able to close out Overwatch in the grand finals with San Diego Gold Squad taking on the Broncos. I am Artie Rain, Nerdy Bird, and alongside me on desk is the one and only Septilence.
Yes, Nerdy, we are super excited to be jumping into this. And everybody, viewers in person at home, if you will join me for just a moment, we're going to take a very quick journey and jump all the way back to yesterday morning, where we started with 8 teams. And throughout this weekend, we got to experience the highest highs and the lowest lows for a lot of these teams. So I have one question and one question only. Who is excited to see our grand finalists, UC, SDG, and Boise? Let's make some noise. Can we get some noise for our grand finalist teams? I actually can't hear you guys, so I'm going to hope somebody screams, and if not, I'll scream myself. There we go. Let's go, people. I scream for a living. You can scream a bit to celebrate these teams, because this is going to be a great best-of-5 series. And Nerdy, what a great one to do it. We go into this weekend. We've got Boise, the home team, making it far in every single event we've had, and now they come in grand finals looking to take home a second trophy today. This trophy today.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, yesterday you asked me if there's any teams to look out for. I mean, we were bidding on Hawaii. We got the upset off screen, which made us both very sad. But one team I did say to look out for was San Diego in particular, because in the qualifiers for this LAN, they actually beat the Broncos, and now this is the time. Are the Broncos going to step up to the plate and take them down, or is San Diego walking away with the victory?
Yeah, and something I found out just literally a couple minutes ago, I thought Boise was #1 seed. San Diego is #1 seed. Boise is #2 seed. So this is a really fascinating situation. Boise, one of the best teams in the country. We talk about that all the time. I haven't been able to experience San Diego as much because I live on the East Coast. So I don't spend a lot of time with the West Coast teams, except for teams like Boise that I work with very often. But this is a super exciting time. These teams are putting it all on the line. Both of them a 3-0 victory in semis to make it here. University of San Diego takes down UNLV Crusaders, and Boise takes down Utah. Now they go head-to-head. And like you said, this story's been written once, but Boise heard that song before and did not like the ending. So they'd like to give us a different narrative here today.
Yeah, and not to mention, they were called out in our post-game interview after semis to take this seriously, come to bat. We're going to see some duels. We're going to see some tank one-on-ones, and it's going to be no holds barred, bringing it down. Can the Broncos step up to the plate, or will the Tridents walk away with the trophy today?
There's part of me that continues to find it insanely funny San Diego cannot find the camera. Like, one of them has found it, 4 of them are completely unsure where it is, but it is funny regardless. These players putting their game faces on, going in. I know that map #1 is going to be Ilios, as it was earlier today. That is the map of the day, one we're sticking to, and it's going to be fascinating because both teams have played that map today. They've got the warm-up. They beat their opponent on it, clearly 3-0 victory to get here, and going into it, these wins not going to be as easy as the ones they brought this morning.
No, and they have to bring their A game. They have to shake things up.
They got to bring their S game.
Yes, that's true. They need to shake things up as we hop into Ilios. But first, we're going to take a quick look at the rosters. Who's here to game? Who's representing their schools?
Yeah, we've got Frosted, Zinnia, Paco, Hinged, and Mine. And while this entire roster has been phenomenal the entire weekend, Nerdy, I think you and I can agree there was a spotlight on one person on this team, and it's the man right in the middle himself. Paco, the tracer extraordinaire from earlier today. He is a player we are keeping a close eye on. And a big part of that reason, a big reason we are keeping a close eye on him is because of the opponents on the side of Boise. This is going to be a DPS duel through and through.
Can't argue with you there. And for the Broncos, we have Clear, Matt Merck, Plato, Chosen, and Bagel to round out our roster here to take on the Tridents in this championship match. Will Clear be able to go toe-to-toe on the Tracer duel, or will one of them walk away with their head hung low?
Somebody's got to walk away with a loss, and it's going to be fascinating to find out who it is, because we're looking at Paco versus Clear, and I'm going to keep pushing that narrative because I think a huge part of the reason they've both made it to grand finals is because of those solo players, those DPS players. Clear, a 4-man pulse bomb yesterday, a 180 pulse bomb from Paco today that turned into a 4K with the pistols afterwards. These Tracers have been crazy. And now, because of course I'm excited to see a Tracer, we're probably not going to get any, but we'll get there when we get there, right? I know that this is going to be an intense matchup. The DPS line is what I'm looking for, but the tanks, they come in with an insane amount to prove. Frosted had a phenomenal morning, got an incredible incredible primal, but Matt Merck yesterday, one of the most popular clips on the Esports U channel right now, is that insane Circuit Royale juggle where Matt Merck finds 3 before touching the ground. It's something we never see, and if we get the Winston v. Winston, these tanks have to lead the charge.
Well, we'll have to see if they choose to go with the Winston picks or if they're going to go with something a little bit more creative and out of pocket, so to speak. I mean, during the qualifiers for this lane, we did see Frosted go up against Clear on tank, actually, and they both decided to go with the Ramatras. But since the changes, since the nerfs, it is now going to be up to who they think they're going to find the most success on. Maybe not Roadhog, but the rest of the tanks, fair game. We saw Frosted absolutely dominate on D.Va earlier today.
Yeah.
Can Matt Merck do the same? Let's see which tanks, what lineups, and characters, the heroes that come out of these doors as they drop. We do see a Winston Overwatch as well as a Kiriko on one squad for sure. And the Sim TP out the gate from the Broncos. Are they going to beat the side of UCSD to the point?
We've got Boise loud and proud in the stadium here with us today, and UCSD Gold getting a little bit of a different composition, a mirror matchup, except we're looking at Tracer versus Reaper. Clear trying to make a little bit of noise here on this Reaper in Boise State. They're going to be very grateful for that damage if they can take this Frosted down early. It's a slow battle for the point. Nobody wants to be the first to make that mistake because the first domino to fall brings down the entire house. And right now, neither team wants to lose this first point cap. But Zania is out of here. Plato wins it. Frosted gets the trade, and now both Sojourns have been removed from the fray. It's up to this Tracer and this Reaper to clean things up early and to find their opportunities. Matt Merck down and out. Frosted not far behind. We're now in a 3v3. No Winstons, no Sojourns. It's up to the remaining members to win it. And Clear finds a double. He takes down Paco, and he is giving the opportunity for Boise to come out swinging.
That is now 10% of that point locked down towards the Broncos, and Clear is at almost 70% for our Death Blossom here, which can be an absolute game changer. Let's see what happens if we have Zinnia swapping over towards the Reaper as well. Paco's not going to get that Tracer duel, but we'll have to see which Reaper comes out on top of this next engage.
Going into this next engagement, we're going to be looking at Frosted. You can't go down too early, especially as another Winston lands directly on top of you. With a pulse bomb in pocket, Paco not able to find anything. It is out the window, but let's jump over to Clear, who now has that Death Blossom online. I want to keep an eye on this, and an eye on that Reaper, because Clear is here! It is the Grim Reaper of Collegiate, all over again! Boise State coming out strong, Clear cleaning up the team, and Boise halfway done with point number 1.
Only spending one ultimate, and UCSD has both support ult online. Broncos very close, but Matt Merck and Frosted both tied for that Primal Rage. Who's going to get the better juggle? Who's possibly going to find an environmental on the coastline of this map? That is my question here. Both most likely to be popped. We have the engage from Frosted. Bagel backing off, has that beat. Reaper's forced Wraith. Now is the time to engage as we see Kitsune rush, but Mine and Zinnia go down to Plato, and the Broncos are pushing in, egressing into that back line.
Oh my
Frosted
God!
goes down, and Plato's hiding in the bushes to just snipe down the players for UCSD.
Plato's newest philosophy, get off of my point. This one belongs to Boise State. An incredible performance, doesn't even need the overclock to make it work. And now with 2 ultimates still in pocket, a third just around the corner, UCSD Gold has one and only one ultimate to try and make this work. Frosted's Primal Rage. These rages have been flawless so far this weekend, and he's got to do it just one more time to get UCSD on this point. The tick opens up early. Bagel drops the beat to keep the team alive, but with no ultimate in response, Zinnia just can't stay up long enough. The overclock puts down that Reaper, and Boise has the numbers. It's up to Paco to be the hero this team needs and keep point A alive.
The Winstons are battling out for point control, just trying to be disruptors as Hinge finds Clear. Down goes full DPS for the side of the Broncos. Hinge goes down to Matt Merck. Bagel finds Frosted. And now it is up to the Squishies and the tanks to clean this up for the Broncos. And that is 100% to 0 for Boise State Broncos.
UCSD Gold beat Boise into the qualifier for this event, but clearly Boise has done the work. They have watched the VODs, they have studied, and they have grown even further beyond than we could ever expect from a clean team like Boise. They've got it online, but as UCSD crowd continues to grow restless, it is up to these 5 members of UCSD Gold to take us all the way to stage 3 of Helios.
That Death Blossom was gorgeous coming out from Clear. It was the first ult to get popped, and it was a 3-piece for Clear. We have yet to see the Tracer duel, but it's dependent on the map, which sub-map we go into, and it's going to be your personal favorite of Lighthouse.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see Ilios well coming out early on, and it's going to be, I don't know, Tracer v Tracer. The Reapers were cleaning house on both sides. They were the only reason we saw those teams staying afloat, and if Clear can bring out even half of what we just saw on Ruins, this could be another strong performance for against UCSD, excuse me. Paco has that Tracer back, and it was a little silent back there on Ruins. I want to see that value come out perhaps a little earlier here on, well.
Matt Merck comes in, drops the bubble. Frosted got low, and you can see 4 people on that assist kill. Matt Merck finds Zinnia. Paco does find Matt Merck, but down goes Mine to Clear, and it looks like the Broncos are going to be able to lock this one down.
Yeah, it's all clear, and UCSD's out of here. Not able to find the opportunity to get onto point, but at least it was a quick fight, right? You don't lose a lot of time. The point hardly opened. It's 5% online. The taxi back for Winston in a full 5 Boise State, getting ready to hold on to this point for as long as possible.
Going in this next fight is once again Clear leading the charge as far as ultimate charge for the side of the Broncos, but Paco has that pulse bomb almost on line, just 30% to go and climbing. Are we going to see a multi-piece kill? Clear gets very low, forced to back off a little bit in the bubble for safety, healed back up, and now going to re-engage Paco. Looking to take down the Reaper, has to use recall, doesn't get the pulse off just yet. We do see Chosen go down, Paco goes down, Matt Merck goes to the pulse though. This goes either way as we have Clear sent back to the spawn.
Zinnia takes Clear down, and the pulse bomb from Paco, the hero's journey, takes them down early, gives their life to the cause, and for the first time, UCSD has shown us they are not here to put another 0 on the board. Round 1 wasn't theirs, so be it. Round 2 looking all right for UCSD. They've just got to top that 40%.
UCSD is going to be leading the charge as far as the ultimates go. Mine already has Kitsune Rush, whereas the Broncos are 30% behind as far as the support line ults go. This is an opportunity for UCSD to maintain this point control, just winning with those support ultimates. The question is, will they pop them before Clear gets that Death Blossom? Kitsune Rush is out. Frosted in the back line, looking for Plato. Clear drops. The Death Blossom doesn't find anybody. Matt Merck gets low. Paco sends Matt Merck away, and we have Primal Rage on those CPS. Bagel goes down, and it looks like UCSD is going to hold the point as Clear says bye-bye. I'm sending myself to the well.
Sorry, Clear. Unfortunate, but you got to do what you got to do. You put yourself into the well, you reset fast, and for the first time this series, UCSD has a round percent advantage against Boise State. They didn't overplay their hand. They've got ultimates to work with, but the same goes for Boise, even more than UCSD brings to the table. Are we going to get an engagement beat from Bagel? Is it going to be that Kitsune to make the space they need? Paco goes for the one clip, misses the melee, and the healing is there to keep them up and running. That pulse bomb online. Clear has fallen once again, and it's the supportal combat that leads the charge for UCSD. One more should do it. Plato's gone, Bagel missing, and UCSD has come back to life here on Ilios Well. One more fight for them to take us to Lighthouse.
No ults were expelled from either side during that fight. There was no need. UCSD is sitting comfortably, poking down damage through main. We have a high ground and semi-mid rotation coming out for the Broncos. They did force the Zinnia slide, so this is an opportunity for them to engage. We see Reaper Shadow Step. Hinge goes down to Plato. Paco looking for an opportunity to find this pulse bomb. Are they going to get a multi-piece combo, or is it going to go unanswered?
Paco, the hero of the post-pulse play, but this time we see they're looking for at least a double kill like you mentioned. Matt Merck has Paco pinned into the corner. You can't get away from the Tesla cannon fast enough. And as Paco goes down, that stalls out UCSD. Boise feeling very strong about their chances. Expended one and only one ult to take point back in their favor. UCSD needs 3% more to send us to stage 3 of Ilios.
Mine is going to be coming up on that Kitsune Rush. And now Clear goes down. And now it's an opportunity for the side of UCSD to take back over this point. Recall's been forced from Paco. The question is, will they survive after that cooldown is expelled? Matt Merck has Primal. They see an environmental opportunity. Switch step is dropped. And now Kitsune Rush comes out, but they go into the pit from Bagel's sound barrier. And Plato goes down. Frosted is dropping the Primal.
Frosted, one angry monkey. He hit hard. He is coming in onto Plato. It's a Primal v Primal, and Frosted just can't get away fast enough. Mad Merc still standing. 9 seconds left. Can Boise clutch this out from the jaws of defeat? There's only one fight left standing. The main tank missing, and UCSD has to engage without that Winston. No ultimates on their side in Boise. Waiting in the wings. Production, let's jump over to Clear, because I've got a good feeling the Grim Reaper is about to strike all over again. Here he goes, but it's a great eat from Frosted. Clear goes down, and UCSD comes back to life. The beat goes down. Hinge is able to keep the dream alive, and as Chosen is now missing. Can UCSD do this? Can they clutch things back? This is their time to strike. The point flip in their favor. 99-99, and Boise on their very last leg of Ilios Lighthouse. This is the well. Plato into Mad Merc. Frosted cleaning house, and a double boop in. They both survive. They find Zinnia, and the dream stays alive. UCSD has the numbers. The boop under Zinnia was just not enough, and this could be it. Can UCSD close the window before Boise takes the door? Clean off its hinges. They've done it. We're going all the way to Ilios Ruins. No, we're going to Lighthouse. I don't even know where I am anymore.
That one was absolutely incredibly close, but we can see here Paco coming in, trying to get the one clip, couldn't quite find it, but Mine found Clear. These supports that are getting these kills are absolutely dominating these matches for both teams. Bagel, Plato both fall. We have no choice but to send Chosen down the well. The resets were strong, but that swap from Frosted to the Diva, recognizing that Reaper had lost it. Absolutely huge brain play.
Just kidding. You're totally right, Birdie. Swaps to Diva exclusively for the Blossom. Nothing else. Made the Diva work. Dropped a triple before going down again. And Frosted clearly has some value on that Diva. We're going to look once again at these team comps. We're back to the Funny Monkey Man. We're back to the Sojourn and the Reaper. Still standing from Clear. Boise State looking to take map number 1. They don't have the best record against UCSD right now in the CECC, and they want to change that. They want to rewrite history. And they're moments away from doing so. They can just win map number 1 and flip momentum in their side.
Plato is inside here. Mega. We have Frosted trying to get the damage. Frosted goes low. Frosted goes down to Clear and Plato. And we have forced recall out from Tracer. Tracer's not going to try and just cut off the side of the Broncos. Backs off using those extra flinks. We do still have the supports alive from the side of UCSD, but they have no main tank. Their front line is weak. And they see Vinny as they force the slide. They grab the Vinny, but Paco goes down. Bagel goes down. Can they find the DPS before the crash line forward? BSU goes down. They will not. Matt is down too.
Matt sent it a little too deep. The supports aren't able to see him in time. Bagel had gone down just a moment ago. And as this fight begins all over again, Plato joins them in the spawn room. For the first time today, we are seeing Matt Merck on the wrecking ball to try and get back to this fight, but it's going to be over well before he is able to do so. 25%. That's a great boost, but he stays alive. No! Paco! What are you doing? Paco triple blinks in for the Elim on to Bagel and seals the death certificate to give UCSD a total fight win. They should at least beat 25%, if not beat it, and put themselves in a winning position.
Broncos need to be extra careful. Chosen needs to watch that. Watch the usage here. There's a pulse online for Paco. Notorious for getting a multi-team kill. Will they this time clear 80% on that death loss? And there's no team in sight to save the backline in UCSD. We hear the overclock is off and the pulse bomb, and it's gonna get 2 from the Broncos.
Paco drops a 2-piece. Matt Merck and Chosen Plato follow suit off the map. A technical team kill for our boy Paco. And that's the pulse bomb we needed to be seeing. That is the moment we needed from Paco. We're talking Clear v Paco. Paco found his 2-piece. Clear found his 3rd, and now can Clear find a little more with this upcoming death block.
We have Frosted with the Primal Ray, the online map is nowhere near after having to swap the ball and then swap back. Clear trying to bait the point. We hear Kitsune Rush get dropped. We have Suzu. There's Primal Rage. There's a beat to save the line for the Broncos. Down goes Frosted. Paco tries to get a touch. Recalls forced, and that point flips to the Broncos.
The beat from Bagel, near flawless there. The very reason that team is able to stay alive and flip point in their favor. UCSD about 63%. We call 75 or higher last fight territory. So there are probably 2 fights on the table for UCSD, or against them rather, if they cap this point back. I see somebody sneaking in. I'm going to guess Paco down there. Looking for a point flip. Gets bullied out just in time. And as Ania has fallen to another move from Bagel, it's Clear's time to strike. 13 HP, got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Has to desperately stay alive, but Paco takes him down. Frosted gives their
are going to favor the side of UCSD. Matt Merck has Primal. Push him in towards the mini. Nakuzo is out. Are we going to see Matt juggle the support? He will not. He's backing off. There's a Tracer causing mayhem on point. Matt Merck tries to jump to the high ground. Dogton gets forcing Primal. We are beat. It drops from Hinge to keep that team alive.
The overclock and Primal going back to back. Plato finds one. Clear tries to clean it up. But Plato, no way! Oh, Blanco! The double blink in takes Clear down, and it's just not going to be enough. Tania finds it. 3 for Boise, 1 for UCSD. And Paco going to get a taste of their own medicine. Can't make it off the map in time. 8 seconds remain. No ultimates on the clock. What can UCSD do other than hand this map over? A desperate touch from Hinge gets them an express route back to the spawn room, and poor Frosted in there on their own. Frosted gets folded, and Boise State is about to win Elios. Let's see if we get a miracle run from UCSD.
UCSD just has to buy time for Zinnia to get that overclock. We do see Paco go down. Zinnia pops the overclock. They go down. Frosted swaps the Doofus. Can they get a multi-kill with environmental? As Hinge is just putting a couple of touches on point. There's Kitsune Rush. The touch can't come in. Broncos walk away with the first map victory on Elios.
That was a close one, the closest we've seen Boise take anything so far. 100-63 on stage 3 of Elios. Paco with a great play of the game. I know exactly which clip this is going to be. The blink in, the pulse out, and I'll see you later. The double kill takes him down, and well, that is play of the game. That matters a little less than the win Boise just put under their own belt.
We have yet to see the Clear Paco Tracer duel. I don't know if we'll get it. Will the call to battle be answered by Clear with the Tracer? I don't know. I mean, that Reaper play is coming in strong. Granted, there was a Death Blossom that got nothing, but what it did, it zoned out everyone from the point and allowed Plato to clean up with the overclock, so it was calculated.
Yeah, so you know, what do you do when you're kind of in front of point, somebody overclocks from the high ground? You go on to point. You get behind the wall. If there's a Death Blossom between you and the overclock, you're going back to the spawn room, and that is inevitable. I think you're totally right, Nerdy. In that moment, it wasn't, I'm going to Blossom to get kills. It's, I'm going to Blossom so you can. And it worked super well, and that's part of the reason Boise is as good as Boise is. It's the plays like that that traditional people aren't going to think of.
I mean, people get greedy. You want to use your ult to get kills, but your ult can get value just by zoning or creating pressure, and you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and in this instance, when you're stuck between the two, you're just sent back to the spawn room.
Without a doubt. And I'm going to say something that might get me in trouble considering I'm from Ohio, but when it comes to esports passion and the loudest crowd I've ever heard, oh man, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. There is a chance that when people say esports, when they say West Coast, best coast, I don't know if I can disagree, because this is loud, this is passionate. I've been to every CECC in-person event, and I've never heard a crowd like this. I've never heard a group this excited, this passionate, this in the moment, and it makes it hard to not love every moment of this.
I can't argue with you on that one. This crowd is absolutely phenomenal. They are here. They're rooting on their favorites. We have teams that were knocked out of the games that are here to root on the squad that took them down. I mean, if you're going to lose, make sure you lose to the best. And the next map we're running into, it's actually going to be Dorado, our second time. And it actually is 2 times in a row today. We've had Dorado as map 2.
So UCSD did not pick Dorado earlier. They just ended up here. So it was their opponent had picked it because they won 3-0, right? A lot of loser picks. So they ended up on Dorado. They won Dorado. Now this time they picked Dorado. Statistics suggest they're looking to win Dorado, right? They're feeling strong, they're feeling confident, and they kept it close with Boise, something most teams just can't do. They know this team can bleed. They know who they need to go for. They know what they need to do, and this is the map to try to do it.
Really interested to see which side the Broncos decide to start out on. Are they going to go defense first and play the safe bet, or are they looking for that one extra fight that you get by attacking first? Now the question is, are they prepared for Frosted to make the necessary tank swaps? And hopefully they're hitting that tab button and ready to counterplay, because when that was brought to the table, that is what ultimately ended up being the downfall for UNLV. You got to make sure you're swapping and are prepared for the swaps that come out. And in this, that is what ended up clutching it for the side of San Diego.
Have we seen Frosted on anything that wasn't Winston?
Yeah, we saw him on Diva.
You're right. Of course, the Diva. That's right. That's okay. I was trying to think. I was like, I know we've seen Winston, but no, you're right, Diva. Okay, never mind. Scratch the point I was gonna make. Let's talk more about Dorado. UCSD, they're 1-0 on it for today. They're looking good on the moment so far, and they're looking for a time to strike. This is it. You don't want to go down 2-0 in a best-of-5 series. A first to 3, they would need one more to take you down. As we know, Bush is game mode number 3. UCSD does not want to go into a push map down 2 games.
I think it's a little bit hated by everyone, push just like 2CP. But before we jump into the action here, I want to give a quick thank you to the Idaho Army National Guard, who's a proud supporter of the CECC West Regional Qualifier. The Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs, offering $20,000 in bonuses and your degree of choice paid for. Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Now let's jump into this action. Who's on attack? Who's on defense? We see the Winston. It's Frosted. Broncos have gone with defense first.
Defense first from the Broncos. A very fascinating play, and it is a complete and total mirror matchup. The Septuagint stream is coming through. Paco versus Clear. Tracer v Tracer. Both these DPS leading house today so far, and it's up to them to take down one another. The recall comes out Clear at 76 HP. Gives the technical win to that. Neither of them fall, but Paco having a tuck tail makes it a high ground for Boise State. High ground says die ground as the Nia is sent back to spawn.
It wants to jump in, it's gold bubbled. Another recall forced out. It's a 2-on-1. Clear is headhunting for that tracer and does find Paco. Winston engages on the high ground, drops the bubble to try to sustain during the drop, gets dangerously low. Manages to sustain because both supports are there to keep Frosted alive.
Both supports trying to keep Frosted up and running, and we're looking for the opportunity of UCSD Gold to come into point to find their value, and I can't believe 60 seconds are already off the clock. 25%, but now one member on the side of Boise is gone. Bagel has fallen, that Lucio is disappearing. Makes it a lot harder for this team to disengage when they feel they have to. The Tracer 1v1 happens once again, as Plato is also gone. San Diego feeling good about at least getting this first corner. No way! There it is.
Okay.
Took a little longer than we thought, but Paco finds it. Jovi falls as well, and UCSD Gold has a 2-player advantage. Going into fight, okay, 3-player advantage. Okay, maybe 4-player advantage. Going into fight number 3, Paco with a 3-piece combo meal to give San Diego the room they needed to maybe cap first.
That was an unfortunate stagger out from the Broncos after Bagel fell in the beginning of the fight. He kind of just started falling off like a lemming and then could not disengage fast enough without the extra speed. We're going to look to challenge again right before we hit the second point. They're close to the Mine's gonna pop theirs first. Clear goes down, and it's gonna be Matt Burke soon to follow. Plato trying to get some damage in the back line. Hinge staying alive on point. Suzu is forced. Bagel goes down. Chosen goes down. Plato's down, and that is a point lock for UCSD.
I've got to talk about this again. I mean, I think Paco has 9 or 12 eliminations already. Went from 0 and then in 2 fights, I think has 9 going into this. I don't have the exact stats, but Paco is locked and loaded right now to the point where Clear needs to swap. They've got to get rid of Frosted, and the Tracer 1v1's interesting, but we're here to win, not entertain. And UCSD Gold, they're hungry for a win. They got stalled out just shy of second point last time. That's the only distance they had to reach. They want to take it even further this time. We might see all 3 points in the round.
We have Zinnia with the overclock, Frost with that Primal Rage, hinged with speed. Matt Burke has Primal, Plato has overclock. We hear Primal get popped, and it looks like, never mind, I was wrong. Yes, actually, Frosted did. Matt Burke goes down, Hinge pop speed to make sure everyone can spread and take down their designated target. Frost is looking to find someone, can't find the Broncos, they're speeding back. Plato peppering down damage. Overclock is going to get popped, Frosted goes down, Clear is down. Broncos are still down 1 player. Can they equalize this and find 1 more? They're looking for Hinge. His mind did manage to switch step away.
That overclock is 1 ultimate used by Boise State, and it got the job done. It took Frosted down. Paco sends a pulse bomb, gets a lot of damage on the mat, but Winston does not go down to a single pulse. Needs additional damage online. Going into this next fight, I'm looking at Matt Burke. Primal Rage is coming up soon. I want to see it happen. The question is, do they need it? We go, a lot of slow play. Clear has it, Fine goes down. Death Blossom not even necessary. Finds it, has a Death Blossom in their sights, but knows not to spend it unless they need it, because Ultimates can be expensive in this game.
We have Hinge trying to get away. They grab a mini. Can he get out the rest of the way? Plato goes down to Frosted. Frosted gets super low. Step back to spawn. Paco too, staggering themselves like the Broncos did in the last fight.
The stagger is somewhere you never want to be in a situation like this, and production, I'm going to make a little request here. Let's keep a close eye on our friend Clear, because he has a lot to prove today. The DPS pool has definitely been making him sweat, and we know he works very, very well under pressure. Rotation up onto the high ground. San Diego could be just a platter of food for Clear, who is very, very hungry to wipe this team off the face of the earth.
Paco looking for an opportunity to just get some damage in and force some cooldowns. Hasn't forced anything to get it on hard. Clear goes in. We hear the Broncos are going to flip this point. Plato goes down, and now it looks like UCSD can just drop down into the back line.
UCSD has the numbers advantage. They have a Kitsune to boot. Here comes the death block. The pull that happens. Clear gets booted away. And everybody stands strong. Hits just on. Zinnia missing. And mine goes down to boot. It's up to Frosted to be the hero this team needs. And that hero may unfortunately be a 0 in a 5v1. Paco down and out, and poor Frosted just can't do enough on their own.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Looks like we still have that pulse. We're coming up on Beat. Two ultimates that we've seen absolutely dominate fights. Yes, Beat is just as a portal, but it allows your team to get absolutely blitzed onto the back line of the enemy team and go where they need to without worrying about that health pool. Frosted coming into church. They have their partner with them. We have also seen Zinnia swap over to the Reaper. The question is, now we got a Reaper v Reaper. Paco, who you looking to stick?
Hey, I'll take it, right? Reaper v Reaper. It's not the Tracer duel I wanted, but I do love that Reaper guy. We're going to see a little bit of action now into the bank as Suzu has to be forced early. Hinge drops the beat on the high ground. Pulse bomb from Paco. Null and void once again, but it forces the beat from Bagel. All 10 standing with that overheal, with that overclock online, and now as Boise State has the ultimate advantage, they want to make it happen. Chosen takes down Mine. Paco finds Plato with that support missing. San Diego's back is against the wall, but Paco is going to deadlift them back into the fight. A 2K taken down by Chosen and Boise State, looking good to win this fight if Matt Merck can find just one more like that.
Matt Merck is looking for that Winston. Frosted goes down. It is just the Reaper. Reapers raid this force out. Zinnia is getting hunted. Can the Shadow Step save him? It will. Now we've got a Death Blossom on line. Clear 60%. Frosted making that quick swap over to the Diva. That absolute powerhouse. The Mech Toki coming in clutch, but it might be too little too late like Matt has said. Can Zinnia get a quad kill, a double kill, or just find the Winston?
The bait falls in low, tries to force out the Suzu, just can't get any value, but the Diva has returned. It's a solo ult, and it works wonders. Clear is out of here, and all of a sudden it's a 5v4 in favor of San Diego. Chosen, back to spawn. Plato, they'll meet you there, and UCSD should have the opportunity to win this. Matt Merck just can't do enough on the funny monkey, and Paco finds Bagel for UCSD to find 90 more seconds on Dorado. We are going all the way to point number 3.
Clear chooses not to use any cooldowns, just to back out, and is actually going to step onto the high ground. Diva Frosted 60% on that self-destruct. Doesn't find as much value now in Overwatch 2 as it did in number 1. The question is, will we see a self-destruct that clears the point for UCSD as we hear Kitsune Rush used to engage the fight, and it's gonna force UCSD out the back door.
Here we go, a little bit on the side. Paco drops another pulse, not able to pick it up, but the Kitsune answers out from Boise. Plato takes it personally and wants to get the elimination on the back line. Can't find the value. The Kitsune now from Mine is not countering, but instead comes after. Gives San Diego the movement speed boost. Cooldown reduction, and Clear has had enough. Here he comes. The Grim Reaper of Collegiate strikes again. It takes down two of the most important players for San Diego in that fight. 30 seconds remain, and UCSD has one more shot to get to that third point.
Bagel takes down Paco. Clear was staring at Frosted's mech, saying, I want to take you out of Toki, but Toki survived. There is a self-destruct online. There's a beat. There's close to a Death Blossom and another pulse. We only have Primal and B coming out for Boise State. So if they spend both ultimates, who's going to come out on top of both these teams? As we are in last fight territory. Hinge, what are you going to do? It's going to be beat on engage. There is no need. It's Clear's gone down, and Hinge actually did. Broncos follow up with their own. Mine goes down. Who is going to find the next elimination? It is a no-holds-barred. Bagel goes down.
No.
It looks like UCSD is going to clean up this fight.
San Diego feeling pretty good about their odds right now. But the closer they get to third point, the worse their spawn disadvantage gets. Boise State can return to the fight 12 seconds after dying, and that includes a 10-second respawn. The bomb goes up. No one goes down, and San Diego has to expend another one. Scratch that, two more. We see Plato able to fall to that Death Blossom, but Matt Merck is angry all over again. Hinged, removed from the fight. No supports right now. Mine just gets back, has to swift step in, and is getting full focus by Matt Merck in that back line. Let's see what Boise State can do to win this final fight. San Diego making it all the way to the end. One more fight, and they cap all three.
Clear in that Kitsune Rush is an absolute menace, and Plato cleans it all up. Chosen finds Frosted in the pilot form, and we have Recall Force. Hinged is trying to live, and that is the end of the line for UCSD, and that is our win condition. Can the Broncos basically take it all the way?
The Broncos have to go all the way to the end. I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again today. This is my favorite spot for a cart to stop. because you've got all the way to third point, but you didn't break third point. So we don't have to go into extra rounds. It can be super close, it can be awesome, and it doesn't have to be extra rounds. It doesn't have to be a 1917 map 1. If you know, you know. UCSD Gold looking great, but Boise stalls them just shy of that opportunity to strike. And now it's up to the Broncos to answer back.
Are we going to see duplicate comps yet again, and absolute mirrors? Are we going to see a start out right on the Reaper from both sides? Are we going to see the Tracer Reaper or the Sojourn Reaper coming in for either of these squads? Interesting enough, we've not seen really Matt Merck, other than a couple of moments flashing the Wrecking Ball swap off of the Winston, and whereas we have seen Frosted willing to change up, and Frosted sticking on the Diva, recognizing the menace that is clear on that Reaper.
Yeah, we got to go back to Ilios well, right? Was won because of the defense matrix. I mean, it was very strong, it was very impressive, and now UCSD Gold, they're going to try it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and it worked well on both Dorado and Ilios.
And Diva is ultimately what managed to let them stall out UNLV on point 2. I mean, just the amount of denial that Diva can provide, especially with the defense matrix. It not only eats damage, it eats support abilities as well. You can even eat a Suzu if it doesn't make contact with the ground.
Yeah. There's a bug in the game right now where you can even eat Bob if you meet the right conditions, but that's a whole different story. Right now, it is up to Boise to try and break through. They're up one map. Their win condition here on Dorado has been set, and they're looking to strike all over again.
Zinnia peppering damage down from the high ground. Broncos not yet engaging, but Paco brought clear down extremely low, halfway, 3/4 of the way, forces out a stale Wraith, doesn't move anywhere, but that is a go button for the side of UCSD. Reaper has no escape button. You go after, they find Matt Merck, and they're forcing the Broncos back into spawn.
Yeah, Matt Merck falls. Boise State's got to go back. You cannot win a 5v4, especially if your tank is the one to go down. Paco's got Boise State saying, Paco, no, we aren't looking good, but now we're looking a little bit better. Hinged will go down to that railgun headshot, and that is Matt Merck's green light to get in there, find that D-Mech, and lead Boise to a card movement once again.
Very similar to what we saw happen in Fight 1 for the Broncos on defense. You lose your Lucio, you lose your speed, and that is so quintessential to making sure you can sustain through these fights. Can Zinnia escape? Matt Merck has their number and does not remember giving it to him. Matt Merck looking to pick up mine is now going to back off.
Doesn't want to overextend. We've seen both tanks do that once or twice through this series so far, and nobody wants to be the first to fall because it spells disaster, and unfortunately, it's clear who's traded immediately. Great shot by Chosen. Paco removed from the fray, and as the DPS has fallen on both sides, there's not really a spawn advantage here. They're pretty equidistant away from the combat.
Overclock almost online for Zinnia, but I'm looking at Frosted. Can this self-destruct find anything? As we have clear swap over to the Sombra. There's Kitsune Rush coming out. Opportunity for the Broncos to claim space. Pulse Bomb doesn't find anything. Hinge goes down to the Overclock. Diva's low in mag. Self-destruct is popped to sustain, and it looks like Broncos are going to use the cart for cover. And Mind finds Plato with a headshot. It's an opportunity now for Matt Merck in the back line. Slide is forced. We have Tracer peppering in damage again. Backing off, just touch and go on the card as UCSD. Hinge goes down again, no speed. And now Clear has 82% on an EMP, is not even going to need it as the rest of UCSD is retreating.
UCSD has got to get out of there because Matt Merck is locked and loaded right now. Just doing a phenomenal job leading the team, and now UCSD Gold getting a taste of their own medicine a little bit. Sombra entering the fray. They used this to win back on Dorado in their first match of the day, the semifinal to get here, and now being used against them in Grands. That will instinct Frosted to swap over to the Winston and probably spy check a little more often.
Clear might end up just using this EMP, burning it with the team engaging, and then swapping over to Reaper, recognizing that Frost has gone back over to the Winston. I mean, yes, Sombra makes Diva's job a lot more difficult, but Paco is going to go down. This is going to be a rough engage for the side of UCSD. EMP online. They're just waiting for UCSD to fall for the trap.
Zinnia goes down, and that is definitely the end of this fight. Boise feeling very strong about their chances, and a big shout out to Boise for their team communication and coordination. The Sombra hack is literally a single second, and in the second Paco was hacked, they went down. Two members go down, traded out for Chosen. Frosted falls to Plato, and that is another fight win for Boise, who are tearing through Dorado right now.
Primal Rage online from Matt Merck, may not even need it. Sombra on cart, Wraith forced out. There's Beat to engage. can't get rid of the beat with EMP, so that means that the side of UCSD is safe for a couple extra seconds, but Clear's waiting for those shields to go down. Doesn't need to now, gets the hack on the Winston. Zinni has gone down, Winston is gone. It is just 3 left standing for the side of UCSD. Hack on Lucio, no wall riding for you. And Broncos block down second point as Hinged is set to spawn.
Yeah, third point Dorado, statistically one of the hardest points in the entire game to cap, but with the momentum Boise has, I don't know how hard this is going to be. They are all over it right now. Playing Sombra, the value you get is in your EMPs. Clear's tracking, inaccuracy, and play style calls for an EMP every other fight, and Clear has lived up to that expectation so far. We're waiting to see an EMP in this upcoming fight, but the ultimate I'm watching is Plato with that overclock. It has to be huge, and it might have to be countered onto this Kitsune. The hack onto the high ground, mine stays alive, and as Frosted has to go back and peel for the team. Bagel is the one to bite the kunai. Overclock on the high ground. Here it comes. Goodbye, Zania, trying to find Paco, and they do. It's a 2 for 2, and all of a sudden, Boise still has the cart moving. 3 minutes remain.
Frosted picks up Plato with a squish and sends Matt Merck away. Is going to Primal Rage. There's still 3 minutes on the clock. We're going to be betting on a late beat and early pulls out of mid-fight Death Blossom from Zydia to sustain in this next one, or it could be GG go next as the Broncos are resetting.
The reset is coming in for Boise State once again. They've got the ults to work with. They're praying they can win this fight like I'm praying somebody in the venue has a cough drop. UCSD Gold looking for that pulse bomb, looking for a time to strike, and now it's going to be now or never. EMP, it's an EM3. Plato traded out for Frosted, and now Boise has the numbers advantage for just a moment before Paco steals them away. Chosen finds an opportunity to strike, and now San Diego skulls another fight. They've burned 2 full minutes off the clock. They've got to burn 2 more.
Zinnia still hanging on to that Death Blossom. Not really much was spent from either side in that fight because Clear swapped.
Oh no!
That's it. Bye-bye, Matt Merck.
That's personal. That's personal. That was the guaranteed you're going back to spawn Q press. Holy cow, Matt Merck taken down back to spawn. And that pulse bomb alone, we've got to highlight this, just burned 20 seconds off the clock of 2 minutes and 20 seconds. You've hit the 2-minute threshold. You've just got to win 3 more fights.
Paco looking for a little extra damage. Hinge has that beat online. Bagel's trailing behind only by 8%. We're engaging. We have a Death Blossom from Zinnia finds Plato. Clear finds Paco. We have a beat come out from Bagel, and it's going to be Zinnia to go down. Matt Merck is stationed on cart, and Hinged is gone. There's one person above us on the left. Who is it? It is Frosted still alive. 6% on that Primal Rage. Matt Merck leading the charge at 80%. It's going to be a Winston opportunity to clear the point. Hinge is going to be the only one with ultimate online. Mine, though, with the Kitsune Rush to follow up. The easy one is now on lock as well. It's 2 ults to 1 from the side of the Broncos.
This is going to be tough if they just box out Kitsune. It doesn't matter. It creates the space. It burns about 10 seconds, but if they just wait it out, they can re-engage with ults of their own. 1 minute remains. UCSD less than a meter away from losing this. They cannot forget the cart. That is the most important part. Hinge has to drop the beat to keep Frosted alive. A little bit of an overextension goes a very long way. We're keeping a close eye on Clear because it is his time to strike. Let's just keep a close eye here on this Death Blossom. He goes in, the Death Blossom stays in the pocket, and Boise trying to win this one high and dry. Hinge is not going to go down. It's Bagel, Clear, and Matt Merck on the cleanup crew, and Boise State feeling great with only 30 seconds left. They should have this one in the bag.
Zinnia goes down. This Lucio is wall riding for their life. Finally goes down. Clear finds Frosted, and that is the Broncos locking down Dorado. 1 map away from victory, but it all comes down to push.
It all comes down to push. It is not a best of 3. It is a best of 5 at the end of the day, and Chosen with the play of the game. Now, this does feel like a good time to say this. I was going to bring this up, but I want to say it now. Sepulent's possible hot take, Chosen MVP of that map. 100%. Canceled 4 separate pulse bombs with the Suzu. Perfect timing every single time. And without that, I think Boise would have lost 4 additional fights. Chosen makes the difference on Hiriko in that map.
No doubt. I mean, it's that game of sit and wait.
Yep.
You're aware of the death threat that is Paco with those pulse bombs. You know that he's gotten multiple double kills, triple kills. So what do? You're like, okay, I cannot let them see me use Suzu.
Yep, exactly. You've got to pocket it. You've got to hold it. You've got to bait it out, and it worked perfectly. Now, folks, I'm going to do something, and I need all of your help because I think it's very fun. I've never had such a reactive crowd. I've never had such an excited people. So let's celebrate these teams one more time. Let's make some noise for San Diego. Let's make some noise for Boise. Let's give love to two of the best teams in the West. The best in the West will be decided here in this upcoming map. Do we go to map 4? Do we go to map 5? Or does Boise walk away with another clean sweep this weekend?
Well, during the qualifiers for this LAN, the push map was Esperanza. We have not seen Esperanza this entire weekend.
Literally
Are we
not
going
one
to
time.
have a repeat of it? Are we going to have a rematch to end it all on Esperanza? Will the Broncos actually be able to come up out on top? Or is that the ace in the hole for the side of UCSD? Do they plan to win it and start the reverse sweep, send us over to hybrid?
Hey, hybrid would be sick. Oh, no way! Wait! Oh my! We got it! We got confirmation. We are going to Esperanza coming up next. We know San Diego won this. We know they beat Boise, and Boise has beaten them twice already. It's just one more time. It's just push. You've just got to last these 10 minutes, these 126 meters on Esperanza. This is going to be fascinating. Like you said, Bertie, is this the time for them to turn it around, or does San Diego have to walk away with an 0-3 against them?
They told the Broncos to post up, show up, and actually play the game during the post-game interview after taking on UNLV. And the Broncos are not disappointing. Right now, this is the chance for UCSD to bring it back, start the reverse sweep. And this is the time for the Broncos to shut the door and send them home away with nothing but second place.
The Broncos looking for their second trophy today, their second qualifier into Arlington. The Overwatch team fighting hard for it, and now they are one map away. It has lit a fire underneath them like we have never seen before, and there's one map standing in their way. San Diego backs against the wall. Can Paco carry them far enough to take us to hybrid for the first time on stream?
I want to see hybrid.
I want to see it so bad. Rocket League got a bunch of Game 5s. Where's our Game 5? I want a Game 5 because I want to see UCSD go into hybrid. I want to see another control. This is it. Folks, I literally cannot stress this enough. Whichever team walks away with the win today punches their ticket to Arlington, Texas at CECC. And Boise is possibly 10 minutes away from doing that.
Doors have dropped. It looks like we have borderline mirror comps. But again, it's that Sojourn Reaper for the Broncos that they are betting on, whereas it's Sojourn Tracer for UCSD.
Now, I think Reaper is going to struggle a little more on this map due to the fact it's a little more open, it's a little more spread out, but I don't think he struggles enough to not play him. Clear definitely has the possibility, has the accuracy, and has the game knowledge to play him well, so we're keeping an eye on Clear, looking for these opportunities, looking for these early picks, maybe onto a squishy like Tracer, maybe hard diving the tank. It's up to UCSD to find out what that Reaper is going to bring to the table.
Reaper acting as the front line for the Broncos, relying on that life steal. Zinnia goes down to Matt Merck after Plato did a little extra chip damage. Broncos egressing onto that high ground, cutting off an escape near the Mega. Frosted extremely low on the high ground, but there's no one there to poke him down, and is going to be able to back off. But Clear finds Tracer. Mine gets to have health, quarter health, heals back up, and Reaper goes in towards the Mega Pack, forcing Frosted back into the high ground near the windows. Team could clean that up, but it's a backtrack for UCSD.
Yeah, and the thing about Kiriko Lucio is it is not really that much healing. It's not like none, but it's not as much as like Moira or Ana or Baptiste. So when you're playing a tank like Winston, whose goal is to get in, to dive in, usually you got to take one support with you, or you're going to get folded like a lawn chair after fireworks on the 4th of July. Boise State doing a great job making sure Matt Merck doesn't do that, but Frosted goes down again. Clear finds it. The Reaper diving with the Winston is so much damage that Lucio Curie cannot keep that Winston alive.
Not to mention, you know, the low healing floor that we have between both these teams. That's where the lifesteal for Clear comes in very handy. It helps you not have to take the attention from your supports. Your supports can focus your tank. Plato has the slide opportunity to get away. So does Zinnia. Paco has recall, so they're really funneling a lot of support into mainly the tanks here.
Oh no, Paco gets Pac low, but uses the recall, gets back into the fray, 150 HP, chases the Wraith, which was crazy dangerous, considering how close Clear has been to that Death Blossom. The Kitsune gives San Diego their moment. Paco's pulse bomb, Nolan Void, what a play away from Matt Merck. Gets stuck by the pulse bomb, dives into the air to make sure nobody else gets hit by it. But unfortunately, with Winton in the sky, there's no one to protect that back line, and they all go down. A good play, but one that did fall apart just a bit.
We used Kitsune Rush and Pulse. The Broncos knew that that was a lost fight as soon as Rush came out. They said it was back off, reset, reconvene, and they're going to be running into this one with basically every ult online, whereas UCSD is down 2. Who can spend more? Who can find the first pick? And just in case, Zinnia is going to try and fend them off using the overclock, and B gets dropped by a hinge to sustain clear. Looking for the Death Blossom, finds Zinnia, and the Broncos start the forward assault.
Yeah, I'm glad Plato found that. I don't know if I love that Death Blossom, but I think it gets the job done. So I'm not going to critique it too much. It works. You won the fight. That's great. And unfortunately, this is going to be a heck of a long fight as Frosted did pop that Primal, desperate to try and take any eliminations out, but instead, it's Frosted's team. That is now one fight per team, where Winston was elsewhere and the rest of his team got deleted. So maybe the Winstons want to keep a closer eye on their teammates and try to get a little bit more momentum. 50 meters for Boise. They are 13 meters away, or 3, sorry, from forward spawn, and they've nailed it. That makes it that much easier for Boise to continue this rampage.
Not pushing around the corner, maintaining high ground control right now is going to be Plato, trying to get any damage onto someone who pushes too far forward from the side of UCSD. Paco's jumped into the back line. Clear goes down. We have beat drop from Bagel. Too little, too late. And the response to make up for it is going to be Matt Merck with the Primal. Zinnia goes down. Matt Merck boxes one like a fish into the corner. Hinge escapes with barely a little bit of life, and the boom comes in, but they're in a tiny room. And Matt Merck says, I'm not trapped with you. You're trapped with me.
Oh, Matt Merck going deep for that one. Plato gets the railgun headshot onto Frosted, and now Boise takes the lead and pushes it even further. Now 3 times what UCSD has been able to find, 23 meters, and Frosted gonna do it. Junker Queen making her first appearance in this series, a character near and dear to our hearts.
Junker Queen, yes, I'm happy to see it. We saw Frosted pull it out against UNLV on a push map. That commanding shout, giving you a little bit of extra boost, not forcing your Lucio to backtrack, just slightly to help you get to the fight, can be insane. As we have Mine, Pop, Kitsune Rush, forcing the Broncos on the back foot. Chosen waiting for it to expire before possibly returning the favor as Plato finds Paco, and there's the response, Kitsune Rush from the Broncos.
Oh, Plato finds a double. Clear finds Mine, and Matt Merck takes down Hinge. Boise runs it down once again. They are feeling mighty, mighty strong. Only 5 minutes separate Boise and this trophy in a ticket punch to Arlington later this year.
5 minutes, possibly less. Of course, I'm not going to say that it's actually going to be less, because now we have Frosty coming in on the clutch pick, swapping over to the Diva, realizing JQ ain't it. I understand. Paco, close to that pulse bomb. Is there a multi-man kill that's going to flip this spot in the favor of UCSD coming up? Clear, another Death Blossom, probably a zoning ult as we have Plato pop the overclock.
Overclock, it's a headshot onto Zinnia, but it's not full charge. They're not able to find it, and UCSD Gold needs to win this fight. Clear has to wraith out the Winston bubble deleted, and UCSD Gold stabilizes even with an overclock used against them. That's not something you see often. The pulse bomb null and void, unfortunately. Just not able to stick them like we were earlier. And San Diego Gold desperate to get cart control. I'm not sure Boise's going to let up easy. Here comes Matt Merck from the heavens. Clear waiting in the wings, and now as the beat from Hinged falls, Matt Merck can't stay up long enough.
Zinnia is going to be getting close to their own Death Blossom. Clear drops theirs first, and he goes down. It's Pilot Diva versus Plato. Plato cleans up Frosted, but Bagel and Plato drop down. Chosen goes down, and the Diva swap coming in clutch, giving extra sustain, extra life opportunity for the side of UCSD. Now is the opportunity for them to start walking this bot back. The question is, how far will it get before the Broncos get a foothold?
Broncos have 3 minutes and 40 seconds, and now in push, there's a fascinating principle here. You don't need to win in fruition. You just need to have a higher number at the end. And they've got 5 times what San Diego has right now. They don't need to get all the way to the end. They just need to make sure San Diego doesn't. And now, as this card continues to move forward, what a clip from Paco. A one clip onto Clear gives UCSD more room to succeed. Can they take that and extend it into forward spawn? Matt Merck pops Primal, trying to make space for that missing DPS, but falls into critical condition. Sub 200 HP keeps them alive. 3 minutes, 40 meters, and a dream for San Diego Gold.
Zinnia is getting in position to do a sneaky Death Blossom, possibly at the same time as a self-destruct to make sure all the get-out-of-jail-free cards are spent. There is no pass-go or collect $200 right now for the Broncos, as it looks like it's going to be UCSD with the opportunity. Kitsune Rush is going to come out from Mine, and it's going to come out from Chosen, so we have cross maps for Ulta. Death Blossom from Zinnia, finds Play-Doh, down goes Matt Merck, pulse bomb from Paco still online, not even necessary, chasing back the supports, and that is back to the spawn room for the Broncos. Just clear, looking for an opportunity to stall. It's going to be forced out as well.
It's one of my favorite plays, and it's a simple one, Nerdy. We see the Reaper Death Blossom. The Diva puts Defense Matrix over him. It's so simple, but it's so genius. It keeps him untouchable during that ultimate, and we get a lot of damage and plenty of eliminations. Clear goes down before the fight can even fully begin, and UCSD Gold has the numbers again. They have cut the lead down to 20%, only 10-meter differential right now. Sorry, 20-meter differential for San Diego, and the cards has not stopped. The ultimate rotations have been near perfect, and as Boise comes into this next fight, their ults have to be flawless to turn this around. We are sub 2 minutes remaining.
They're biding time. They're waiting for Clear to get this EMP blast online. Self-destruct gets thrown, but it's extremely high. We have beats from both sides. Clear 2% from this EMP. EMP slam from Matt Merck can clean up this entire point. Paco goes down, Hinge goes down, and it looks like Zinnia will go down. No ult from Clear needed. 90 seconds remain, and UCSD is in striking distance of the Broncos.
Folks at home, if you cannot hear this crowd right now, it is unbelievable. I have never heard a crowd this loud in my entire life. This is just absolute passion on the board. We've got 75 seconds remaining in an 8-meter differential. UCSD is close, but close is never going to cut it. They need to knock down the Broncos just once to take us to hybrid.
Frosted is once again swapped off the Diva. Gone over towards the Winston. Chosen is headhunting close to the Kitsune Rush. Mine also, there is the EMP. Now it is an all onslaught from the Broncos. Frosted dangerously low. Mine EMP'd still. Zinnia, Mine, both of them finally back fully online, and they drop the Kitsune Rush. Will Chosen respond? Not just yet. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity to find the final strike.
San Diego, hear me now, whatever you have, throw it out the window. This is now or never. This is sink or swim with 32 seconds remaining. Clear takes down Paco with a 1-1 trade. Kitsune comes out from Boise, and that's an ultimate they may want back for the final fight. Can Frosted make it out alive? If not, this is a huge stagger, and Frosted, by the skin of their teeth, will live just a bit longer. 17 seconds, dive onto Clear, forces out the translocator, tries to keep that Sombra out of the fray, and Matt Merck takes down Zinnia in the final fight. Goodbye, Zinnia. Goodbye, Frosted. Boise, one fight away from ending Overwatch here at CECC West.
Paco is the last one to get a touch on the bot, but gets EMP'd and then cleaned up by Chosen. And that is going to be a clean and clear sweep for the Broncos, avenging themselves from the qualifiers here at this Westland event and walking away with the 3-0 sweep.
The Broncos rewriting history. The 3-0 sweep against them, the 3-0 sweep for them now. They have the trophy, they have the spot at land, and they are going to Arlington, Texas. Another Kiriko play of the game to clean it up, but unfortunately, this is not enough for UC San Diego. They fight tooth and nail, and all things considered, they've got more tries at Arlington. Their story is not done here in the CECC.
Yes, there's always the last chance qualifiers. You can see the handshakes going across on stage. Doc up there giving kudos and handshakes as well. That was a nail biter for sure. Excited to see what's brought to the table later on, but for now, Broncos shut the door and send home UCSD. They're packing, and they're not packing away a trophy today.
Absolutely, and I do have to say, MVP of the game, I think still goes to Chosen. The Suzus were flawless. They were perfect through and through, just kept the team alive. There were several plays today in this grand finals that would have failed were Chosen not there to have that Suzu online. Chosen chose which plays thrived and which plays failed, and it kept Boise alive. It made them look phenomenal. They did a great job, and my kudos to it. I want to really highlight the value of the support play we saw today.
I mean, in all honesty, mark my words on this one. This is why you respect your supports. They may not win you a game, but they can sure as heck lose you one. And without those Suzus online, it would have been donezo and good night for the BSU Broncos.
It was incredibly close. I don't know if I've seen Boise sweat like that in a long, long time. San Diego kept it tooth and nail until the bitter end, and it's a shame that it ends in a 3-0 because that 3-0 will never tell the story we saw today. An 8-meter difference on Esperanza. An overtime cap on Dorado, and all the way 99-99 on stage 3 of Ilios. It was close through and through, but unfortunately close. Just could not do it for San Diego here today. Like I said, though, the story does not end here for them. They've got the last chance qualifier. I believe there's another opportunity for them to qualify. So I think they have 2 chances, which is huge, because now that Boise is out of the way, who is left to stop San Diego Gold?
Not to mention who they're going to be going up against. We've already seen they have, intel. They're ready to go up because they're not the only ones that are now fighting tooth and nail for the last opportunity to make it to one of the biggest esports collegiate LAN event here in North America. So I wish them luck. It was a pleasure having them here. And until next time, guys, I'm excited to see what. In the words of someone who requested it, Zinnia, what are you cooking for the next last chance qualifier?
Let him cook. Let him cook. Absolutely, let Zinnia cook. It has been absolutely wonderful seeing the passion. Like I said, I'm from the East Coast. This is the furthest west I've ever been by, a lot. So seeing the passion out here, seeing the excitement out here has been absolutely phenomenal. We got so many wonderful plays. We saw so many huge opportunities. I feel like we really had a moment for all 10 players out there where we got to highlight their opportunity. They kicked butt. They did an amazing job, and it was flawless through and through. I just got to say, I'm impressed. An amazing job.
Not to mention there actually is a little bit of in-house rivalry happening between these two squads. We've got members on both teams that play for Shikigami and were playing yesterday after we closed out the tournament. So there is no hard feelings. It is the team that got the leg up that walked away with a victory. Nonetheless, though, congratulations, both squads. Don't let the second place get you down because you had to bring off so many other teams. You had to fight tooth and nail. Sometimes it didn't even look like you broke a bead of sweat, but thankfully this time you didn't leave anything on that virtual field, and you walked away knowing you tried your best. Paco, you popped off. I'm excited to see more from you in the future.
Yeah, I'm a Paco fanboy for sure. I'm not even going to pretend I'm not. I mean, I'm super impressed. It was incredible. I loved everything we saw. But, Prod, if you can bring us back up for just a moment so we can talk a little bit about the Paideia Cup CECC qualifier. 8 all-women teams will be competing in Valorant for a spot at the CECC Finals in Arlington, Texas. It is a qualifier, all the same, like every qualifier CECC has ever done at an event. I'm super excited about Nerdy's going to be on the mic for some of it. It's going to be awesome. If you want more information about that, it's paideiagaming.com. So please check that out. I know we've got somebody in chat that's going to be able to help, and I'm not sure. I think they're getting the interview ready, so you guys get to hang out with us for just a couple more minutes. I will use this time. Bass did the same, but I'm going to shout out my girlfriend who used her lunch break today to watch this broadcast. She's a very hard worker, and I love her, and she supports me, and that means a lot to me, so thank you.
If I'm going to shout out my partner, they just walked away with a trophy. There's really nothing else I can do. Yeah, Bagel is my partner. But nonetheless, it was a fantastic thing to see everyone here today. I was super excited, actually, call back to earlier to Rocket League. I have been casting Thrift since he was in high school, and to see him today, I was so ecstatic. Last night I went home and fell asleep in my clothes after the broadcast was done. I was so tired. But to see Thrift today and know that he's going to be in Arlington representing GFU made me absolutely ecstatic. It's so great to see how far esports has come.
Yeah,
and
oh my goodness, yeah.
I mean, this is just a portion of what you can expect going into Arlington, Texas. Everyone's going to bring their A game. I mean, this sets the floor, that bar high for how much hype we need to have at Arlington.
And in case anybody's confused, because it is confusing, we have several regions, we have several opportunities, but it gets to a point where we are, so we see first place today goes to Boise. Now take the Boise from every CECC event we've had and put them together in Arlington. And that's for every single game we have. But folks, that brings Nerdy and I's time here to a close. We've got Valorant coming up next. Thank you all so much. The crowd was incredible. The teams have been amazing. And this has genuinely been the most fun I've ever had at a CECC event. This is something I will never forget. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other and enjoy the rest of your night. But until then, Paulie, what do you got for us, man?
All right, I am here with UC San Diego. Right here is Zinnia. Let's make some noise for UCSD. They played fantastic throughout the weekend. Zinnia, I know that was a tough matchup, but please take us through that match a little bit.
Going to map 1, I had a bunch of nerves, but then that map 1 was actually a banger. In map 3, I think it was 99.99. I'm not too sure. And then map 1 was pretty close, and I was really fired up for the next map. Map 2, Dorado, was also pretty close, and the same could be said for Esperanza, honestly. It could have gone anyway.
All right, well done, Zinnia. Frosted, let's get you over here Frosted as well, competing in that matchup there. You went against Boise. They played well. Your team represented fantastic. What is your representation and what is your opinion of the CECC West Regional and that match we just saw?
It's great. Getting to play against old friends is always fun. I haven't played against Matt in a while, so it's been great to just kind of flex my brain a little bit because it's been, with collegiate, it's on and off. But Boise's a really good team, so it was great to represent UCSD and compete against them today.
Absolutely. Let's go over here to Hinged. Hinged, you still have an opportunity to qualify for the CECC through the last chance qualifier. How's your team going to improve in the next month or so to get ready for that last chance qualifier?
It's going to be tough. We're going to have to beat, I think, UCI in order to get through to the last chance qualifier. But I think if we put in enough scrims, enough hours, I think we can do it.
All right, you guys know the road that you have to complete. This is UC San Diego. Let's make some noise one more time. Who came all the way from San Diego? Well done, San Diego. Congratulations. But let's bring over Boise now. Boise who won. Well done, San Diego. Your time has come to a close. Let's bring over Boise. All right, well done, Boise. Yeah, well done. Let's make some noise for Boise State University. Back-to-back games here in Rocket League and Overwatch 2. That was amazing. Who we got here? Who's first up? All right, Matt Merck on the tank spot. You were representing all weekend long. Take us through that match and what it was like. Come on over a little bit, everybody. Get around me. Come on, I won't bite. Oh, hey, what's up? Hello. Goblin over here to my left. Okay, so Matt Merck, take us through that last map. You were going off. It was amazing to watch.
Yeah, we just kind of stuck to our roots. We've played that comp. It's how we won the NACE National Championships. And now we're playing it here. It's tried and true. We've shown we can play it against the top teams, and we just played our own game. We let their counter swaps not really affect us too much. We'd respond accordingly if it was too hard, but we just stuck to our own game, focus their monkey, and then once it's out, play for our own little push of our own.
Well done, well done. Let's go over here to Goblin. Yep, on the spot, Goblin here. Your team, you won Rocket League. That's right, we got Goblin here. You won Rocket League. Your team just comes back again and wins Overwatch. Totally representing that home court advantage, telling everyone that's gunning for you, you're proving them all wrong. What kind of sense of pride did that come with being here at BSU and representing the team?
To have started this program me personally, almost 3 years ago, and to see where it's come and to see how many different things we've won, it's honestly really cool. It's like watching your own child grow up a little bit, and I got a great group of people here with me, and we get to represent the school, and I hope we made everybody proud.
Absolutely. Well done. Well done. Let's hear from Bagel. Bagel, one of the crowd favorites. Let's bring him over here. Bagel, we saw you getting hype. You were getting rowdy. You were team leading out there. Bagel over on the front lines. Tell us, you qualify. You're going down to Arlington now. What are you going to do from now to prepare for this grand winning process going down to Arlington, the biggest tournament in collegiate esports history?
We're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're a great group of guys. We know how we play. We know who we are. We're Boise State, and we're going to win Arlington. Quote me.
Woo! Let's make some noise. You heard it from Bagel first. Now let's bring up our trophy. It's Idaho Army National Guard Sergeant Castro to present the trophy to Boise State for Overwatch 2. Let's make some noise. Boise State Esports takes Rocket League and Overwatch in the first 2 games right here at the CEC West Regional. That's going to do it for us here at the CECC for now. When we come back, hoist that trophy up. Let's make some noise. Get in there. There it is. Boise State once again, who have now taken 2 of the 4 games here at the CECC West Regional. When we come back, we will have some more college esports action. It's Valorant when we return. Don't go anywhere. More college esports when we come back. We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's going to be into it.
Corner judges good for 1, 2, yeah. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Venture College walks it in.
Toy Boy, just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Running.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup.
Can't keep my head on my shoulders. Feels like I'm losing myself. I still see your shadow on the wall. Like I'm living in hell. Touchdown in a new place, trying to escape your poison, and I hate that I miss a mistake. I'm tired of your ghost, but I don't wanna run away. I can't believe I fell for all of it and it was a show. I know it's toxic, but it just don't feel right letting you go. But you play a game I can't escape. I'm caught up in the middle. You're running through my head and all the things we said. I wish I could forget you.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. You're currently watching our coverage of the CECC West Regional Qualifiers. We have found out who the champion is in Rocket League and Overwatch. It is Boise State 2 for 2. But now we head into the final event of the night, the Valorant Championship match. Boise State is facing off against who else but Arizona State University Broncos versus the Sun Devils here tonight. I'm Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Michael Fisher calling all the actions, and I can't necessarily say we're too surprised based on how these two teams fared last night. Give us a recap, Fish, of the insanity that happened between these two.
Yeah, I would just say, apologies to Rocket League and Overwatch, but this was the most anticipated matchup of Championship Sunday as soon as this got locked in. As you said, yesterday was absolutely insane. Arizona State took down Boise State 2-0, but that didn't tell this whole story. Haven, 19-17, absolutely bananas. 6 overtimes, a massive Arizona State comeback, but Boise wasn't deterred. We go on to Lotus. The Broncos go up 10-5, and what does Arizona State do? They claw and scratch all the way back for a 13-11 win. We literally could not have played more Valorant in a 2-0 sweep if we tried. I fully expect much of the same here today. Boise is fully confident they can get back. I'm sure Arizona State wants to stop the back-to-back-to-back Boise State championships. As you saw, both these teams making quick work of their semifinals earlier today.
Although Boise State had to go to a third game against UNLV Scarlet, but the two teams that fought so bitterly last night are here for a rematch, and this one is to actually punch a ticket to Arlington for the CECC Nationals. A lot at stake, and I think we can kind of build up these players as much as we can, but we need to give recognition to who they actually are because there are so many talented players right now. We can see the opening lineups for both and highlight some of the great plays they've made, starting out with the Sun Devils.
That Sun Devils lineup, absolutely talented, coming in as the #1 seed. Brisk, Cass, IUO, Jello, and Kawhi. Jello and Kawhi absolutely took over yesterday. Jello in overtime, no shield ops every round, did not disappoint. This squad is absolutely loaded, and if they're going to make a run to Arlington, they're definitely skilled enough to do it.
Yeah, and actually pronounced Koss from Arizona State, so we have had some great players. Want to give them the due diligence that they deserve. And on the Broncos side, Skies, J-Bag, Daimyo, Aldum, and Rariana. I don't know if any of these players could have gone through more of a trial and tribulation than what we saw last night. So hopefully all the players for the Sun Devils and the Broncos have gotten the rest that they just need and are here back ready, refreshed, and charged to see who is going to be joining everyone else in Arlington. Of course, Broncos, if they win this, it'll be the trifecta, if you will, between Rocket League, Overwatch, and Valorant.
Yeah, so far, even more, no Boise State team has lost a game in the finals, right? 4-0 for Rocket League, 3-0 for Overwatch. We'll see if Valorant can pull off the 2-0. But, yeah, back-to-back, though. Again, Arizona State wants to stop that, and I think, I'll be honest, felt like we were in Arizona last night when these two teams were playing. The crowd was Arizona favored. So 100% see if Boise State's going to bring that energy here tonight. I don't think we'll be seeing a sweep. I think we're definitely going to be seeing a very long series. You take a look at the maps here. It will be Ascent, Lotus, and Icebox. So no Haven run back this time. I think everyone happy to see that map banned after what we had last night. But we will see Lotus again, which was a 13-11 win for Arizona.
Now we see the picks going in, and Sun Devils actually bringing out Astra, which is interesting because so far on Ascent, for the matches this weekend, we've seen mostly mirror matches.
Yeah, we really have seen a lot of mirror matches. I know when we saw Ascent yesterday with our Wave Riders Oregon State Series, we did see an Astra brought out in those smokes and that wall. Can definitely be huge here, so we'll see again. I think the big question is going to be, can either team hold a lead? You have to remember, in their matchup yesterday, the team that had the lead after the first half both times was unable to hold on to it. See if that changes here today. Again, as you said, Jacob, the winner of this heads to the CECC Nationals in Arlington at the beginning of May. Here's some last chance qualifiers, but you never want to have to worry about that. You want to lock your spot in as we get ready for Game 1, Round 1 of our Valorant Finals.
Now, normally the first 3 rounds, you can expect the pistol rounds are going to go a certain way, but that was not the case last night. Boise State, Arizona State, both showing that they can win on thrifties and mess up the eco of the other team entirely.
Yeah, I don't think we got a single traditional bonus round from either of these teams. As you said, multiple 50-round wins. We saw Arizona State several times buy up in that second round after losing the pistol round, realizing that they needed to learn things around. To get ready to go, it will be Boise State on the attack. We'll see what the Broncos have in store for the Sun Devils here.
Time for talking is over. It is now the time for doing, but both of these teams showing a lot of respect from last night, playing it a bit tentatively. Ariana already taking a few peeks out, trying to bait a few shots, but there's no one there from the Sun Devils to answer. Boise State now looks like they're going to try to around for the triple keep and pick up 2-1.
Cover going out. That out shot. One of the members of the State before Jello could start it. Green Garden, a massive part of Arizona State's comeback on Lotus. So far, being held without a kill. IUO. See if either of these players want to make a peek. They peek around the corner, and IUO with a nice headshot evens it up at 3-3.
Boise State has fallen prey multiple times to not checking all of the angles, and it didn't seem like they were alert to that one in mid. Spike still hasn't gone down. The smokes are now going to go out onto Heaven, and Boise State uses that as their go signal. They're going to move over to close the door.
30 seconds left.
Sun Devils also move toward Heaven to defend. The Spike is going to go down toward Hell, and IUO just moves right in, stops the Spike plant. Skies is able to answer it back. Skies is low on health at 23. But he can't take out Arizona State. Is now a 1-on-2. Rariana has to bring it back.
10 seconds left.
Trying to take on Kawhi.
Enemy remaining.
Getting the second. No, we cannot. Cass up in Heaven. Wins the round for Arizona State, but that just feels indicative of what we're going to see. A 1-0 win for the Sun Devils. And it just shows how close these two teams are.
We definitely can hear from the crowd. The cheering section for the Sun Devils is back from last night after a very exciting win against the Broncos. It is the grand finals, and now we're going to see what Arizona State goes into their bonus round purchases. Looks like it's going to be pretty standard Spectres and one Bulldog.
As you mentioned, though, these teams both had issues winning this second round with the SMGs. Boise State, these famous second rounds, take out Alden trying to go down deep, doesn't find anything. Boise State has to slow it down here offensively.
Guys, mid, and this time there isn't anyone hanging out in that corner, so might be able to move up through mid-market, but there is a bit of KJ Utel placed in there that should alert the Sun Devils that be the case. And that is going to be, the alarm bot is going to be active. But right now they're still holding down kind of the main sight line on B. Moving in and is able to pick up Cass from the side. The Broncos going to go in and close the door. Isn't able to take up IUO, but Rariana answers it back. The Broncos are now up 1, moving into plant on B.
The other Broncos can pick up other guns that Sky was able to force down. Emil going to go for the plant.
Spike planted.
Devils in a 3-on-4. Remember, it's all pitching except for Rariana. Have that one sector. For a long flank here through Marcus. Brisk, and he does, but he can't quite get the headshots. Actually, 3-on-3.
Actually, I do think it was a headshot. It was a blast to bring him down to half health. They are moving in state. Oh, that's a huge break onto Rariana. Arizona State clears out B and picks up the double. So,
great retake by Arizona State. Starts with that win in market for Brisk. As you said, only one headshot with the Classics. We can put a 50. From there, Boise State, just the gun advantage for Arizona State carries them into this bonus round. And now Boise State, the full buys on the AR, should be at full strength. Favorites to make this a 2-1.
This is where we're really going to see if there is sort of an avalanche of momentum for the Sun Devils. Normally, standard Valorant should go to a 2-on-1, so this is the chance for the Broncos to get a momentum back for themselves. Also isn't the worst when you consider the second round that they were able to take away some eco from 2. They're going to try to take advantage of the left Vandals. Mark right in, Jello goes and Skies slows him down.
Aggressive play from Jello. Casto going to answer right back with a pick onto Ariana. Was a 4v4. That's advantage for Arizona State. He's going to take any off the map. So remember, not only is Boise State favored to win, but yesterday, Jacob, they consistently struggled to get full buys, always using to have 1 or 2 players on half shield. So the more members they lose, even if they win this round, could make things awkward for round 4. It's Kawhi looking to make a play here.
It's not just him. There are two actually moving up through A lobby. Boise State is now regrouping toward B, trying to check all of their angles and do their due diligence. Not checking the angles has bitten them before. Can expect a lot of push down right here. Boise State is now going to try to cover it, but they have to deal with the Astro Cloud as well. Trying to move in from the side is going to catch Broncos unaware. Move back in toward Fish Market.
Fantastic rotation by
30 seconds left.
With a fantastic headshot with the Sheriff. Jabag at least going to get the spike down. 4 on 2.
Jabag might be the savior for the Broncos. Taken out one, brought it down to 3 on 2. Trying to keep an eye on both the angles. Well, they're in the double peek. It's Sky left to defend.
Standing.
And a 2 on 1. Sees him around and clutches it. Boise State back with a quad. We're in for a game here, Fish.
That was a fantastic job by Skies. Knew his team needed that one. He gets the 4-piece. And now we kind of get to see what Boise State has left in the tank, though. Even winning that round, you can see, Jacob, their shields, 2 half shields, maybe even going to downgrade. Yeah, no, they'll go with 3 half shields to go the full AR routes. So even though they won, it came at a very steep cost of not being able to maintain a full buy in this next round.
It's a continuation of the story that we saw last night, with Boise State having to settle for half shields multiple times. It's going to demand some pretty accurate headshots from them on these Vandals. Sky's taking a standard opening onto mid. There isn't anyone from Sun Devils right there to tip him off, so Boise State once again favoring B.
So far been Boise's go-to spot. I'm really going to look for a pick.
Bring them down. They're blind with fear.
So far, not really making much of a move. Now they're going to go forward, probably looking for
shadows traveling.
Dash in and get an early pick. That's exactly what he's going to do.
He's going to be able to close the door. The Swarm Grenade, though, peels him off from the rest of the team. Might be a one-on-one in Boathouse. Does he know Cass is there? The rest of the team back him up. IU Woe takes that memory on. It's answered back by Damio. Boise State now goes to the advantage. 4-3 is going to get the plant down and move on over into the
spike planted.
And Briss coming through market as well here. Boise State all set up back a Boathouse. Damio holding this angle. Stairs out the flank. Flying to find one. Jello has to dash back. Stay at 70 HP. 3 on 3. Skies is quite low for Boise. Back and find one. Go down. It's a 2-2. Skies finds one. What does Brisk have left? 33 HP. Jet. They're trying to peek. Gets one and Alden finishes it off. Boise's got it to 2-2.
This is going to be absolutely huge for the Broncos. Not only do they get a bit of credits to fill in their econ gaps, but Arizona State, the Sun Devils, that was a full buy for them. They had to go all in, so it's going to be an eco round for them. And this was, I was very concerned for J-Bag multiple times. Boise State has fallen prey to flanks from the off angles, but luckily for them here, this also demonstrates, you know, Skies is keeping his mind on the mission. He wants to make sure that it's a double peak, and so many times Boise State has lost rounds they should win because they take one-on-ones.
Get out of my way!
Issue they had yesterday, as you said, taking a lot of one-on-ones. We are going to get the knives coming out here from Skies. Does only have the light armor, though, but everyone else is fully kitted. Is Cash just with a huge headshot. Takes out Skies, and they'll be today. State.
I just swear there's some sort of a thrifty buff for both of these teams when they play each other. Boise State is going to be using their KO, trying to clear out B. Some space for them. Take the abilities away from the Sun Devils. Hiding back in Boathouse. Can cast another headshot to the Sheriff. They know that he's back there. Is going to move in and take him out. And Boise State is now evened it up. The plant goes down, so they'll get the credit from that. But these knives from Jello, as well as defender Killjoy, is putting some doom onto Boise State. It is down to 3-3. The Broncos have to perform. Jello now takes it to 3 or 2. There's just one left. Sun Devils spending their ultimates well and are going to go back into the lead by 1.
Yeah, he said the thrifty buff. Arizona. Take a couple of ultimates as well. That Killjoy was just so fantastic for IUO. Forced Boise State to either leave the site or find the kill time. Brisk with a huge double kill, and there's Jello with that off once again. He was a menace on Haven last night, in overtime especially, and here he is with a full shield. Can't even imagine what we'll be able to do with full power.
Jello is kind of an ultimate kind of hot or cold player. You know, sometimes he's popping off, single-handedly bringing rounds back himself. Other times we've seen plenty of times where he dashes in and just gets picked off immediately. So it's a question of kind of which Jello shows up to play.
Down this A site. Eye on that Altor. Once again, Boise really has no interest. The only problem is there's an Odin on the map as well for Arizona State. You heard it ringing out. That's going to make B that much harder.
They're going to trigger the alarm bot.
Blocking sight.
Oh, there to Boise State's present. Cost now coming up. On to B to provide a bit of backup. Around it. It is a good pick for them. They take out Cost. Go up 5-4. This was the right choice for them to take. They don't have to deal with the op for now. They're going to move into plant.
Look at the bag there. He might get a huge pick for Boise, depending on the route. Sun Devils take. IUO currently sitting just outside B site, waiting for the rest of his team.
You should run.
Did make a move around the bag, and here comes out the attacker Killjoy to buy Boise State more time. No answer for her. They take care of it, so they just gotta wait out the next 1 second.
Just slightly missing. Arizona State is going to be able to dodge it. Jabang gets the flank. We were talking about a double for the Broncos. And the spike timer is ticking down. I don't know if the Sun Devils have enough time. They're just going to move back and go to save mentality for now. Do not want to give up that off.
Yeah, double kill from the back with IUO getting detained. Pretty much said, we're just going to back away.
Calling my
Had quite a lot of post-spike explosion kills last night, but none today, as everyone will just retreat. And as you said, the op stays up for Arizona State. They can full buy as well. Once again, we'll see what Boise State has in store as they pull up the Odin this time for themselves for Damien, or maybe even cast, not sure. That'll help out the Broncos eco if they were able to pick that one up before.
Speaking of ecos, all of the Sun Devils sub 1,000 credits after these purchases. So the Broncos win. They weren't able to get the ultimate prize, the op, but an Odin is a nice consolation. This is planted. On A, a lot of KJ eco is planted. And it's going to be triggered. Broncos just wait it out as the rest of the Sun Devils rotate over. See a whole bunch moving up towards Heaven. They manage to get the generator and that op raining down. Wrath on the top. Daniel's able to get a wall bang, but it's not enough in the face of Brisk and a triple.
Brisk, fantastic. 2 HP. Not a whole lot he can do. Probably might just save here with the Odin. Looks maybe a final pick, and I think that's what he's going to do here for the next minute. Fantastic job. Once Jello got set up with that op up in Heaven, he gets the first pick. He draws all the attention, and Brisk just clears out Boise State. But Arizona State back in the lead unless Damio has a miracle here in a 1-on-4 with 2 HP. And he doesn't really seem interested in making any more than a defensive play.
This 2 HP also makes him so susceptible to a wall bang. A bit nervous for him.
30 seconds left.
He's going to go for Vandal right now. Throw out a dart that instantly gets taken out, and that dart tips Brisk off to his position. Arizona State claims it.
Arizona State full wipes Boise State. I believe the Broncos should have enough. And again, this was just fantastic here. As soon as Jello gets up into Heaven, gets an immediate off shot, and everyone on Boise State knows they need to take care of it. They do get the wall bang, but Brisk is there to just clean up shop while everyone's looking for the op. The huge triple kill, ends up getting his 4th later in the round, and Brisk didn't see much of him last night, but right now he's 8-4 for the Arizona State, and a big reason why they have this 1-round lead here in game 1.
This guy's immediately getting stunned by some of this Brisk util. Jello's moving back, trying to find the perfect op spot. A few jump peeks to try to bait out any shots from Arizona State, but no one rotated up that far on A. Boise State favoring A. Maybe if they can get the plant down before the rotation comes from the opper, they might have a better shot at it.
Yeah, they need to be away from the op. Might soon realize where it is as Jello holding this B-side angle. Doesn't see anyone, so fakes it one way, but Boise State is actually coming
Revealing
over.
area.
Maybe even trying to draw people over to A with that recon.
Does seem to be working. Well, it got Jello's attention for a second, but now Jello is moving back. This is a very dangerous hallway for the Broncos to peek. They're going to get stunned as well. How much you tail? Oh, the tailwind is spent. That's a huge expenditure
30 seconds
for
left.
Arizona State. No one has gone down. Now it's post 30 seconds. The Broncos are going to go for the run of their lives. This would be barely enough time for them to be able to rotate over to A. We'll see how this last-minute rotation works out. J-Bag is also holding back on this tail for a possible flank in the end.
Are going to be going to get the plan, but IU going to get
wow.
kills. Down in set up a play here for Hawaii. Solid down there, and he's going to pick up that one. Boise State down with just 2 members left, but as you said, Jack is the one coming on a massive flank here. Kawhi starting the defuse already halfway there. Looks like he's just going to stick it. Boise State, unfortunately, just going to have to hand that round over to Arizona State. Javag looking for an exit frag, but won't find anything either, and it's 2 rounds in a row for the Sun Devils.
2 Vandals saved for the Broncos. Sun Devils now have a whole bunch of credits for a rainy day, and Broncos kind of need to make a decision whether they want to do a full save or half save, because we've seen this pattern from them many times before, half buy, half buy, half buy, half buy, and sometimes you just need to bite the bullet and say, you know, hey, we're going to settle for all classics this round, nothing else, because we just want to guarantee we have everything.
Yeah, it does look like it will be a full save outside of those 2 ARs they saved from last round, as you mentioned. See if either of these ARs for Boise State can start an early pick, help the Broncos avoid a 3rd straight round loss here in game 1. Remember, heading over towards Garden. IUO holding it down on that kill streak.
Smoke out of our trigger. Lets Arizona State know that Broncos are thinking about going for the angle that the Jet has, but it's working right through. But the smoke is no, it isn't. The smoke drops down at the last moment. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, so the Broncos pick up the pieces.
Play, but here's the op once again for Jello. Immediately makes it a 4v3 in favor of Arizona State. Broncos that spike down, they'll do just exactly that. Ryan Brisk over in Garden. These 2 players have been phenomenal so far in this game 1. Jello, shorty out. Peek in! Oh, the shorty can't quite finish him off. They'll trade 1-for-1, but that's op down.
Last
They don't
player
have to worry about it. Unfortunately, it's a 3-on-1. Ariana trying to hold on. Give Boise State the round win. Season 1. Can't quite the second, though. Hawaii and Arizona State move up to 6-3.
Best for the Sun Devils. They are going to be able to save the op. Give that back over to Jello as if nothing happened. I mean, that's hardly a dent in any of Arizona State's eco. Boise State, though, for a save round, they've now been able to go back to full ARs and full shields. So, well played by the Broncos in terms of what they had to work with.
They make a small dent at Arizona State savings, but holding on to the op is a big win for the Sun Devils. Jello has consistently found a way to get 1 pick every single round with that and just put Arizona State in a numbers advantage. See if Boise State can take care of him this time. Smartly not being baited out by the sentry.
Jello is just waiting dead set on this slight view. The out on the thrown out, tried to lay him. This great flank that Skies has onto Kawhi. That's going to clear out. Jello would actually be able to smoke him off. Toss also smoked off, and Oxshot brings out. Jello's right now on the point, brings out the 40, try to get some close range. Is going to take out Skies, but Rariana moves in and keeps the Broncos at a slight advantage.
Swarm grenade.
Swarm grenade out. Plant down.
Spike planted.
Broncos with a numbers advantage for one of the few times so far in our first half. We'll see what Brisk and IUO have in store. Brisk has had multiple massive rounds, a triple kill and a quadra. Arizona State in the lead.
Last player
He's going to get wall banged through, and now it's all up to IUO. Can he make the insane clutch to keep the Sun Devils on their winning streak? Dragon to see him. They're going to team shoot him, and it's 6-4 as the Broncos pick up a round.
They not only pick up the round, that op is going to be there for the taking, or they're just going to let it fall. Broncos haven't really been feeling the ops. That hasn't been the case yesterday, and it hasn't been the case today.
Yeah, we have seen Boise State really shy away from the op. I think maybe 3 or 4 rounds total through the 4 we saw last time. Where Boise State picking up the op. This was just a fantastic play by Jello, swapping over to the shorty, but just can't quite dash away. We did see a timeout called here. 6-4, Arizona State, first game of our CECC West Regional Land Qualifying Finals. The winner heads to Arlington, books their ticket in the Nationals. Arizona State trying to figure out a way, maybe to reverse the curse from yesterday. Remember, Boise State led at the half twice, could not seal the deal, so maybe Arizona State trying to change that in their mind, or maybe we go at a 6-6 half with Boise State picking up that last round.
I don't know if we were able to see a 6-6. It seems everyone led yesterday as soon as halftime rolled around. So I don't know who I necessarily called for that time, but every single time also the Broncos yesterday, they had a lead going into half and then gave it away. And so I always kind of look for pacing and margins, and is a team winning at a bigger margin than they did before? That's not the case with Broncos. They're clawing back, so we're going to have to see how good their defense game is as soon as that goes over to them.
You see Arizona State had more than enough credits to run it back for Jello, so they will be able to get a full bye here in our second to last round of the first half. This op can make a difference this round. As Jello got picked off last time before he could find anybody. Did get a kill with his shorty. That's way less exciting. He's pushing up to mid. Has burned the dash, however. That'll cause him to turn around, and the rest of the Broncos heading over towards A. But here is Jello. The first peek. Oh, he barely survives as Aldum. That op taking him very low.
No characters left to heal up, so Aldum has to stick it out. He's going to make it up. Generators first head-to-head fade. That's the grenade. And the Broncos going out. Aldum can now set up in hell. Boise State gets more advantage with that teleport. He's going to move back into mid, see if anyone is there. And Jello is indeed, takes him out with the shorty due to Aldum being so low on health.
Placing sentry.
Nowhere!
And that's not the situation.
Back and forth.
Last player standing.
Here's Brisk once again. He picks up a pair. All up to the last member of Boise State, and Damio goes down. So Arizona State will secure a lead going into our second half.
Broncos
Last
now
round
the best they can hope for is going to be a 7-5. They had so much close plant potential. I mean, they had the KJ, they had the Hunter's Fury, but overall Arizona State moved kind of more as a unit. I mean, consistently you see them taking double peaks on Heaven, and then they were able to take a double peak onto the last Bronco remaining in that last round. So they don't really make too many mistakes when it comes to team composition and positioning.
Really, that all kind of started with the fact that
Get out of my way!
One chopper very far away over guarding. Otherwise, he would have had a great flank on the Jello. You see the knives and pop for Skies. Boise State has stuff to deal with this op from Jello, who's getting very aggressive with his positioning. Looking for an early pick onto Boise potentially.
As the tail out, is able to bait out a shot. Good, nice jump peek from the Broncos. Arizona State is going to close the door for themselves, and the Broncos moving on. Skies equipped with the knives. Here's the thing, they had so much of the Broncos' pushes. Thanks to the K-jamming, look at that double team, as well as the utility. They're going to be hardly taking any damage from that engage. The Broncos are leading.
Spike down A.
Two more as well, plus the spike. Unfortunately, on the other side of this peak for Brisk. IUO doing a great job on the damage as well. Still joining.
Last player standing. 30 seconds
IUO
left.
with the triple kill. Ariana have the 1v5. Miracle up his sleeve for the Broncos. Let's go!
Switching
Really a
sides.
predicament the Broncos have had in terms of attack. You know, they were so focused on where the op was and can we play around that. But the real thing that they've been walking into time after time and time again is the alarm bot, or the swarm grenades. The utility that Killjoy can get on Ascent is legendary, and IUO is squeezing every drop he can out of it. He's claimed the top frag position just due to his performance on Sun Devils defense.
Yeah, that's just one of the things about this Sun Devils team. It feels like everyone has the potential to pop off. We've seen a ton of risk. He's at 12-5. IUO, I think, was a big part of their 1917 comeback win on Haven on that Killjoy. He's been an absolute menace for the Sun Devils. Let's see if Boise State has the answer. Again, yesterday, neither time did the first half winners secure the game win. That might be good news for Boise State.
Jello's taking a whole lot of damage down to about half. Back to the boathouse has the problem right in his face. And he's going to take a headshot right around the wide, but he's not aware of Jello bringing him from the side. Talking about Frank, Grist also gets a clean shot with that ghost. Now moving, and the Broncos able to take out Koss. Trade
One enemy remaining.
Another Skies does 1-on-2. Spike is down. What the Skies have?
One enemy remaining.
Getting him a second, yes he can! And Boise State with a 1v3 from Skies. Able to start the second half off with a win in the pistol round.
Clutch.
And in terms of a round, this is kind of a 2-for-1 situation. Normally, one win on a pistol round can lead to another, so we could be looking at 8-6 by the time we go into the bonus round. It was such a good thing that Damio was able to get a pick onto Koss, because I was thinking for sure that this was another situation where the Broncos had not checked all their angles and were just going to get kind of bled to death.
Unfortunately for Arizona State, you see their Jello just a little bit too late to turn with his teammates, who in effect became a one-on-one in both situations. So I will say, usually you're right when it comes to the fact that this round is more of a given, but with the way Arizona State has played in thrifty situations, I would not count out the Sun Devils from finding a way to make this 9-5.
Need that back.
Said one of the Broncos didn't even go for a full gun, is just sticking with the ghost to bonus into. Arizona State high is going to out the hard question. How many pings a spray into the Astra smoke is going to take out Jello? Long range Mariana by IUO also gets a clean headshot. It is 4-3. Broncos to retake.
Right now he is.
One enemy remaining.
Taken out. IUO will go down as well. It's all up to 5. Back at Boathouse finds 1. Bag will find him, and Boise State make it 8-6.
Not the best position to be in bonus, but not horrible. It's also what is on a stage favorites in the second round. Boise State is going to do off of them. It actually kind of opens things up for Skies more than anything, because I was most concerned about his situation moving on into bonus. He's actually going to be going for the shorty. I think with the way he's saving up, he's probably going to want to buy an op this round.
Yeah, I think he was looking for potentially a round 3 op if he was able to stay alive, but this time he's going to eco. He only needs 1 more point for those knives, so maybe an early altar for early pick for him, and he can just rip the knives here, but I think you're right. He wants that off quickly. Arizona State, they are going to have 1 member of Light Shield, so not quite a full buy for the Sun Devils here in the second half. Goes out. Guy does get that Althorp and pops the knives, exactly what Boise State wanted for the start of this round.
Flashbang. Down favoring A slightly. J-Bag is moving over to take this sideline through B, which is Boise State had so much time going, sideline through Garden, which Boise State wasn't really able to push through successfully once when they were attacking. A has really been kind of the point of hardship. We'll see if that holds Sun Devils.
Shots gone out. No damage except for just a little bit on Disguise. Arizona State looking A, but as their spike carrier and company turn around, looks like they'll regroup in the mid and see where they want to go for the next 40 seconds here. Boise State trying to get this back to an 8-7.
Decision has to be made now as we go down below 30 seconds. It's going to be going out to Monty Garden is answering with the molly back. A lot of firing through the smoke. Oldham going down on health through the decay, and is trying to get any sort of chip damage onto Arizona State. The Sun Devils run past, and a double on Skies for the 9, 2-1. It is even back up to 3-3, but their fate is also hurting on health. They're going to be going down for the plan. And Boise State retake this, even lower on health for the Fae. Thanks to the shock darts, they're just going to take him out. Now Boise State has the 2-1-person advantage. Can they make it work?
Oh, taking out Kawhi, though, still alive with the Vandal. He's one, he gets taken out with a great deep shot for Boise State. The Broncos make it 3 in a row here to start the second half.
Bonus round win is huge for the Broncos, bringing it back to just within 1. I am most shocked of all by this play that happened right here. J-Bag with a Spectre on Heaven. Definitely outgunned in terms of range, but staring IUO in the face. IUO just, it looks like he kind of overcompensated and his flick moved over and aimed to the right. And ultimately it was a Spectre clutch on Heaven, which I was not expecting to put the Broncos within striking distance on a bookworm.
Like one of the few times today, here comes the op for Boise State. Jello wants to push. Being destroyed. More defense. Oh, one in Garden.
Blocking sight.
Not let Arizona State pick up any rifles, however. Up into Heaven. This is going to have more pressure placed on them thanks to that Killjoy. Tate's out. The turret moving back.
Oh no, here comes another. No, we can't, but that's still a huge pick. It forces Boise to turn around. They're just going to simply eco out here, but they got to be careful. I think Arizona State wants to deny this off.
We're not going to do it.
One more.
Oh,
Thrifty.
Gets caught up.
For Arizona State, Boise State maintains the op.
Seems like both teams are a lot more conscious of their ego today. I think suffering through Budget Saturday really left a mark on both these teams' mentality and saving their ops, not giving up their most valuable guns. Staying steady. It's Skies who actually leads in the KDA right now.
Recalling my boss.
But the
Placing
kills
alarm
spread
box.
out a little bit more evenly across Arizona State. It's been Brisk, Jello, and Kawhi holding down with solid performances themselves.
Arizona State very on raise it down. The ball is going to go out. B side.
Slight rotation is being brought out onto mid. Castrol still up is going to give Arizona State the cover that they need. Rocket is moving over toward Garden. Will we see the first successful rotation through Gardens? They know we're not going to. I mean, that's, you know, I don't think they should call it Garden, more like brick walls the way it's been playing.
Does come out.
Last player standing.
Right here. 3-on-1 finds Shabag. Aiming over on the other side. Boise State finds a round win and gets back within 1.
But this has been a constant problem for the Broncos. They were 5-on-1, and Arizona State still managed to make a triple against them. So, I mean, yes, it is a win, but it's probably not as clean as a win as I would want to see from the Broncos. It also seems like Skies just kind of got held up on the opposite. Once he missed his initial shot, there was multiple seconds of
Placing
time.
swarm grenade.
Vulnerable.
This starts with a great pick. Jello kind of just trying to force the issue. IUO getting one. Great job by Kawhi.
I can't do that.
For Arizona State, they have another thrifty in their back pocket to make it to 10. Boise State tying us once again here in game 1 of our finals.
Skies moving slowly back over near mid-market. The smoke is wearing down, so he's going to have a clear view onto mid. Might have a chance to pick out this Astra. Hear it.
Ooh, there's a couple of great peaks about to happen here that can determine this round. IUO does have the AR still on his team.
Not ready yet.
Still
in sight.
Oh, that's some great fire through the smoke. Boise State is also going to re-rotate. Sky's kind of abandoned his position on mid-market. This gives Brisk such a great flank opportunity. The door's going to go down. Jello also has the knife, moves in for the plant. Now that the plant goes down, that means Rariana is going to be the 5th Bronco coming in, although Rariana's so late on their rotation. No, they're not! It's been Brisk.
The shorty's not enough, and it's another thrifty for Arizona State.
And this is one of the cases where it's kind of like hindsight is 20/20 for us, but that was such a questionable rotation from Skies. I mean, he had mid locked down, and he decides to move back over to take the B site, which had already been smoked off at that point.
I think, honestly, maybe even more credit just going to Brisk, sticking it out on that long flanking 17. Was on B with the spike down. He moved somebody from Boise close, and he's going to rotate over. And that was huge for them, but that was a 4-kill for Brisk. Now 8
Oh,
Skies takes it to Jello with a 3-man spray. Good damage for his 4th, and he finds it. And Arizona State now up 4-1. Jello looks his ace.
We haven't seen any ace thus far for CECC, and he's got it with the crosshair placement. Ace for Arizona State. Talk about a springier step. They move on to 11 with the crowd cheering. Boise State, I would say very smartly, popping a timeout.
Yeah, this is a fantastic timeout. I mean, Boise State was on an eco round, so they tried to get aggressive, push up early into A, but Jello matches Skies, shoots him down to about 5 HP before the dash goes off, and after that, a great 3-man spray finds the ace, and as you said, a perfect timeout here. And really, I mean, this map has been all about Arizona State finding ways to win on the thrifty. They have 2 thrifties on this map, and they have a 3-round lead. If they don't have those, we're in a totally different game. But Boise State, they're going to get one more full buy here. If they lose that, this last match point round is going to be very, very awkward. So it's a massive round for Boise State. And as you said, I think a very good timeout.
Although that's not much praise, when you think, oh, that was a great timeout to prevent them from being tilted. If that's the best praise you can give at this point.
I think we've talked about it all the time. I think timeouts are one of those things that are kind of criminally underrated sometimes. We've seen teams lose 6, 7, 8, 9 rounds. You need something to just break it up, reset your head, reset your mental state. So, yeah, I think if you take a good timeout, that should be a compliment to the coach, to the team, saying, look, we need to step away for 60 seconds. We're back after the timeout, and we'll see Arizona State 11-8, Game 1 of our CECC West Regional Qualifier Valorant Finals. Winner of this best-of-3 goes to Arlington. The losers got to find another way to punch their ticket. Right now, Arizona State rounds away from the series.
Oh, J-Bag running into his teammate. They're going to spend the door early. This guy's trying to get any sort of peek through mid, but there is that Astra smoke just waiting for the right moment.
Nothing
It
so
might
far.
actually be. I think they're going to try to push up through mid because they have that smoke lined up. It's keeping Skies at bay for now. Going to send out a haunt just to get themselves the extra confirmation that they can move up through there.
Skies once again going to look over towards B. IUO might even try and draw some fire here. Don't know if Boise State actually saw the killjoy.
Seems like it's just a consistent problem for the Broncos of just not taking the angles for a second longer. Jello peeks around from the corner. Boise State had no idea he was there. This guy's now moving back towards heaven. And but Kawhi has him locked down. Broncos are going to have the comeback of their life. They want to bring this round back. IUO now down to just one.
Has to pop this off for his team. And unfortunately, he's about to be surrounded here. Arizona State going hunting, looking for the last Bronco. Does get one, but Cat's going to find him, and it's match point for Arizona State on Ascent.
Match point.
And worse for the Broncos is it's not just a match point, but it's a match point that they're going to have to get a thrifty on. One of them might be able to afford a Vandal, but they'd have to go to half shields. A lot of them are kind of favoring the Guardian for that long range.
We've seen Arizona State with multiple thrifties. And this is a big reason why they're on match point. So it's up to Boise State to find at least one of them to continue game one.
Get out of my way!
Standing ahead.
Eyes are going to be popped here for Jello.
You want to find it?
More firepower for the Sun Devils. Astro Wall will keep that effectively in half, allowing them to roam basically for free to whichever site they choose without Boise State having much intel. Skies trying to make the aggressive play that his team needs here.
Oh, but he is caught out by that Prowler, and this Astro Wall isn't making his job any easier. He tailwinds away right back into the Swarm Grenade. Arizona State giving him no room to work with whatsoever.
Face your fear!
Oldham trying to maybe make the hero play. Oh, he is behind one member. He just saw Kawhi peek back in to market. Brisk gun to find him, unfortunately. Now Arizona State on the full rotation, but they're up 2.
Give me those
Knives from Jello make it up 3 here for the Sun Devils.
Sun Devils definitely seem to be the favorites going into this tournament, and they're proving why they were. They're going to be planting on A, and the Boise State might not even make it too. Oh, Rariana is able to win in mid-market. One problem for his is he doesn't check the angle to the right, and now Arizona State with just 4 left.
Standing ahead.
They haven't really shown any sort of weakness in these post-plant situations. This is theirs to lose, at this point.
Are a couple of low health for Arizona.
Yep.
Gonna run in. Team ace for the Sun Devils, and they take game 1, and they're now 1 game away from punching their ticket to Arlington.
And I really think we're seeing kind of from Boise State kind of a problem of 2 halves in pre-plant and post-plant because they're running so much into the KJ util that they aren't really able to plant as reliably. But I think the biggest problem for them is post-plant. There have been so many rounds where they've been up 5-2, 4-2, and Arizona State still manages to take them out. I don't think if I've seen one round from Arizona State in which they have the advantage after they've planted and which they've lost.
That and the other big thing is even when Arizona State shouldn't have the advantage, right, they won. They had 2 thrifties picked up, really denying Boise State, hurting the Boise State eco. And I think that, as you said, the ability to not lock it down post-plant and Arizona State's ability to find upset wins in rounds with thrifties. Big reason why the Sun Devils picked up this map as we take a look at some of the replays from our first game on Ascent.
Jello, like I was saying, he can be the player to win it. Sometimes he gets picked out early, but overall he was a huge asset toward the Arizona State Sun Devils. I got to say, Boise State is going to have to prove everybody, or surprise everybody, I should say, going into Lotus, which, with it being a fairly new stage, I would say is probably the stage to surprise everybody in because it is the newest. And they were so close last time on Lotus as well. They were just 2 rounds off.
Yeah, 13-11 yesterday in a win for Arizona State. And the thing that just continues to impress me with this Arizona State team is there's just it feels like every single round somebody else is popping off. Brisk had so many huge rounds, wasn't quite able to clutch this one, but Brisk was phenomenal with multiple 3 kills, 4 kills. IEO has been such a staple, not only with the Killjoy utility, but picking up fantastic kills. Jello, we've talked about him as well. Cass, all of them, Kawhi. They just all seem like every round one of them can have a triple kill, and it just makes it so hard for Boise State where it can be like, all right, we killed the top fragger, we're good to go, because all of a sudden Brisk's on a flank and he picks up a quad. So Boise State, as you said, they've got to fix that post plant. They've got to find ways to win rounds when they're up in guns. Arizona State looking like a very solid team. They came into this tournament as the favorite for a reason, and they're showing exactly why so far, at least through Ascent.
And I think that's the main story is Skies, if you were looking at halftime, I mean, or shortly after halftime, he was the top fragger in terms of overall the team, but it really has been the mid-fraggers for Arizona State that have really been securing it for them. I think 4 out of 5 of their players at the same time were all above 10 on their KDA,
Yep.
and it's just that solid performance across all of them that really makes it so Boise State doesn't have the target to take out. They have to wipe out the whole team, or at any time it can be brought back.
And I just think the other problem for Boise State in those mid-rounds, especially in the second half, is, I mean, they fell for the op trap, right? We talked about it. They hadn't used much of the op. It had been working for them. Skies pulls the op out, and it was, less than impressive. I don't even, maybe 1 kill with the op across 2 or 3 rounds for Skies. Just kind of fell into that money sink, had to eco a couple rounds to not lose the op. I think Boise State maybe just got away from themselves a little bit. It's totally okay if you don't want to bring out the op. They did that yesterday successfully multiple games in a row. So just leave the op on the table. Jello's been phenomenal with it, but it's such a big money sink. I don't think Boise State can afford that, especially as we talked about. Their ecos have been half shield here, half shield there, Spectre on this round. It just never stabilized, and the op will hurt that.
Especially when the run round where it could have been a big deterrent and Skies had the sideline right toward mid for Arizona State's Astra, he abandons it. So I think it's maybe just a bit of map presence. Also, I got to do a shout-out also to another caster for this event, Nerdy, who whenever they are casting Valorant, one of their sayings is, when you're holding down an angle and your instincts tell you that they should go that angle, just hold it for a few seconds more, because there's been multiple times where that's been the Broncos' problem.
Yeah, it's just that Valorant timing where, you hold an angle, you get bored holding the angle. The moment you turn around, somebody pushes up in it. So we do go to Lotus. Again, we went 13-11 in favor of Arizona State yesterday on this map, but it required a massive Sun Devils comeback. Can Boise State slam the door and take us to a Game 3 on Icebox? That will be the question. 13-8 win for Arizona State on Ascent. Again, it's the CECC West Regional LAN Qualifiers. This is our final game of the day in Valorant. Boise State took Rocket League. Boise State took Overwatch. The Sun Devils trying to prevent the Bronco trifecta as we move into Game 2 of our Valorant Finals.
One thing I did like about Lotus yesterday is we saw both teams bringing out the neons, and that made every round a bit more exciting. Such speedy rotations. It felt like, normally we have that 30-second rule. Once the timer hits 30 seconds, then you have to pick a point and rotate over to it.
Yeah.
But with the combination of neons, added mobility, and the fact that Lotus is a 3-point stage, you were guessing until the very last second.
And I think that'll be interesting to see because, again, we banned away Haven from yesterday where the teams have been very familiar with each other after 1917. C was kind of that predominant spot on Lotus. I think the teams favored C attacking both times. I'm curious if that'll affect the team's strategies today, saying, okay, based on last night, will we see C being the primary spot again? Will it maybe be, okay, we went C yesterday, let's try and go B, let's try and go A. I'm curious how yesterday's game between these teams, if at all, will influence our Game 2 here.
Yeah, we can speculate all we want, but at this point, the only thing that's going to give us maybe a hint toward the answers are going to be the actual agent choices and loadout. Do we see? Do Boise State run it back with what they had yesterday on Lotus, or do they decide to pick something different? Normally, we see Ascent be a complete mirror match because Ascent is kind of the I'm better than you you map. It's the showdown map where everyone just proves kind of their raw skills. But we saw kind of a little bit, maybe a bit of a glimmer for some sort of unexpected strategy because there were a few picks that Arizona State brought out that we weren't expecting, especially that Astra pick.
Yeah, Arizona State kind of changing it up. I know probably have to expect IUO maybe on the Killjoy again. I think the Neon you bring up is a great point. Will Jello bring that out? I thought he was fantastic on that yesterday on Lotus, just the added mobility, as you said, and it really plays to his play style. If you watch Arizona State attack, and Boise does the same thing, but it's a lot of, all right, Jello either on the Jet or the Neon is going to just sprint in. He's going to try and find an early pick, cause early confusion. If he runs it back on the Neon, that's something Boise State has to be ready for because he did that time and time again on Lotus. As we get loaded, look at Arizona State here again. They are now 1 round away from locking in their spot in the CECC Nationals in Arlington. Meanwhile, Boise State's got to pick up a win here on Lotus to take us to a Game 3, but they look locked in and ready to go. I fully expect that 13-8 to maybe be the biggest scoreline of the weekend between these two teams because they seem so closely matched. It's just these little things, as you said, not checking the right corners for Boise, not holding the angles that's separating these teams.
Now, in terms of the 3-lane options that we have available, A, B, and C, it definitely seemed like a pattern that we saw yesterday was a whole lot of util being immediately dumped on A, and A not often being the initial point. You know, we saw a lot of pushes toward B and C. It seems like when A was planted, it would be a quick Neon rotation over to try to, you know, fake out the other team. So I'm very curious whether we do see kind of an honest to goodness, you know, no, we're picking A, we're sticking with that choice, and we're going for it.
I would expect we'll probably see more of the same, right? Jello's going to sprint in, drop the util, then rotate over towards C. I think I would be shocked if we go towards A. It's just such a big side, and I think baiting out that util is so important. And I did think that's one thing that I kind of noticed on Lotus is Boise, when we talked about this in the post plant, they really just struggled to defend that A drop side. It's kind of unique in how it works. There's a couple times I think Kawhi got master 1v2 plays because he goes down an A drop, picks somebody off because they're not looking in defender side spawn. So that'll be something to keep an eye on here as we do get the pick from Boise State. I believe this is the exact same comp they ran yesterday on this map. We'll see what the Sun Devils have in response.
They're going to possibly have a Cypher in response, which I got to say, IUO was spectacular on the Cypher last time. Because when we first saw Cypher from Arizona State, you know, we brought up the 2 standard Cypher caveats. You know, well, you know, he's kind of more defensively oriented, and how can you find those, you know, neural theft opportunities? IUO had no problems in that whatsoever. He was a threat on attack and was using neural thefts every time. Seems like he didn't wait more than 1 round after it was charged up to use it.
No, I was about to say it never felt like that was there was ever a round where there was a yellow background on IUO. It was the moment it came up, bam, ripped the neural theft, which is we talked about yesterday. Love to see. But here we go, Game 2 about to kick off in our finals as Arizona State have their tickets ready to be punched. Will Boise State put a hold on the whole thing and take us to a Game 3? We're about to find out. Again, Broncos attacking will attack every single map we play tonight. At least in the first half they will, and we'll see what they can do. Again, yesterday they were up 8-4 at the half on Lotus. Did not hold on. Can they build a similar lead here this time?
As we just have about 10 seconds left. Actually, it does look like we have a tech pause being brought out, so I suppose better to just have it right now before the game actually starts, before we actually get into the game and it takes the team too much out of their zone. We've had a little bit of a delay getting this game started just due to some tech issues, so just the nature of a LAN event. But speaking about a LAN event, I also got to hand it out to Arizona State supporters. I mean, normally, you know, when you're traveling to a LAN, you're going into foreign territory, but honestly, like you said, it felt like we were in Arizona yesterday, and it feels that way today as well.
No, 100%. A massive shout-out to the Arizona State fan base that traveled here. They traveled extremely well, as you said. Boise State, been kind of the crowd favorite all day. I do know, you know, since they are the home host, since they have won the last 2, it maybe has even turned into an everybody versus us mentality. Who knows if there's some other teams sticking around root for Arizona State, but I'm totally with you. The traveling fan base for Arizona State, you can hear it every time, at least we can. Every time they win around, they go absolutely bananas. Maybe we're down in Arizona for this. Maybe we're just in the sunny day. I'd take the Arizona weather at least outside if that were the case.
Well, it also makes me think if Arizona does qualify for Arlington, you know, it's just saying, I'm saying that's a huge advantage.
The land is in Arizona if they're qualifying
really is.
down there, because that is a much easier trip for the members of Arizona State. But, yeah, no, a fantastic job for them. As you said, they've kept their composure. I know we heard from Cass yesterday that, at least for him, for most of his teammates, they've never had a land outside of Arizona. It's their first time traveling as a team, and they have put on a show. Yesterday, a little bit closer. Today, so far, a 13-8 win. And so, again, have a couple of tech issues before we hop into Lotus and Game 2 between Boise State and Arizona State. And I think an early start for Boise State, as much as it didn't help them yesterday, is going to be huge, right? And we saw that. Try and maybe go up 3-0, 4-0. Make Arizona State always be the ones chasing you. That'll be something that's like massive improvement for Boise State over the set where they were always chasing down the Sun Devils.
This bumps for everybody is a sign that we are good to go once again. Boise State having to face a situation where they're going to have to pull off a reverse sweep in this best of 3. A whole lot of ground to make up, so that they can make Icebox the decider. What did I tell you was going to happen? What did I exactly tell you was going to happen every time here on Lotus? Look at what lane are they focusing on?
They are going to focus on A. You're 100% right. And much like I think you alluded to, I don't think the spike is going to find its home in A eventually. I think we're going to see a lot of utility. This is going to start with this is the standard start for State. Hawk out, Jello runs forward at this time. He finds one, Brisk finds a second, and it's already a 2-man advantage for the Sun Devils.
But like I say, even with those 2 picks onto the Broncos, Arizona State is still keeping their mind open to other plans. But Boise State might be playing the ultimate mind games here. Because ultimately also these one-way smokes here in this particular archway have been so lucrative for the Sun Devils. Brisk takes a dink and is going to move back with 89 health total. Damio's down on this gun, charging over. Here's the point where I really worry for the Broncos because Arizona State, it's like you said, this particular sideline, kind of the defender spawn, high ground on A is where the Arizona State shines so beautifully.
State, again, maybe just trying to draw maybe more util than they can. And we look to see the rotation from the Broncos so far. IUO, the only one who really has
30 seconds
made
left.
his home on his C site there. A ton of Cypher util. I realize that, but Jello going to find Mariana. Now in a 2-on-5. Need to find some kind of
one enemy remaining.
IUO will pick up one. And Damio, he will put Spike down. I don't know how much more he's got left in him in a 1v5 with a pistol.
Go, go, go!
Damio finds himself blinded. Pinches on both sides. Only going to be able to trade out one for an exit frag. The Arizona State playing in the first round, no signs of stopping their momentum from Ascent. And all the picks also going on to Jello.
And it's this strategy that I think Boise State's got to be aware of. We saw this a ton yesterday. The Hawk comes out from Cass. Jello sprints forward into A. Rubble looks for a pick, and that kind of just set that whole round in motion for Arizona State.
It's something that I think the Broncos just have to keep in mind, maybe something just to count on, because it's been such a reliable strategy. It seems Jello is always the first one in. And the rounds that Boise State does win, it's the ones where they take him out immediately, because he goes in, when he goes in, he goes all in. No escaping for him.
See what Boise State can do this time. Don't have any shenanigans to start.
Picked up by Damien. Looks like the overdrive.
Cage trigger.
Finds a third and a ninth as well! A flawless for Arizona State and IUO on the Cypher with an insane round.
This is the ultimate thing where things might just be falling apart from the Broncos, because even when they're right in his face, even when you expect there's no room for error on the crosshair placement, he can just get right in their face, knife them, and Boise State isn't landing any of these shots.
This is a masterclass from IUO on what to do in a Valorant. Don't go for the reload, swap to the pistol. As we can't reload that, just going to knife Aldum. Fantastic play there. The Cypher, like we talked about, it's been so strong for IUO. Now it's 4-0. What can Boise State do? They do, again, get the traditional advantage here in Valorant. That should maybe lead us to a run, but drifting has been Arizona State's MO. Skies having the first pick.
He's just going to be happy with that pick and moving on. There hasn't been too much of an engage on A, so Boise State is keeping their options open, but that is held down by Jello and Brisk. And
Not ready yet.
Todd, the dog, is not going to be able to find out any information because he's well aware of it. Actually, they do get the position of Jello, are going to concuss him. But Boise State now moving out with another rotation. Should they be able to take out the cycle?
They found my
DC
wire.
is going to be pretty
Gotta
open
take
for
him
them.
out.
Staying instead to go all the way over towards C. Taking out all of that Cypher util. What does IUO have in store? And it doesn't involve a knife again. Tag's gonna get here comes the
Spike planted.
Sun Devils.
Straight through the smoke, but he looks away at the wrong moment, and Boise State now has a 5-3 advantage. Guns as well, they're going to be spraying through that one, and the pure power of those ARs to get a flawless for themselves. So now we get into the true game. This next round is going to tell us a lot about if the Broncos have recovered their initial loss.
Big thing for Boise State is that was one of the few times where in that third round when they're on full ARs, keep multiple members alive. We talked about it on Ascent, right? Had a 5-on-1, ended up losing 2 members. So getting that flawless is huge. Keeps everything in the Boise State pockets. Though Arizona State can match it right back. So a full bye, maybe the first time between these two teams ever on round 4 where everybody gets everything. Here comes Yellow, here comes the Hawks. State's ready for it. Sky says, I don't want any part of that, and teleports away.
Nice one-way smoke also here for IUO. The smokes have been on point. Giving nothing for Boise State to work with. He is able to pick out Damio. It is traded 1-1. Now 4 left. They're trying to use that dog. Of course, also, you got to keep in mind IUO, any pick he gets, we now have the possibility of picking up early in this game in round 4.
Teleport's ready.
Unfortunately, no close bodies for IUO. So unless we get a push onto C, I don't know if that neural theft will come out this round. They're not going to go out and from Cavs. Why? He was really strong in the defense yesterday for Arizona State. He's about to be tested for today. A little bit. Go out.
Flash out.
Where he is Alden's going to go for the man. Skies, though, can't find it. It's a 1-1. Again,
Last player
puts it in
standing.
2-on-1. Here comes IUO. He gets a pick. He can throw a neural theft down and make this a very heavily weighted 1.
So it might just be the enemy. I mean, he's caught. He is. He tries to bait out. He gets information on where they both are. Boise State is coordinated, however. Inside, there's going to be a double pick. The cage is not going to bait them out. Nayua's trying to take a sneaky angle around it. All waiting, still just triple peeking around the corner. Time is running out. IUO makes the decision that he is going to try to save. Go down that wall, get away, and the point goes over to the Broncos to tie it up.
Fantastic job. They get the neural theft out as well, and no value for Arizona State. Massive round for the Broncos to anyone shocked, tie it up again between these two teams. I don't think that's the last time we'll say that in this game.
Short of a full round win, a full team elimination, that was probably the best the Broncos could have hoped for. They got the ultimate, like you said, the neural theft. And what I liked so much is that everything was coordinated this time for the Broncos. We weren't seeing any one-on-ones of anyone trying to take on IUO. Because I don't want to go up against IUO.
No.
He's top fragger. He's a Cypher to be feared.
No, I mean, this is something we talked about yesterday with these teams. Boise State fell victim to it. And for the most part, you guys come sprinting in. Tried to get aggressive with the AR, and unfortunately not anything for Arizona State.
And I think Boise State is getting wise to that pattern of Bird, quickly followed by Jello. While looking an honest commitment on A, I thought it wouldn't happen, but the Broncos are going to shut that down. Shut down the defense, I mean, and push on to A. It's the first time I've seen a charge through A that actually results in a plant.
They're going to come from maybe in a different way than Boise State expects. As Kawhi does have it picked up. They're going to find where to trade it out. Kawhi looking for a second, can't find it. It's all up to Brisk. Best fragger. One. He goes down. Damien gives the Broncos the lead.
This is a win at a great point for the Broncos, too. Because it's going to be able to force an all-or-nothing showdown. There is nothing left in terms of credits from the Sun Devils. And I think the more that they're aware to kind of predict where Jello is going to be charging in, the better they're going to be doing on defense.
Yeah, I think the moment that Boise State sees that hawk go out, they just need to assume Jello is right behind it. Maybe try and find a way to have somebody a bit further back again. Looks like you can see Arizona State for a similar type play. There goes the hawk. And this time there are no Broncos nearby.
Once again, the Broncos could just run this back in terms
Placing
of
alarm bot.
to A.
Kill my bot.
Really have to dislodge this Cypher to Eco. They jogged in. It looks like they might have spotted him. They're going to take a rotation on towards B. Right towards the right end. Damio gets blinded. And blinded again. All the sight denial. But he's going to take this close angle. Flick over. Move back over to Brisk. And Boise State has got 4-3 advantage. Seekers go out. Boise State still holding.
Spike planted.
Spike down, and now just 2 left.
Goss trying to find something with the bird. Not able to do anything. Finds the turret, and that's about it. Couple shots coming out from all the
Last player standing.
Find it. Boise State will lose one, and Cash now maybe he's going to look for an exit frag. And this is where Boise State has had problems where they'll lose 1 or 2 more members. Damio, though, not going to fall forward. A quad for him. Boise State.
I'm out of here.
In a row. Take a 4-2 lead.
He was trying to play the guessing game of, is he hiding out on top of the box or is he hiding out on ground level? And the coin flip didn't work out for him. I was so impressed by the way Damio just held it down. I mean, he had his sight denied for so long and didn't flinch, didn't take a careless angle because of it. He knew his mission and he delivered right at the millisecond he got his sight back.
Yeah, fantastic job. Got the pick on to Kawhi. I think he looks like he caught Brisk as well in the animations, and it is a timeout for Arizona State. It's something that, again, I mean, you can talk about whether or not you want to credit timeouts as being good, but this is something Arizona State did really, really well yesterday. Anytime there was any sort of massive Bronco winning streak, timeout Arizona State, winning streak stopped. I think that happened 3 times yesterday. Maybe this is a big time to do it again, trying to avoid a game 3.
To be fair, that's been the case for both teams in terms of a winning streak. There hasn't been really more than kind of a 4-game winning streak that hasn't been interrupted by one of these kind of heart-to-heart conversations with the coaches. And you also got to give it to them. The coaches have kind of great game sense of knowing when they need to talk to the players and reset the mentals entirely.
Yeah, no.
Gotta go!
Win the round. Not only is that a credit to your players for resetting, but it is a massive credit to the coaches being able to focus your team up. Now, interesting that Arizona State takes a timeout into an eco round. Usually after, we usually want to save, we've seen teams save that timeout for when you have a full buy, so you're on even footing. But how well Arizona State is going with the thrifties, that might not matter. The Broncos do have 4 ults up. I believe the Chamber is 1 away from the Tour de Force as well, so a massive ult advantage for the Broncos whenever they need to pull that out of their back pocket.
Now this is the real test. We saw so many times Arizona State able to get thrifties on Ascent, so have the Broncos been able to iron that out? Can they actually play like they have a rifle advantage?
And that is the big question, and potentially a big reason why Arizona State called that timeout before it was a full buy for them. Coming up with a strategy to win on the eco. Said a big reason why they won on Ascent so far. Boise State very conscious. Here we go. Now, Jello finds 1 and 2, and just like that, State with a massive advantage. So Sky gets 1 back. Advantage for the Sun Devils.
It is closing, and Boise State might not realize what went on for this Omen. He is still open as an option. Jello's now moving back, shooting through the smoke. Takes a bit of health off of Damio. He's going to move back, maybe try to regroup with the rest of his team.
30 seconds left.
And now the timer is going to run out on that overtime.
Oh, wow. Headshot. Find a second pick onto Damio. Jello rotating over as well.
I'm out of here.
He quickly realizes he's in a 1-on-2.
10 seconds left.
They're running out of time. They got to play with Spike quickly, or they've got to find a way to win this round. Boise State out of time to plan.
Last player standing.
And the Sun Devils are going to find another 50 and the full wipe after the timer ends.
That is absolutely insane. They landed the headshots with the Marshals multiple times. It completely swings over the eco. Boise State does have enough to get a full purchase, but man, this opening overdrive was just filthy from Jello.
I mean, that whole headshot from Kawhi, another fantastic one. I thought maybe with Boise State in the back holding down those 2 ARs they lost, they'd be in a good spot, but it's a thrifty for Arizona
You
State.
want to play? Let's play.
Comes out and Skies immediately finds one. At least one kill, he will find it for a second. He'll get it as well. 4-4 puts him down. And it's 3-3. Though Jabag's taking a ton of damage for Boise State.
Smoking down the main sight line on A.
Time to hunt.
Toss is going to dog.
Scout destroyed.
Gets destroyed before he can see exactly where the Broncos are hiding. All he knows is they're still thinking about pushing on A. Now he's moving with this position on A top. They had very little success in being able to dislodge Arizona State from that position yesterday.
No charges. Shadows traveling.
Really playing that defender side spawn. Waiting for the Broncos to make a plant move. Like, might be Jacob's favorite, a straight up, honest to goodness A side plant for the Broncos. As we talked about, this A drop, so massive.
30 seconds left.
For Kawhi yesterday, had a couple of huge clutches on that A drop. Will he be able to make another one as Ariana starts the plant?
Spike planted.
Boise State, yeah, they're both focused on A top. Skies actually
should run.
lets himself be seen for a slight moment. Killjoy's going to be popped. Keep Arizona State away for now.
So by Boise State, 12 seconds. Bag actually uses this time to push up into it. Finds one, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade, so it's now a 2-on-2.
Cage triggered.
Shoots the spike. That's great.
One enemy
Foresight
remaining.
by him, and he is able to swing around, take out Rariana with one headshot. And Boise State, despite spending
shit here, mate.
2 ultimates during that round, Arizona State is still able to win.
This is probably going to put the Broncos into an eco. Started out so well. Brisk with the 2 fantastic picks right here. And again, this just A side. I thought maybe Jabag, if he's able to get one more, would have been massive. But in the end, the 1-for-1 trade, not enough. But Boise actually will have enough, thanks to that 4-round winning streak, to go and run it back once again with a full buy. So we're at even strength here for round number 9.
Initial box thrown down to double charge after this time. Broncos are deciding to go towards B for a center push. Might be keeping C open as an option, but again, I don't know if you'd want to go into IUL's territory.
I've got your trail.
Coming out for the Broncos. Trying to get them out the Broncos post plan. IUO starts it out on the wrong side. He gets a huge pick onto Skies. Now they've got to re-channel plan.
Spike planted.
They hold it in a 5-on-4.
Ariana comes out Brisk. Yellows gets ready for the charge. The Broncos immediately turns that into wow. That is insane, Jello. I mean, Arizona State has had split-second reflexes around these corners.
That was fantastic from Jello. I'm sure we'll get a second look at it. Just sprints in and takes out Boise State. So again, luckily the Broncos, thanks to that 4-round win streak, are basically going to get a full, maybe a Bronco full buy. I would call it that.
I'm out of here.
Half field. We saw that a lot yesterday.
It's been a situation they've been in before, but they've won plenty of rounds with half shields, but of course you would want a little bit more. Arizona State has only had to spend 1 or 2 ultimates at most to try to win a round, and every time it's worked out for them, Boise State has spent all but one of theirs to watch their lead be whittled away.
Oh my God. Gets the pick. Massive start. State. IU over 5-4. Immediately gets the neural theft. Finds a second. Gets the double team. Knows the Broncos are both there. Looking to finish him off. Away. Inyo able to hold his own with the bag as well. But Boise State is stabilized. You've got Brisk Coming on the flank. Neal maybe thinks something's up. Gonna hold that back angle. But it's still a 3-on-2 in favor of the Sun Devils.
It's also a very awkward situation for the Broncos because the spike is down, which means Arizona State has a guaranteed sideline that they can hold. Damio is able to buy it. The question is, I mean, one of the things Broncos, do they have it in their foresight to check these angles?
May even be a fake. As they look
30 seconds left.
dead set on heading right back in.
Gotta go.
Bag does find one on to cast.
Last player standing.
Bag gets another one. Here comes Chris from the very back. Attacker side squad. Damien with Bag at half health. Brisket full. Sees one. Chooses not to shoot. Bag incredibly low.
One enemy
Finds
remaining.
the first of the wall bang. Can he find Damien to win the round for Arizona State? Damien gonna hold the angle. He sees him. Chris picks it up and it's 6-4.
Insane play by Arizona State. Yet another round that the Broncos have had a person advantage on, but Arizona State says, I don't care. I can peek around corners like nobody's business. Broncos, when it comes to these right angles, they can't make a shot to save their lives, literally.
Yeah, that really just starts with a fantastic flank from Brisk. He held that angle in the attacker side spawn for so long. And then, unfortunately, just the health bars for Boise State too low to be able to take 1v1 fights. And it's a timeout for the Broncos. We saw the timeout for Arizona State pay massive dividends and lead into a 4-round win streak. So
I don't know what
Boise State has.
I don't know what this coach is saying to his team, but it's obviously, the magic words to work things out because it was a completely different team before and after that timeout.
Yeah.
And I also have to hand it out to IUO. We're seeing moments where, Boise State might forget to peek a certain angle. But from what I'm saying for IUO, he's not forgetting anything. He knows when to use the neural theft. When we see him trying to clear out a Boise State's point, he's shooting the spike, taking out all that KJ util.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen a moment where I've seen him caught off guard.
No, I think all of Arizona State has found fantastic ways. But again, I think you're right. IUO is basically played that cypher roll to perfection. He's locked down the site. Boise State tried to push into him. And here we go. Coming out of the timeout. What do the Broncos have? 6-4 Arizona State game 2 of our Valorant Finals, the CECC West Regional Qualifier LAN. The winner punches their ticket to the Nationals in Arlington. Arizona State now 7 rounds away. All the way up hard to A rubble, but pulled off by the Broncos. But Brisk finds the first pick on a Damio.
Headshot as well.
Shadows traveling.
Brisk has been an incredible omen. So many of the smokes he's thrown out have given him complete information as to where the Broncos are hiding. Boise State still looking like they might want to push through A through brute force. The problem is Arizona State is holding down these sidelines all at once. It's the problem. You don't know where to look when you're pushing through the sideline with the Broncos because Arizona State is so well spread out.
And right now, the Sun Devils, shocked, honestly, they did push someone up further between Kawhi and IUO. Holding down this B site, which, at least for now, Boise State trends in that direction. This could be huge for Kawhi. He gets the first.
Spike down B.
Perfect prediction
30
of
seconds
when
left.
Boise State is going to push through. Boise State hanging on to dear life with 3. Again, going to have to try to push through the corridor. Keeping the mind open for the corridor is giving them so much problem. They're going to go back to the deep.
Take it 10 seconds
Jello is just going to meet them head on and take out the Broncos with a double. Make it a possible flawless ASU.
Flawless.
Tried to bait him, didn't make it work. And it's a flawless, as you said, for ASU.
I'm out of here.
7-4.
Last round in the half.
Remember, last time on Lotus, it was a Bronco 8-4 lead at the half. Or maybe looking at Arizona State pulling it off. The Broncos in this final round getting very tight, pinching their pennies as best they can. Give themselves a shot to make it 7-5.
might be just a tale of 2 timeouts. The Boise State, they weren't able to reset that first time. That last round that they used their timeout, so obviously this could be a huge round, kind of maybe the decider. Still in the face of an overdrive, just takes out Damio. It is a 1-for-1 trade and enough for Boise State to clear this point.
Spike
the first
planted.
time in a few rounds actually that they've actually managed to plant.
Problem is they've got to contest the Rolling Thunder and an overload from Arizona State here in these final few seconds of the round. Kawhi's going to go down. No Rolling Thunder available. That is a huge pick, maybe the biggest one so far for Skies. Jabang gets Cass as well, and it's a 4-on-2. Jello pushing in.
Last player standing.
Takes the next one down, and Boise State stops the bleeding. Makes it 7-5 after our first half.
Switching sides.
That was such an insane series of wins from Arizona State. They had 5 wins in a row. It almost seems like Boise State might just want to count themselves lucky that the half ended in a 7-5, because it felt like they should be way more ahead.
And that 5-game win streak round streak off the back of a timeout that put an end to Boise State's 4-round win streak. And here we go, second half on Lotus. Arizona State won this map yesterday between these two teams, 13-11, thanks in part to a massive second half comeback. This time, they're in the lead and need 6 more rounds to punch their ticket to Arlington for the CECC National Tournament.
Oh, that's a huge blind. Damio, I don't think he's aware of Jello off to the side. Once again, a flank works out beautifully for the Sun Devils. They move up through A. They're going to claim that plant pretty easily.
Again, trademark walk into Jello aggression and a massive
Spike
pick.
planted.
Sky to 25 HP. Going to try and find a couple of quick headshots here. He's going to spot him out, so not quite land on him enough to stun him. See if Boise State can have this
Last player
advantage.
standing.
And before I even finish my sentence, Jello finds one. Is this going to be a flawless to start off the second half for Arizona State? Yes, it is.
And the crosshair placement hasn't really been off in any situation by Arizona State. It has been perfect headshot after headshot landed around these corners. Boise State oftentimes might just be too low or get a body shot with their handguns, but it's not a problem that the Sun Devils have faced at all.
Now, look at this for Arizona State. They want to just pump out the Broncos. Remember, yesterday on Haven they tried this, and this started a big comeback because they were still an AR on round 2. Will it have the same effect?
Daniel's heading out on the Oh, I don't know what he's doing there, but he was caught out in. He was treating kind of that sprint as if it was a tailwind.
So Sky's just getting a big
Spike
double
planted.
kill here.
Turret out.
It is 1 AR stolen for Boise State. Can they take this win? They see an elbow from Kawhi.
Last player standing.
Sky clutched it though. Sky finds 2. He's looking for an ace with 8 HP in a dream.
No, but he's going to save this round instead. I mean, he would have to have a perfect engagement on Kawhi. I mean, there's
looking for it.
Not enough time. Yeah,
He did
no.
not find it. Tried everything he could. Arizona State picks it up now.
If there's one thing that these players are going to have to drill in Game Labs after this game, it's just corners.
Yep.
Corners, because Boise State, I could probably count on one hand how many times they successfully gotten a frag around a corner. And there's been consistently times where Jello is blown out in one of his own little hidey holes, and the Broncos don't check that angle. All of them walk past it.
2 ARs. Jello. That is huge. We talked
out.
Ariana does have the alarm bot triggered. And that might be enough to convince Arizona State to turn around.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed.
Alden gets his dog taken out. He's only going to get a view of the sky. That eliminated it. Going down. Not like it blinded anyone. Koss with just a classic. Is making it happen with a pick on to Rariana. Arizona State keeping their options open, and look at this possible flank. Once again, Arizona State doing what they do so well. You see their sky is hanging out in the corner. Boise State is able to pick it up with a headshot.
Cover going out.
30 seconds left.
So now his team has to go back towards A, but they have a massive man advantage here. Find a pick. Why, but can't quite finish him off. What a great flick. Back to Arizona State.
Spike planted.
Now the Broncos got to come back in a 3-on-3.
Stealing sight.
J-Bag is going to throw out some blinding. Daimyo now moves down onto the point. He's going to get covered by the smoke. He has a beta defuse. Oh, he doesn't.
Last player standing.
Whoa, J-Bag is able to win it. Boise State has an advantage. And one that's going to work out for them. They now move to 9-6.
Great job by Boise State. Thought maybe for a second Arizona State would reestablish themselves. Boise State once again finds a way in this third round of a half to pick up a win. Now we'll see if the Broncos can go on another 4-round winning streak, but just that was so huge for Cass winning that. But as you can see, he just didn't have the health for that challenge, and in the end, Boise State has just enough bodies to survive the Arizona State onslaught.
Boise State is going to have to focus on another eco round. Skies is going to be using Tour de Force to even things out, so it's full rifles for the Broncos and 1/2 shield. Oh, he just doesn't dodge that blind at all, and a one-way smoke is placed onto him as well. This Tour de Force is being negated completely. Arizona State still waiting. Initial peek, Brisk hiding out behind the mound. Dodges that hawk blind. 1 minute, 11 seconds available for Arizona State. Plenty of time to work with.
Look at this crosshair placement for Brisk. If anyone for Boise peeks around that corner, you're going to need an instant headshot. Right now, a very slow round. Arizona State, the Sun Devils at least over towards that A side. They're not going to go out, not find anything, and that gives Skies the okay to look for another site.
Off your feet!
Comes out.
And it goes right into Ariana. He is hit head on by it, and Jello with the drive is not going to be able to get the pick. Trade one
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Teams down to 4. Boise State would definitely need to win this to be able to prove that they can build a win again. And they missed the shot on Hawaii. This is now Hawaii. Sky position IUO. Lane for Rihanna advances back. Toss.
One enemy remaining.
Skies, what a flick there. There's a classic. Boise State now just 1-2. He might get caught. Like pass. Oh, and he's not able to take it. Arizona State manages to leverage their person advantage and go to 10-6.
With that hawk out, he might have had a chance. It's a great job by Rariana to answer back. Boise State keeping it even until the very end. Just barely got blinded, just enough to give Brisk the advantage, and now we get a timeout here from Boise State as the Broncos trying to find a way to cut back into this now 4-round deficit that Arizona State has built up.
I don't know what you can necessarily say to the Broncos at this point. The last time that they took a timeout, it didn't work out for them. It seems like the timeouts have kind of had a 100% turnover rate for Arizona State because they've been able to bring it back. So what are you thinking the Broncos are talking about right now? What's the number one thing they need to discuss?
I think the biggest thing is just continually making sure that they find ways to answer Jello, right? It feels like the round win rate for Arizona State is completely determined on if Jello gets first blood. If he runs in with this Hawk behind him, gets a pick, Arizona State I think almost is in the 90% for winning that round. So Boise State just needs to make sure they play cautious, don't fall bait into Jello, and just as you talked about, finding ways to peak corners, playing together as a team, the things that they struggled with yesterday, they've been seeing some improvements on today, but just those little things is what Boise State needs to improve on. Margins are so close between these two teams. It's just one or two different things. As we go into what I would say is maybe the most awkward looking round. Never mind, it looks like definitely not a healthy equal for sure.
We're good. I've got your trail. Go.
And a completely open point for them as well. Jello's going to get so much information to be able to get a sightline on Boise State's own spawn. You also hear the seekers being brought out are going to let them know how Boise State is playing. Waiting, spin around, and a perfect headshot once again for the Sun Devils.
Last player standing.
Make it a 1v4. They need to try and run away. But Jello picks up the kill, and Arizona State is 2 rounds away from Arlington.
And what is the last chance for the Broncos in terms of a round that they're going to be able to buy rifles on? Once again, 2 half shields. A long way to go. We'll just have to see. Arizona State, I'm trying to see, you know, any way in which, you know, maybe there's a crack here or there that the Broncos could leverage, but I'm having a pretty hard time seeing any chink in their armor.
Arizona State is such a strong team to talk about. Boise State this weekend has kept pace with them as best they can. Jello going to run in. That is big for the Broncos. That is a great start. But unfortunately, they lose 2 of them right back.
Brisk with another headshot, Arizona State special. It's been working out for them all day yesterday and today. The plant is going to be going down with plenty of time to work with.
Gotta go.
But Boise State, Damio has the ult. Sky's unfortunately below 50 HP. We've also got Cass hanging on the back of the C mound in case the Broncos take this site. He'll have a huge flank. Goes out. David finds 1, 25 HP. Can't find the second. It's a
Last player standing.
Just like that.
1 round left to go for Arizona
Match
State,
point.
and they will be the CEC Western Regional Champions, moving on to Arlington. What has been an insane round. And look again, what were we talking about the first round in Ascent? It's not just the top fragger, 19, 15, 14, 12, 11. There is so little spread between all of their players.
It feels like any round, one of these players can make a play. Brisk, the hero on Ascent, kind of bringing up the rear, but even then at 11 kills, as you said, it's so spread. What can the Broncos do? Outgunned. Final round here at our West Regional Qualifiers. Brisk picks up first blood, and Arizona State in control early.
It feels like the final bells are tolling for the Broncos. They're going to have to bring this back down 1. They do have slightly more ultimates, but Arizona State also on what has been their most reliable player, a neural theft to boot. I think it's probably going to be one on that. If they plant and get an early pick onto say, Damio, who's holding down C right now, they'll know exactly where all the Broncos are.
Finds 1, but Kawhi's going to trade it out.
Here it goes.
I know exactly where you are.
Said neural theft comes out. Boise State pushing in. There's the first ping. Ping going to come out. Ariana evens it up. 3-3.
Spike planted.
He has the Killjoy ult now.
Might give the Broncos a little bit of time to work with. They're going to smoke off the exit point. They aren't able to move in soon enough. They're going to pick up a few of the guns that the Sun Devils have dropped. Ariana's still waiting. Oldham goes for the defuse. Might just decide to stick it, actually.
Last player standing.
Oh! What a headshot by Hawaii and the Rolling Thunder to take Rariana out of commission. The Sun Devils are going to win it with a commanding 13-6 victory. The biggest margin that they have had against the Broncos by far, and I don't know if you could get any more sort of an exclamation point to prove that, you know, to say we deserve this championship.
Yeah, Arizona State, a big congratulations to them. They are heading to Arlington. For Boise State, there are still a couple more ways for the Broncos to join Arizona State and maybe get a chance at that rematch once again. But as you said, 13-6, our biggest margin of the weekend between these two teams, and Arizona State just continue to find ways to shut down Boise State, whether it be a thrifty, whether it be winning out of a timeout. Every single time Boise State had an answer, Arizona State kicked them right back down. A very well-deserved victory for them, and a big congratulations.
I didn't see hardly any time when Arizona State made a big mistake that I say costed them a lot of rounds. I mean, you would have to think, you know, no round was decided by more than 3 rounds yesterday.
Yeah.
But if there's anyone that benefited from the overnight of sleep, it was the Sun Devils. And I have to say, it was probably the most well-rounded team I have ever seen in a Valorant. There was no one in which you could pick out and say, no, they're not doing their part. I mean, when all of your team members are going above 10 in the KDA.
I think they were all positive, too. It's just even more rare in Valorant to have 5 members all have a positive KD. No, you're totally right. I mean, you know, off the top of my head, could I do it? No, but if you named a player, we could find a round they popped off for Arizona State, right? There's never going to be a round where it's like, hey, what about this guy? It's like, oh, we maybe have this one. No, every single player for Arizona State had a round where they absolutely dominated. And, I mean, we talk about Lotus being a new map and maybe a map where you can make a move. This is a map where I think teams at Arlington have to watch out for Arizona State. That Jello cast combo with the sky and the neon, 3, 4, maybe even 5 rounds. It just straight up won for them, blind into a first blood. They have figured this map out, and they're going to be a threat when they get to Arlington in May.
I would say, you know, any colleges that are going to be going up against the Sun Devils, you're going to have to take full advantage of the trigonometry classes available to them, because there's a story of right angles with the Sun Devils. They were holding down so many flanks, and their crosshair placement is just picture perfect every single time. That if you're not swinging around with perfect aim of yourself, you're getting punished.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at the replays from this series, and I think that what will stand out is they just find so many different angles. I would say in those 50-50 gunfights, they favored Arizona State a majority of the time, but it's not to say that Boise State didn't play well. They had some fantastic rounds. Damio had some great ones, but this is coming out of a timeout. Jello picks up a double kill with the ult, and they win on a thrifty, and that shut down everything Boise State wanted to do. As, again, it's just Arizona State always seems to have the answer. They always seem to know exactly where to be to shut down Boise State. They played so phenomenally well, and they earned that trip to Arlington.
I mean, think of the 10 rounds after that 4-round winning streak on Lotus for the Sun Devils. Boise State only were able to win 2 after that. The Sun Devils are a team that were never shaken. They always knew how to bring it back. They always showed that their mechanics were never faltering 1 second of the time. And they were always remembering IOU was just stunning me with the way he was playing. I mean, the killjoy was not a factor for Arizona State at all. He was eliminating every little bit of defensive utility that Boise State was trying to put down. After Ascent, you know, Arizona State was the one that learned the lesson of, hey, we need to play around this KJ util. Whereas Boise, I don't know if they were ever able to play around IOU's Sentinel util.
No, and I think the other thing that we kind of had as a question mark coming into today was, could the team that won the first half stay in the lead, right? Not only has Arizona State proven they can lead you wire to wire, they also yesterday had 2 massive comebacks against the Broncos. This is a team you can never count out. They never let their mental get too far off base, but a phenomenal job by Arizona State. 2-0 winners here in our Valorant Finals at the CECC West qualifying regional land. They're heading to Arlington in May, and again, still a couple more opportunities for Boise State to potentially join them. I think this is a rematch that I'm sure Boise State would love to have in Arlington. Arizona State, I'm sure, hey, if they can avoid Boise State, they'd be happy because, I mean, they gave them all they could work for. But these two teams, I think, will definitely be somebody to keep an eye on. Arizona State for sure in Arlington. And, again, Boise State has a couple of other ways.
I don't think it's only just the team itself for Arizona State you've got to watch out for. It's their fans as well.
I do think we need to inform the CECC. The Valorant Finals have been moved to Arizona. They are going to show up in force. This crowd here today in Boise, Idaho was louder for Arizona, which is a massive shout-out to the fans, families, parents, everyone who traveled. I said, we're no longer in Arlington. We're in Arizona because that crowd is going to be massively Arizona State favorite.
And especially when you were thinking just a little bit earlier to, you know, how the Overwatch match went, how the Rocket League match went, and the support Boise State had night and day.
Yeah.
Arizona State just.
And then we talked about this yesterday, too, just in a group stage match. It was Arizona State, Boise State, and the cheers every time the Sun Devils won was incredibly loud. So, yeah, cannot wait to see this team down in Arlington. Again, I think Boise State is right on that cusp. They proved it yesterday that they can go toe-to-toe with this team. Today's result, I think, a little bit more disappointing, but as we talked about, it's those little things, right? It's peeking your corners. It's not taking bad gunfights. It's finding ways to win rounds and not give up thrifties. I mean, 4 thrifties today just for Arizona State. That proved to be big difference makers because, as we talked about all weekend, Boise State's economy was just – it never looked great, right? Always a half shield here, a half shield there. And that was thanks to Arizona State always finding ways to make rounds 2-0 new, 2-1. So great job for Arizona State. Big congratulations to them.
Well, we have Paul on the scene to bring us a little bit more information, a little bit more insights into the two teams that just played that match. Paul, we're over to you. What do you got for us?
Thank you so much, Jem. I am here with Boise State, who is right on the cusp of clinching, but they ran into a tough Arizona State team. I'm here with Daimyo. Daimyo, take us a little bit through that match. You well fought, but Arizona State just got the better of it.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona State's great opponents, man. The first series we had against them, I think we played like almost like 3 maps out of 2, so they were a tough opponent. They played really good today as well. We just couldn't pull through eco rounds, and that's just kind of how it goes.
Yeah, your team here for the Valorant side, Boise wound up taking 2 out of 4 games at the event. You came through. You really represented well. You still have the last chance qualifier as well to get into Arlington here. What's going to be some of the practice regimens or ideas going into maybe securing that last chance qualifier?
We're just going to practice on getting better every day, just do the fundamentals better, get a little bit more disciplined, and we'll see you in Arlington.
All right, well, you heard it right there from Boise. Let's get Arizona State up here. Boise, congratulations, second place, but they still have the last chance qualifier. Let's make some noise for Boise. They took multiple games here, definitely represented on the home turf. Let's get Arizona State down here quick. Obviously, they just qualified for CECC Arlington. Arizona State, here we are. Welcome, Arizona. Congratulations. Who's on the mic here? Okay, what's going on, man? What's your in-game name? Brisk. What's up, Brisk? Congratulations, Arizona State. You came through. You conquered Valorant, and now you've qualified officially for CECC Arlington. How does that feel?
It feels absolutely phenomenal. We put in so much hard work just to get to this point, so for it to come to fruition is amazing.
Okay, yeah, take us a little bit through that match against Boise. You had a really long road here at CECC West Regional, but it all paid off. Just take us through some of the matches and the experience of the weekend.
You know, I just want to point out we didn't drop a single map this entire LAN, so that's been amazing. I know Boise's a really hard team. We had 2 really hard matches against them, 19-17, super long Haven game. We thought it might be going to Haven. We kind of prepared for it. They ended up not going there, and we ended up closing it out on this Ascent and Lotus game.
Well, you know, this is the best part here. I want to bring in Sergeant Castro from the Idaho Army National Guard to present Arizona State with the Valorant Trophy and their official invitation to the CECC Arlington. They'll be joining us down in Texas. Let's make some noise for Arizona State, who came into Boise and is walking away with the Valorant bid to CECC Arlington. There it is, Arizona State. Congratulations, Arizona. Arizona will be joining us down in Texas May 4th to 6th for CECC Arlington from the West Regional bid. Get in, everybody. All right, guys, thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll see you down in Arlington. Well done, Arizona State. Well, that's going to do it here for the CECC West Regional. We are finally done. Presented, of course, by Esports U, Collegiate Sports Management Group, and in partnership with the Idaho Boise National Guard. Thank you so much. It has been an amazing weekend, but we're done. It's a wrap from everyone here at CSMG, Esports U, and Esports Foundry. The West Regional has come to a close, and the next time you see us on land will be at CECC Arlington at Esports Stadium Arlington, May 4th to 6th. We'll see you then. I'm done.